Well, welcome, friends. I'm going to just talk for a second here. Um, I've just woken from a nap. I'm sorry. I meant to come on around 7 p.m., but I decided to start the stream at 5:45 early because I forgot that it's around 6 or so, 6:30, that some of the community meetings show up. But I meant to go on earlier and turn on the radio for you guys, and boy, did I need that nap. I suddenly realized that I've been covering the fires since around July 14th or something like this. I went back to my video archives and I couldn't believe it. You know, this Dixie fire has been going on since the July 13th or so. Hey, welcome, John. I'm going to go to the kitchen and get a little food. I am kind of shaky with, I must be sick. This persistent ear infection that kind of migrates around to the sinuses has just kind of got me. And I was a little bit feverish with the chills. Hey, welcome. Welcome, everybody. So sorry I couldn't get up this afternoon and turn on the radio at least. I was going to have it run all day and then check in with you guys around 7. So what I wanted to say about the Caldor fires is I've been monitoring the radio here for the last hour as I got up and around and took a shower and listened to it. The helicopters and such are trying to save Sly Park. That is what's going on right now on the Caldor. And there's quite a lot of activity here. I'm going to turn on the radio in just a second. Yeah, thanks guys. Last night I was going to leave it on all night, but we didn't have enough mod volunteers, and I realized that's asking a lot of 2 people. So what right now they're trying to do is try to get ahead of the fire as it was heading towards Sly Park, which we were watching last night on the camera. And I'll be turning on the radio chatter in just a moment. So, yeah, welcome back, everybody. So sorry. Going into
little jackpots, and we're able to hit it. I think we only have probably 2 Blackhawks, maybe in their 15-20 minutes. So we'll be talking with Huck. He'll come down and talk to you.
So what they've been saying.
A flight with 863.
Hang on.
Placerville for 865, and then you're done for the day. 865, that'll do you for the day.
Trying to find out. Okay, sorry.
Coming out to join you in the mix.
Looking for your flight time.
Hang on.
We got about looking for you, but yes.
The hotel, Elko on 124. Time left on station?
About 20 minutes.
20, copy.
Okay, just making sure they're not saying anything terribly important before I resume what I'm saying and go get the food. So, sorry guys, I'm kind of shaken and freezing cold.
Copy 9 Romeo Hotel, 35 minutes, thanks.
30 minutes left, 30 minutes for 282.
862, 30.
Yeah, I do. Okay.
Carried up. Hotel, Render Ridge.
I still feel guilty no matter how much I have to rest. Okay. I'm going to mute them for a second. They are chattering about their different levels of flight and rotating copters in and out for fuel and such. And so we're looking at the situation that the pilot just explained that he has, or the air tac just explained that he is very worried about the fire reaching Sly Park. And we've got air attack down by Lomo, and they've got, Omo Ranch, and then they've been trying to monitor the situation by Sly Park, which was the lovely little place we were looking at the webcam late last night and early this morning. And Hey, hi, welcome everybody. It's Bonnie Smitty, Havoc Sea Probe. Thanks so much, Angel Mods, for being here. So they've been ordering a lot of air attack. Hang on a second. They're talking.
Can I take you the rest of the day here? I think it's going to take us the rest of the week. You bet. Mass 4 at your, almost 11 o'clock. I'm sorry, Mass, yes. 4 at your 11 o'clock coming right towards you. Mass 4, we don't have the CCAS yet. We're looking.
Alright guys, we'll see you in a bit.
Alright.
Okay, just waiting for my opportunity to speak here. So, talking a primary mission. Let's listen.
See retardant. Is the water closer? Plan for water.
Now that's Sly Park.
You'll be straight or gentle right down the drainage. I'll be a hard left out of your way.
Oh, they're not.
I've come back up to 4,800. You can join me there.
They don't seem to be worried about the fire affecting it right now, but for later tonight, the wind reversal. So I will be coming back in just a second to look at the upcoming weather.
The wind total, probably about a 3-knot crosswind component.
Anyway, I'll come back in just a second after food to look at the weather, but let's listen to the pilots explain what they want to do.
79 on CFR.
That is 863-516.
Yeah, De La Rosa's good with the increase in activity. He was staying on the right side of his dozer line.
Are you in contact with De La Rosa?
Other than just your first drop, I haven't been talking to him since, just the whiskey lookout.
Okay, yeah, copy. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a hold of those guys to get a better clarification on what exactly they want. They want to answer it in like 40 minutes.
Yeah, last I talked to him, he just said, don't, like where we're flying right now, it's on the wrong side of his dozer. He doesn't want that. He wants that to burn up to his dozer line.
Yeah, I got that much. Still wish these guys would talk though.
We got a good position on you. Perfect. You can see that little skunky smoke down there in the bottom. That's about where our start point is.
Line on a fuel, or correction, copy fuel and return form. Leone.
45 Leone, fuel, okay.
Two Hotel Tango, report Leone.
Report Leone, 2 Hotel Tango.
Okay, well maybe I could.
Right, seat on TFR for Elko.
Okay, go first then.
Yeah, not sure if you copied that. When I was Elko over there, I was keeping comms with them until they got to lumber check and had direct comm with Placerville, and they were going direct to Placerville, frequency change, straight from you.
Okay, I'm calling it lumber check on the way out.
Yeah.
Okay, trying to talk.
It looks like it fell in there well. I'll give you report up. Okay, I'm free. Target 912. Okay, well, stay with you. We got 914. Okay, clear at 5,000 feet until you're clear of the area there, and we'll go ahead and plan on that load return. 912 at your 10 o'clock. about 4,400 for 5,000. You can join me there. 4,100 is a hard deck, and I'm dropping to choose. 65, 4,100, and join you at 5.
Walk around. Can you repeat?
Middle of the drainage and then out. Oh, and then out. North to south that they're firing off. And are we just cooling down the edge on the western side here? Is that all they need, really?
For last drop.
This is 865 over by Ridge Strip.
865, copy. Last drop, heading to Placerville. And are you done for the night?
That's affirmative. Yeah, we're timed out for the night.
Raj, thanks.
Pilot's timing out.
You're outbound on the 124.
Do they have a limit on how long they can fly a plane? Will they have to rest like a truck driver?
It's okay. Thanks for getting back. The mass drop there, you'd be starting there and taking her directly down the fire line.
Sweeney Dip. We've got a tanker show going where you guys were previously in the Camp Creek area. Familiar? You familiar with where Camp Creek is there, just south of Jenkinson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tanker show there. We'll have you direct Sweeney, actually about a mile north of Sweeney, just between Mel Dip and Sweeney, about 3,500, please.
35 between Mel and Sweeney, 2 Hotel Tango.
Affirm, and then from there, remain west until you pick up the route that goes down to Tank, and then turn north, please, and report positive comm on the TFR.
Copy, left to Tank, and then positive comm for elevation 2 Hotel Tango.
Yep, your earlier traffic was walked on. All I got was 2 Hotel Tango. 2 Hotel Tango's transitioning Alpha Delta for Hellbase, no factor. Thanks.
KMAX 865, we're going to be passing across your 6. We're headed back to Placerville.
Oh, Roger, no problem. Take care.
Yep, good luck with that.
865, I've got you outbound. Give me a call when you're at the just TFR.
Yeah, welcome. TFR, we'll call you.
Actually, just call me when your frequency change for the Hellbase.
Okay, sounds good.
865.
Go for 865.
Are they Jackson or Placerville?
I'm almost ready, friend.
65 outbound, timed out for the night. They're going to Placerville. Roger.
Yeah, talk about
Oh,
limits.
tanker 48 Yankee on North Road, Victor. 48 Yankee, right there. Yeah, 48 Yankee just off Placerville, inbound for the Pacific MRV. Meet you on the TFR.
I'll be able to talk in a moment, I'm sure.
Airtag 48 Yankee on TFR. 2982, 4,500 below. Airtag 9,000. Bravo 79 is break. Fort Yankee continuing, Bravo 79, 5,500 below with multiple tankers working south of Jenkinson. Report lumber check for Bravo 79 direct MRB. Lumber check for Bravo 79 direct MRB, Fort Yankees. 79 right, pick up Fort Yankee.
Will do. Hey, do you mind if we just use the lake? It's closer to the water, or do you guys want to use retardant?
Your discretion. You got a better eye of what you need there.
Okay, the lake's quicker turns on all the spot fires over there, north side of the canyon here.
Affirm, pick them up, I'm check.
Will do. Air attack, Heli Tinker 55.
Two Delta Hotel. 2 Delta Hotel. Go ahead.
I got about 10 minutes on station.
10 minutes, copy.
363 is up the drop.
863 jump area dip.
Okay.
6,000 below airtech, 9,000. Tankers are moved west side of the fire, no factor, 5,500 below. Stalling a daisy chain with guard 864, 5 Papa Tango. Task Force Tango's your ground contact. And at Tiger Dip, frequency change 126.37. All rotors that side are 26.37, please.
Okay, we'll make the swap over at Tiger then.
We have helicopter 6-1 that was supposed to be a fuel return, but they are low on hours. We can send 4-7, same ship, just different tail number, if that works for you. Here, Pete. Hey, firm.
Maybe I can talk. Okay, I'm still in the kitchen, friends. Once again, we're waiting to hear a little bit more. We want to hear a little bit more from the pilots about how they feel if Sly Park can be protected well tonight at the Caldor fire. So I'm trying to take it easy. I appear to have a fever.
516, Elko. Elko, 516, go. Yeah, I know I asked you earlier, but I didn't mark it down. Are you going to be able to fuel and return, or are you going to be done for the night? Nope, I can fuel and return. I copy. Do last bucket here, I'll head back to Placerville. Okay, we'll put you on a fuel and return back to here. Alrighty.
It's nice and mild though, nothing terrible. Just taking it easy now. Okay.
Tango, we have a short cycle for it if you want it.
Okay, here we go.
Elko, for now, plan fuel and hold. I'll order you back up if needed. And frequency change CFR now. Report positive com.
Fuel Hotel Tango.
Okay.
Bravo 79, good evening.
Tomedy Way, across the Hillwood Drive, break.
I don't.
By medical Northam Way.
Okay, that's a medical call. So I'm gonna head.
Let me mixture with you guys.
Well, medical call stepping on the pilots. Hang on a sec.
Truck 85, Medic 85, Medical 3442 North Euro Place 1802.
Okay. So, friends, I just sat back down and I'm out of breath just going to the kitchen. So I'm going to do my best here. So sorry, I must have needed the rest. I planned at noon to get up and put on the radio for you guys so you could hear the pilot chatter.
Section.
Hang on a second. Let's check our cams while they're talking still.
Copy.
Tango, guard 864, attack.
We'll look at the weather in a moment.
645 Pop Tango, attack, say time remaining.
Yeah.
Say time remaining.
Above it on that shelf.
1803.
Headed to Ion, coming back into that back to Mapping.
That was Ion. 864, expect teletanker 55, just coming out of Jackson. 5 Papa Tango, report off the drop with routing. Bound, you're done for the night.
Yeah, we just gotta go get fuel put in our buckets, head to Mather.
I got the 863, you're outbound.
863 Delta drop.
Elko, helicopter 2 Delta Hotel.
2 Delta Hotel, Elko, go ahead.
Heading back to Placerville for fuel.
Let's put you on a fuel and return.
Fuel and return, 2 Delta Hotel.
Give me a couple on your frequency change.
2 Delta Hotel.
Okay, Outingdale cam. Okay, one moment.
8283. Right of that, 88 and 89. Sure appreciate. Where are they coming out? Grass Valley. All right, thank you.
Okay, let's look at Outingdale. So this is one of the places they're working right now, and the camera is always too dark. I don't know what's wrong with it. See the 12-hour. Okay, I think I have a little bit of time to talk. So the breaking news situation is, A, not going to apologize again. I keep trying to. I was supposed to wake up.
Yeah, now you'll be number 2 and 3 behind mass 12982, air attack 9500. We do have one helicopter that's working slightly out to the north of us. Won't be a factor for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just going to do it once and that's it. I meant to. I had terrible heartburn last night, and then was kind of kept up all night by it. Felt better by 6 or 7 in the morning. Wanted to get up and put on the radio for you guys in the early afternoon, and then come back at 7 to check in, and I just slept right through it. So I apologize. My apologies, and I'm here now. I've got some good rest, and I'll monitor myself and lay back down if I have to. But right now I'm feeling pretty good. Just gave myself as much rest as I needed. So we were watching this cam last night, and a couple of others, and we were especially looking at Sly Park. We had an incredible amount of pine needles that ripped off in the wind that whipped past this camera for more than 4 hours last night as we tried to monitor the situation. Last night was nice and quiet. We didn't see any towns erased or anything, blessedly. Then I thought it was raining here, but I wonder if this is some sort of maybe a fire suppression system on the building that kept dripping on the cam. It was really hard to know, but we did have a little bit of radar over the place. A little bit of weather radar tab showed a little bit of precipitation, but nothing measurable that we could tell. So here, let's listen.
4 Yank Bravo 79 rotor.
You said fire line near Ridgetop. I think he's talking yours.
Thank you, and you're done for the day, correct? Negative, fuel and return. Okay, let me get with Hell Base, reconcile a few things, likely be a fuel and return. We identified 3 structures here up near the ridge line, just to the west of Jenkinson Lake.
Jenkinson Lake? That's this, right?
You'll be tagging behind me, you'll be tagging extension off his drop too, I think that's in place.
Okay,
So if
let's
you
look.
come up out your left door across that drainage, that'll be your target.
Left door right now.
Yep, that spot fire right there. You guys will just pound that if you would before you pave roads, a bunch of structures.
Okay, there's a bunch of structures.
Yeah, we see that. If there's anything Emily threatened, we'll just kind of leave that alone for now. That stuff out your left door will be the target.
Copy up, we're in.
And we'll just use the lake for now. It's closer for water. Just put a bunch of water on that and kind of keep it down for the night, hopefully.
On the exit, I will be a hard left out of the way. You'll have straight out and then come down this valley. It's off our 10 o'clock now.
Hotel are on hold. Sounds good. Roger.
Okay, that's the information.
I should ask, what would you like there? They may have replacements or straight fuel and return. I just put them on a fuel and return, but whatever. I'll take anything back here to work in this area. Okay, roger. Break 2 Delta Hotel Air Take Go.
Jenkinson is Sly Park Lake. Okay.
Middle of it, we're going to be going around that knob to turn off the final.
Spot there, your target's of opportunity there.
Dan, you're on a fuel and hold. We'll get this cleared up.
Okay, so say again for 2 Delta Hotel, you want me to hold?
Sounds like Air Tech wants you to be on a fuel and hold. We'll get it cleared up. We'll try to order you back out here, but we're on a fuel and hold for now.
Copy, Chief Delta Hotel, thanks.
Perfect, I'll hold this 130 for you. Okay, you'll see where it started off at the bottom of the valley. There's about our 10 o'clock out there, and crushed smoke down there. It's come back up towards the top. You're going to be just finishing off before we start turning the corner there. That's one. 8889, I'm probably going to have you tag and extend on his, so we have a good tag out on this side. Okay.
Okay. Alright, I think I can summarize now. So, this would be the closest cam we have other than the webcam. Other than this webcam. To what's going on by Slide Park. And currently they're trying to slow down the fire and speed bump it. So,
on your next load out here, we're trying to give him the closing shift so we don't hog it all.
hang on.
Okay, watch out for two prominent trees sticking up in the middle of this ridge line here. You'll be clearing all that at 4,600. And again, 4,100 for the hard deck.
John M. Holmes says many structures are west of Jenkinson Lake at Slide Park Road. Yeah, I got that impression.
Air attack, hello base, air ground command.
Yeah. We turn on the structures button. That tells the story. Wow. So I believe what's going on.
One on Alpha, Ridge Dip, Task Force Caldor. The other, Whiskey, Del Rosa.
Up Tango, direct Leone. Report Leone.
They're talking about a fire.
Go on TFR.
579. If there's one more Type 1 or Type 2 helicopter, we'll take them over here before I yank in 7-3 uniform.
Roger.
The fire has spotted closer and closer to Slide Park, and they are trying to get a.
95 medical, daunting drive.
They're trying to get helicopters on the spot, and plus, in general, they're trying to speed bump the fire so that.
Fantastic, you guys did awesome. That was beautiful. Load.
So they can get hand crews in there and engines and such to try to, the ground crews to go and do what they can to protect the area.
Okay, I got one copter getting ready to go in for fuel. Can I put them on a fuel and return, or would you like them somewhere else? Fuel and return works. We just conference call this morning. They didn't want. They want to control that. You're getting 1-1 November and 5. Yeah, we copied all that on the conference call later about making sure we've been making sure everybody's getting their fair share today. Easier if we just run it and have the people that understand what we're doing in the same spot and keep working the hours. We've been monitoring it all day. Understood. We had a plan.
I'm so sorry, Christopher.
The S2's dropping, and we're going to have you turn the corner with that next.
TFR on the TFR. Thank you for the work.
There's still not enough people on this fire, to for what they need. Not nearly enough. They need as many people on the Dixie. They need 6,000. What do they have? Less than 2. So I'm gonna mute that clicking sound right now. So basically, from what I can gather, there's a spot fire headed closer to Slide Park than the other main part of the fire, and I'm not sure if they were able to get much of a handle on that. They did at one point say, please let that fire go up to the line. But I don't know if they're talking about an Omo Ranch location where they're also slamming that with helicopters and such, or if they were talking about up here at Slide Park. So they said they kept corralling the helicopters, and Air Attack said, look, there are targets of opportunity, however. That's not a lead plane. They said, look, the main target here is the fire to speed bump it, which is my own personal term, but he said to slow it down as it's trying to approach Slide Park today. It will be making a run for it when the wind reverses.
8-9, the right wing there.
Okay, I continue to try to try to figure out if that's important for you guys to hear. They're bringing in a couple more little tankers and such. So.
Old dip due to tanker show north of Mel. Head west to the west route and then turn north Placerville. Report positive comm. Hello base.
Okay, split Sweeney and Mel, 3,500 when I can, and to the west route. We're done in Tango, so if you have any needs for us, I'll be happy to come back.
Roger.
Okay.
Dorado 71 for Task Force Caldor, and that's probably going to be it for the night, for another hour.
So specifically, what AirTAC was saying was that when the wind reverses tonight, it's going to...
Right for 911, so I'll bring you back. Be bending this to the right. Nope, you'll be tagging onto it, bending to the right by almost 80 degrees. Data going to be tagging extended on there, so 88 and 89, you'll be in the same drop there, just tag extended. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Start the turn here, hold 115 for you, how's that?
Now, apparently, the wind reversal direction is around, around 11 p.m., just like we have been seeing like every night. That seems to be about the time that the wind will reverse. And
They're done for the day. Okay, and just so we're on the same page, how many more would you like in addition to the two Type 2s already ordered? Well, I just lost the K-Max. They got to do a mandatory shutdown, so they're not going to be coming back for the night. I'll take two more. I'll take two in each direction if I can get it. But if they've got structures threatened over there, give it to 7-9.
this is current wind.
1-2 Hotel Tango, 3 copters. Yep, and the message 28389 and what you had out here earlier. Copy, you added 4 of the S2s, got them. Put in an order for 2 additional laps, probably won't get them. What are your fences? No fences, they're working to the junction and the lake there. Working spot fires to the north, factor for the runs. Oh, copy, so you're not even sequencing them? I have control of them. Helco went to the spot we were working earlier on the east side, and we have just been working them here, just kind of working them on different spots out here. Good copy. Contacts. Copy. And the helicopter's been coming out and checking in with me at lumber check. Copy, lumber check. Do they have a hard ceiling? No hard ceiling. 3,500's been departing helicopters back to Placerville from the opposite side of the fire. 500 going to Placerville.
8889 load return.
The most important thing about this sequence is trying to figure out which way the smoke is going.
Good job, and are you ready for the turn all the way around? Okay, holding that 150 for you. And on the exit, I'll be a hard left, you got a gentle left.
Gentle left for us. Load return.
Yeah, we'll plan on that load return.
Okay, that's a 6.
That 150. 8889. Nice drops for both of you. Load return. Thank you.
It's our 6-hour time lapse from a camera that's looking almost due north, slightly to the northeast.
Okay, you were cleared with us.
And just recently seeing the formation.
2637. Go ahead. Also, the helicopters on this end are working on this frequency. Everything else on the 124.07 south. Copy. So the 3 helicopters out of the Jenkinson are working on this frequency. Yep. Good copy.
Okay.
2982, 4,500 below, AirTAC 9,000, Bravo 79, 5,500 below, tankers just south of Jenkinson. Report lumber for Bravo 79 on 12637. You'll be working with 48 Yankee.
Okay, 12637, we're cleared in 4,500 below 2982, and we'll contact Bravo.
Okay, this looks west.
We're reporting lumber check, and we're not sure on the Bravo.
Bravo 7-9, and then they're in a swap right now. It'll be Charlie 5 here shortly.
Okay, real good. Charlie 5.
Now northeast.
7-9 light air taxi far.
I copy direct. Air type Bravo 7-9, copied all direct.
Thank you.
Bravo 5-9, Charlie 5 just out at your 5. Do you want to take 102 or you want me to take 102 in here for you? 102, turn back towards the IP. It's just kind of congested in here. All right, sounds good. 102, when you want, we're cleared in here at 5,500.
Fires. And 2 Hotel Tango will soon be in the mix with you. 731.
Scabby area down here, a little bit of clearing at the bottom of the valley, crushed at the bottom. And now we just need to go ahead and get this whole cross. The next one here is going to be the drop altitude is going to be 4,000. That was pretty good.
Same routing, opposite direction.
On the hospital, back out.
Just found that doesn't actually have CP11 on. I just want to verify that's to be just up the fire line to your northeast. Now, 800 for the east.
I misspelled that. Slay Park.
Yeah, looking for CP11. It's not on our pilot map today. Just wanted to verify it's going to be farther north along the fire line. Or is it somewhere new and different? CQ Alpha on command. Okay, sounds good. So 102, if you want to come directly into the fire area, 5,500, he'll drop you down to 5,000.
It's a nice area. Hoping it'll make it.
You want me to drop 102?
Okay, friends, we're going to look at some Dixie cams and others as well. So we're listening here to what they're doing. And maybe I can get a word in a second. And thanks all for joining us.
Here, especially now there's starting to be a high drop down at the bottom down there.
There's our Indian Ridge cam. Quite a lot of smoke going up there. So we're listening to Caldor.
Taking a look around. Back to you.
Make one more.
We'll put you in there. And then you touch fingers dip in that largest spot. Okay, look at the one right off our left. Hey, firm. Alright. Let's be downhill wind, so we're trying to keep stuff from getting established and down towards these homes.
Yeah, they're doing active structure protection over by Sly Park right now.
That if they are transitioning the helicopters out over Placerville, it's called Milltown area, they're doing about 4,000. Alright, thanks again for the help.
We're checking on some Dixie cams. I don't like what I'm seeing at Indian Ridge. So I have not listened to the Dixie chatter. Last night it was quiet. Whoa, sorry. Last night it was nice and quiet. I'm going to mute that for you guys for a second. On the Dixie, they had a little bit of wind come up a little bit, and then they said, "Are you guys okay?" "Yeah, we're okay." And everything was really blessedly quiet last night. So I want to take a look at CalTopo. We'll duplicate that so we can look at two spots at the same time. And go see what's going on at Dixie as well. Still listening to Caldor for a second.
Roger, transition with Bravo 79, Charlie 5, got fire. See what you're doing. You're clear to the dip and to the target.
Thank you, C Probe and Thomas Lucas. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Thomas. You got to add the dots and slashes.
This will be my last spot. Get my front meters taken out.
Thank you for the link.
9 Romeo Hotel, when you're done with it, go direct to air attack on the TFR. Thanks for the help tonight.
You bet.
Wow. What is this? So what were we looking at, Thomas Lucas? You're a retired fire from Alaska, and New York, Sacramento native. Anything you can do to help? Well, thank you so much. We take a look here. I'm gonna mute that chatter there. Hey, RJ. Fire is still pushing to the southwest towards more people, and 2 of the firefighters have worked the inside of the fire to save structures. Wow. The fires continue to grow. 3 amounts of smoke. Okay. Let me look at chat here.
Air attack, 11 November Echo.
11 November, air attack.
Yeah, 11 November Echo, leaving Hello Base and bound to Alpha.
11 November 2982, 3,500 below. Air attack 9,000. Tanker show in Delta 5,500 below. Report off ridge dip for Helco on 124.07.
Well, the story of Sly Park in Somerset is about the same. The fire is up here trying to climb up towards the ridges further and further north here on the west side of the reservoir, and so or Jenkins, whatever that one is called. And so the wind reversal, right now the wind's blowing towards northeast, and it's climbing up hills in general. It's mostly climbing up, as much as we could tell from like the Somerset cams and others. So what their big concern is they want to hold it at some point, which I was unable to make out exactly what. It might have been the E16 or some other line. But the big concern for air attack is when at 11 p.m. the winds change that direction. It's Sly Park is going to be straight into the crosshairs. I don't know if it's because of the moving wall of the fire, the biggest area, or if because it's spotted over here. So they are using that as their number 1 priority. I'm going to turn it on and listen for a second and read the chat.
Air attack for Helco. I was bringing them out at 3.5 if that works for you due to tanker traffic that I negotiated with the lead plane. Oh, I copy 3.5. We changed that. Okay, I didn't realize that. We've been doing 4.5. I'll do it. Thank you. 9 Romeo Hotel, was that it for air attack on TFR?
Yes, sir. I'm off the drop and back to Plaza.
Clear, direct, caution, 11 November outbound. Report positive com. Appreciate the work.
Welcome. I don't want to tell you. You're welcome.
2,500 below. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I wasn't informed that we changed the entry altitude. Okay, copy that.
I can't make words show up very well, or even the lake. Sorry, I don't have any good maps here. So, but Pollock Pines is right here. There's 50, so good to see there isn't a red detection. Sorry, let me turn that down for you guys. And we continue to monitor that situation on the Somerset cam here. It's basically the fires. It's going north up here, climbing hills and such. But at 11 tonight, of course, the wind will be going back that way. So I We've seen them doing a lot of slams in this area with lots and lots of tankers and helicopters. So right now they're mostly chattering about moving in and rotating different aircraft in and out. So what I would like to do, and we have a couple of live webcams here from this awesome Gold Country Realty, CaminoWeatherCam.com, and we have Sly Park, Pollock Pines. This one is Camino, the Sly Park Lake Cam. So.
Placerville for Division Whiskey. 516-2982, 3,500 below. AirTac 9,000. Charlie 5, multiple tankers, 5,500 Delta. Got a little water off a ridge. Meet Helco on 124.07. Caution 9 Romeo Hotel. Outbound, Placerville. Okay, we got all that. Headed to ridge. You'll be working with 11 November.
Yeah, thank you.
Medical that we need ambulance 502 to respond to. Break.
Uh-oh. Ambulance.
Branch 30, Division Tango. Nature of injury or illness is a bee sting to the tongue. Patient is being transported down to drop point 19. Last I saw Medic 502, they were at Indian Digging School, and we'll continue to transport from DP19 if their response is going to take a while.
Is that a K-Max?
I copy bee sting to the tongue, transport to DP19, requesting medic to rendezvous at 19. Do you have EMTs with the patient?
EMTs are with the patient, and contact will be Kern Valley.
Hi. Right, thank you. Yeah, I need to talk to those guys about it before they use it. Okay, I was going to ask what you had said about it. I totally forgot. Thank you. No, there's some ugly power lines right on the exit that you can't even see, and it's a long ways from anywhere they're going to be dropping. I think it's, I'm going to talk to Air Ops in a minute. Hopefully it's not full. It's not. That was the whole point. They wanted us to get out, check it. If we said it was good, they were going to fill it, but I told them to hold off. Copy.
Branch 30, Division, correction, Branch 30, Branch 20, break, DP19. Bee sting to the tongue. Patient is in transport to DP19. Requesting branch medic 502 respond to 19.
Yeah, somebody kept saying Live Copter 3 was over the area.
Okay, and you copied 3,500 transit over to here. Affirm, I'm at 3. I copy, and we'll be working in the same area for you. Roger that. So the same thing I was just on, so I actually don't have to go into ridge tip.
Just looking for a drop.
Were you working out a ridge for Task Force Caldor last time, or were you working out of Perry? I was at Perry for Dell something, but I actually never got in touch with anybody on the ground. They weren't talking. Tell you what, I'm going to bring you over to Perry with 11 November, 112 November. You guys are going to both be working out of Perry in the same area you were working before. Okay, copy that, and I might switch it up to Saw Dip if that's okay with you. It is a bit closer. Okay, Saw Dip, I'll take a look at that, but yeah, you're good for Saw Dip. You'll be working in the same area though, and I'll have you get 112 lined out when you get in here. They should be just ahead of you. Roger. Since you're familiar with the area. November's going into the Perry Dip right now. And 11 November, you familiar with the area for Del Rosa? Next, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so what I was looking here for was some sort of a way we could see. I don't see any drops.
Yeah, Helco 516. 516 still? Yeah, if you were able to get a hold of anybody on the ground there, it would be helpful because we didn't really have a complete picture when the guard was out here or what exactly they wanted. Okay, let me make a phone call and I'll get right back to you. I do appreciate it.
Okay, what I was looking for in that footage was like a way to tell where exactly the fire was, but it was just so smoky we couldn't see anything.
Hangar Hotel is lumber checkpoint tracking for Jenkins.
2982, 4,500 below. AirTac 9,000, Charlie 5, multiple tankers 5,500 below. You'll be in a Daisy with 7-3 uniform and 4-8 Yankee working for Charlie 5. Come up on 126.37 for Charlie 5 at Lumber. I'm going to come up and make a right turn right behind you. Roger. Once we do get lined out here, I'm probably going to switch it up to the saw dip. It is a bit closer, but we'll do that a little bit later. Okay, I haven't been there, so I'll follow you there when we go.
Okay, so I went to look at the Dixie too. Anybody have updated info on the Dixie? Because that's looking bad at Indian Valley. Cinnamon stick tea with lime juice will do good. Sweetened with honey and zinc. That sounds awesome. I think I have a cinnamon stick. Okay.
5 Papa Tango. I'm not sure if you copied. There was some sort of line emergency in Division Tango as well.
Uh-oh. So we have a...
Branch 30 on Underground Command.
Division Tango is where it jumped 50. This is Tango.
Papa Tango on rotor.
That's...
Papa Tango. Elko. Good evening. Showing about 2 miles out of the ridge dip. Okay, were you working over here earlier, or is this new for you? It'd be new for today. Okay, when you come over ridge dip, you'll see the line of fire on that side of the ridge line going down into the drainage. We're just trying to keep that all in check. Okay, and understand. We got 516 and 11 November. Same dip. Nope, they're on the other side of the drainage from you. Okay, good job. So you'll be on, I guess, what I'll call the east side of the drainage, and they're on kind of the, I guess you're on the north side of the drainage. We're on the south side. Okay, and can I use Sweeney? I think it's a little closer. Let me get right back here. I got someone calling me.
Oh, French fire, pretty active too.
They're off the drop.
Wow, that's gnarly. Yeah. We're looking at the French fire cams a second. Because we were terrified for Wolford last night because of the wind direction was supposed to go right to it, but there's I'm happy to report there's another midnight miracle where they were supposed to have wind gusts all night on all the fires, less so on the Dixie, and then it went to a very calm state, at least across some portions of the fires, and Wolford Heights dodged the bullet last night.
Elko 516, we'll come up on Underground Tactical. Del Rosa will walk you into their drop area.
But we can't see. We can't see what's going on exactly.
Papa Tango is now in Alpha. Copy. And that's a hold on the Elko release until we hear from you.
Okay.
So Jim... kind of coming over your line now. Copy. I'm looking for it.
All right, thank you. I'm going to read what you guys were just writing. Thank you so much for helping me keep abreast of the situation. Jennifer M. says...
Closer dip you like, go ahead.
Sorry, they're just talking about a dip. Taylorsville holding fire, moving towards Grizzly Peak, way out of perimeter line, south-southeast. And Stephen S. says up at the Dixie fire, air activity southeast of Lake Almanor and also northeast of Lake Almanor. Okay.
The dozer line running north to south. And, yeah, I got your flash.
Okay, Jennifer M. says Caldor marching unchecked towards 88. Silver Lake and Kirkwood also looks unchecked towards Twin Bridges. Yeah, breaking news for that.
You want me to start close to this dozer line or head off a bunch further to the west where the guard was dropping?
They just said...
Yeah, I'd say where the guard was dropping is across that drainage, yeah, if we can keep that a bit. Okay.
That's Tango. They just said that there was a line emergency at Tango.
A lot going on. Just me on day 60.
Yeah, a lot going on.
The patient is currently in transport to DP-19. from DP11 are requesting a ground transport by the branch ground medic. Point of pickup at DP19, 38 degrees, 34.738 by 120, 25.635. Break.
Helicopter 261 was close to timing out, so we swapped them out with helicopter 47.
So somebody was just bitten in the stung in the tongue by a bee, and they are airlifting them out of the Indian school area on the Caldor fire. I mean, we don't know if it's a firefighter or what, but absolutely nuts. But they are thankfully having enough clear weather to evacuate them by air, because that could be extremely bad. If your tongue swells up and you can't breathe, I mean, they might have to puncture that whole, what is that, a tracheotomy in the throat to get that person to breathe?
Using the Perry dip, you just keep going where you're going. Okay, yes, that works for me. Yep.
All right, we're going to go.
On TFR, go ahead. Can you take 2 Type 2s? I can take 2 Type 2s, absolutely. 2 Delta Hotel Alpha, 5 Tango, 5 Tango, something or other to whiskey. Okay, 2 Delta Hotel Alpha and 5 Tango whiskey.
Yeah, we see a big plume from Quincy.
Vectored in. Glad I'm not the only one getting tongue-tied tonight.
And slight swelling to his tongue, being transported to DP19.
Wow.
Tango Alpha, airtime.
Yeah, just departed the helibase, was supposed to go to Patient Whiskey.
5 Tango Alpha, 2982, 3,500 below, until you get to Ridge. Air attack 9,000, Tanker Show, Delta, 5,500. Come up for Helco, 124.07 at Ridge.
Okay.
500 below, 124.07 at Ridge.
And they'll likely have you working out of either Perry or Saw for Del Rosa.
Okay, copy that. I saw the SAW required a longer long line that I have on board right now.
Okay, have you tried Perry?
No, this is my first day on the fire. I haven't been to either of those locations.
Do you have a 150 or what do you have on?
100.
Okay, we'll shift you. Let's plan Alpha in a daisy chain with 5 Papa Tango out of Ridge. Caldor, Task Force Caldor, I believe, is you're going to be your ground contact. 5 Papa Tango, you lined out. Or with you work in that area in a day.
Okay. Well, Jax, the EpiPens, I mean, some firefighters have those, but the EpiPen scandal for people with bee stings was that gremlin-looking jerk, the only pharmaceutical company manufacturing those raised the price by like 3,000% or something, and they went from being like $20 to $25 or something to being like several $100s. So that was there was a congressional hearing about that, about how it's kind of evil and wrong for pharmaceutical companies to do that. And the Gremlin guy became one of the most hated men in the world. He smugly sat there on the witness stand. It was like, I can raise the price on whatever drugs I want because I want to make profit. Essentially, it was just absolutely crazy. So there's a lot fewer of them around than there used to be. But yeah, that's very life-saving, and it's quite one of those controversial things. So Jennifer says the other fires are really slowing down. McFarland, Monument, and Antelope. Seems odd in comparison to ROS on Dixie and Caldor. Yeah, I mean, that's the way it is microclimates. You know, in mountains and a place the size of Italy. You know, California is about the size of Italy. If it's raining in one spot and flash flooding, it could be dry as a bone in another. It's just, you know, it just goes to show. So there's that PM update on the Caldor. Okay, thank you. Going back up, is Apple Hill in danger? Which fire? Remember, I switch around to looking at different ones, and I also don't know much about anything south of San Francisco, so last time I was in Pollock Pines, I was a child.
Okay, I'm off your nose, 12 o'clock, high, about a mile.
So do let me know, like, which...
show me, I see.
Yeah, that's broken, so I'm going to just mute that for you guys for a second. Do let me know, because I can only look back at chat every 5 minutes or so, which fire you're concerned about, because if I say something like Apple Hill, that'll give me like 7 results in California probably, but if you say the county, then that helps me put that in the map. So going back here, looks like we've still got some good takers coming out. A bunch of them are
night crew. They'll be lifting shortly.
okay, there's a night shift change, day crew to night crew. We still got a Hercules and some others coming out of here, working on the Caldor. We got air tankers slamming down there at the French fire as well, which looks quite active. And then going back up to Almanor, looks like we got quite a lot of flurry of activity by Taylorsville. So that smoke column that we're seeing from Quincy and from the Indian Ridge Cam is quite alarming, developing over the past 3 hours. So let's listen a little bit more. I'm going to look at the chat again. Take a look at Zoom Earth to see the progression of the smoke plumes. Zoom Earth. What's Zoom Earth? Is that
Tango Alpha, Helco on 124.075 rotor Vic.
Zoom Earth? Okay. Chris, I'm going to make you at least temporary mod. Go ahead and post links. Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Tango Alpha, do you know where Ridge Dip is?
Oh, this is cool.
That's if you want to.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. How did I not know about this?
It's back in the open area.
Branch 30, I'll get right back to you.
So this is
Okay, 5 Tango Alpha, I'm going to have you in the daisy chain with 5 Papa Tango. You'll be working in, I'm going to call it the north side of the canyon, and you'll have 2 copters, 112 November and 516 working on the other side of the canyon. Should be no factor, but you'll be in the daisy chain with 5 Papa Tango.
Dixie fire
Papa Tango, yes, Al.
is so huge, it's active on 2 different spots. Wow. So much for our boring day that we were scheduled to have with all the yesterday's forecast of it. Oh, it'll be milder winds and a little bit warmer. Yeah, right. Okay. So this is one of the reasons I don't particularly trust the weather on this. Action alert above Genesee, seen from Taylorsville. Dixie alert. Okay, is that a Nixle or a
1,000, Charlie 5, multiple tankers 5,500 below in Division Delta. Come up for Helco, midway on 124.07. And was that the correction for 2 Delta Hotel? Did you want me Division Delta?
Let me log into Facebook.
Hotel, your direct ridge dip area for Helco, please, on 124.07.
Okay.
2982 for 3,000.
Apologies, I'm switching over to Lassen County Fire Special to see what's going on in the Dixie. Maybe they'll talk about it right now.
Yeah, we also got a water tender from 1372. I guess you can go look and handle it. Will I be able to send them over to you for a ticket, or do I need to let them handle it?
Current view of Indian Ridge. We've got quite a blow up. Okay, we'll switch back to...
Give me a few and I'll get you a dozer. Just, he's committed in on the spot fire right now.
We're going to monitor both fires and casually as much as we can monitor the French fire, but this looks like a escalating situation right now by Taylorsville. So I'm going to listen to them and then we'll look at chat for a second.
I'll keep looking. It's going to need to be an agency dozer. Yeah, I just saw 1445 drive by. They were heading towards Westwood on 36. I don't know if you can grab him.
Okay, Rebecca.
Dozer 1445, clear branch.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Cormount, for the kind compliments. I'll look at the Pollock Pines camera. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Rebecca. You can now post some links. I give people temporary
1445, clear branch.
Temporary mod powers to do so. But let's see if we can hear what's going on at Taylorsville just for a moment. That's quite an alarming smoke column.
Quebec. Division Quebec, Northwest Communications. What was the identifier on the ground ambulance?
Ground ambulance?
Quebec, ground ambulance will be X3.
Ground ambulance.
I copy. So Med 3 can tie in with 9126 Golf at DP 300. The patient's made it down to the road. We're loading him in a vehicle. He's with the ALS engine and the line medic right now, and then we'll be working our way out to 300 with him.
Oh, do you mean the Pollock Pines webcam?
Division Quebec, West Communications copies. Also, do you have an ETA from that location to the drop point 300?
No. That's not Beasting, guy. He said 10 minutes ETA. We're on the Dixie. We're listening to Dixie for the moment.
5. West Communications copies.
They air evacuated already the Beasting guy on the Caldor. This is Dixie we're listening to try to figure out what's going on.
Just down the valley, so we can always have helicopter.
I should make that clear. So I was hoping they did say right now what's going on at Taylorsville. See, we were just looking at some Quincy cams. Look at this Indian Ridge last 3 hours. So Taylorsville, if nobody knows, is behind the trees down there. These are the mountains and such above it, and they're talking about a spot fire.
Okay, we're all done here. Tankers and Bravo returning. I'll check with you. We've got another 5 or 10 we can give if you need anything.
Oh. This Quincy cam here tells the story. Here's the last hour.
Copy that, and we didn't quite finish that project all the way to the bottom, but potentially a rotary there, and we can skip the 6 in and top them off. They're all good. Trust them in for the night.
Thanks all for being here. It's a little hard to get a word in, and a lot of people want to hear me talk and do analysis, but this is the way I get the information to talk and do analysis. So at some points I have to listen to the breaking, radio news situation in order to bring it to you. So that's I also have my food here in front of me that I have to eat. But we're listening to Dixie for a second here. Then we're gonna hopefully be seeing the Dixie meeting. What is it? There's supposed to be one at 7 again. That's what, in 5 minutes? Then we'll go back to monitoring the Caldor. We see a lot of activity on the Caldor. where we mainly we're just hearing them coordinating drops. They're doing lots and lots of air tanker drops to try to protect, especially Sly Park. It's not in danger at the very moment, but by 11 p.m. we're going to have the wind reversal, where it will take aim at Sly Park. So they were trying to hit it with the aircraft, speed bump it as much as they could and keep it away from the areas, due southeast of it, over by the Jenkins Reservoir. But as we were listening to Caldor and it kind of quieted down, we then saw these alarming images of the new, this is just in the last hour, the view from Quincy over here by the Dixie fire by Taylorsville. And so that's a pretty serious looking situation. So hopefully, and I'm still listening, it's muted for you guys, the horrible noise will stop and they'll update us. We know there's a ground ambulance coming for somebody.
Rainy on command. I copied your traffic. Do you have a need for the dozer?
I'll look at the wind over on the Dixie and see if we can possibly get an idea. But Indian Valley is a microclimate because wind comes in from 70 and it's like a wind tunnel, or up this way, and what it does is split because it reaches Indian Valley like this and runs into a brick wall of mountains. Like here's Ketty Ridge and Dyer Mountain, and so you can have it try to do stuff like this, try to do stuff like that, and then it kind of swirls around in there with treacherous shifting currents, if you will. And so that's a bit easier to see. So Mount Ura is the biggest threat to Taylorsville, which is right here, because it can drop embers down here. And now that there's fire well established on Grizzly Peak, it can be dropping embers and running down slope, or rolling down slope and threatening Genesee. And when we see on the Indian Ridge cam looking that way, we see the smoke going that way, then we've got perhaps the nightmare scenario of embers raining right down there that we didn't want to have. And so that could be what we're looking at. Now they're being quiet right now. But that's the biggest threat to the town, as Daniel Kearns was illustrating. Now it's 6:57. Let's try to find the Dixie fire meeting. Let me go and see. Doug Page, the West Zone has been at 7 p.m. Yeah. So let's take a look. Metal NPC. If I set up a Streamlabs, I can get donations without having to give YouTube any cut. Oh, wow. Okay. Can you give me an email? It's the link to the description of the video. I'd love to know more, Metal. Thank you and everybody trying to give me tips on how to do this, because while I know about video production and I build computers, I have no idea how to do streaming. I just sat down last year and really kind of started, and I was hoping to perfect and learn much more about it, but it's been one heck of a tough year with the whole COVID thing, and I have not learned anything since I did it last year, not much anyway. So I just have OBS Classic, and any tips are welcome. So let me go find the Lassen Cal Fire Modoc, isn't it? Where we have the fire stream for the Dixie update.
Quebec.
One moment.
This is Quebec, go fresh communication. Patient is at DP 300 with the line medics. He's stable, sat and low on his O2. They have him on high flow oxygen. I told him to contact Med 3 when they get in the area.
Whoa.
This is Quebec, West communication, copy.
Somebody's injured and on oxygen. Guys, sorry, I'm struggling with a fever here. Which Facebook page is the Dixie Fire meeting on? I'm looking at. Was it Plumas? I thought it was Lassen Modoc. I don't see one in progress. Is it YouTube? I see the morning update on Plumas County Sheriff's Office.
Division Quebec, West Communications on command.
I don't see anything going on in Lassen Modoc.
Division Quebec, West Communications. Civic agency rep going to the hospital following the ambulance.
Lassen Plumas, 7:30?
Affirmative. CCR has been notified and they're working their way into 300 as well.
Okay. Then did we have a Caldor meeting to look at? Plumas National Forest, okay. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm putting that tab up. See if there's still any more activity. They're looking at what's going on. Let's look back at what's going on at Indian Ridge Camp. We'll look at the meetings tonight for the Caldor and the Dixie. I don't know that they even have any for the French fire. So let's look at, that's Radio Hill. Let's look at what's going on in Indian Ridge Camp. All right, last hour. Okay. Witchy has good link on MC. Okay. Josh is getting info off daily IAP reports, and that's the link. Okay, thank you, Witchy. Yeah, Plumas. Plumas National Forest. I thought it was Lassen. Lassen. Okay, 51 minutes ago, 5:30 p.m. operational update in the Genesee Valley, where the fire has slopped over the road. Crews continue to work building direct line today to try and tie the road into the old Walker fire scar, but have not yet completed it. Fighters are holding the slope where an active firefight. Okay, firefighters holding the slope were in an active firefight until late afternoon with all aviation assets up and providing support. The fire is coming around the corner in Genesee Valley, moving towards Taylorsville, as well as backing its way aggressively down Mount Ura. Most of the East Zone resources will be focused on fighting this in the area today. The spot fire in Grizzly Peak is actively burning, pushing down the hill to the valley floor over Genesee Valley Road. Dozers are working to build direct line along the road for anything that rolls off of that peak. The hotshot crew, meaning logs on fire. The hotshot crew working on Grizzly Peak were not able to complete access on top of the estimated spot is at 560 acres. Hang on. Okay, I think the dozer crews just ran into some rocks and they're trying to figure out a way to go around it. Another group of wildland firefighters is working on building contingency lines along the ridge, working with feller bunchers, dozers, and other heavy equipment in case the Grizzly Spot fire decides to move southwards, which would be towards Quincy. Now, I remember that Grizzly Road there, and mind you guys, this is Plumas County, not Grizzly Flats. That's supposed to be their best line of defense for Quincy. Mop-up is continuing in the Peters Creek and Indian Valley area. Crews are continuing to mop up and contain last night's spot fire near Lower Antelope Lake, picking up and putting lines around the burning interior islands. Fighters in Dyer walked the line today and found some small pockets of heat in a drainage and are working on mopping those up. So here's some photos. And that steep, rugged terrain is just nightmares to work in. Okay, so that is the 51 minutes ago update that Alaska National Forest issued for the East Zone at the Dixie fire. And we know that somebody has an injury and they are on oxygen, so prayers sent for that poor person. Looks like a helicopter is continuing to look at the Dixie fire, and right now chatter has died down on it. So I'm going to try to find, looks like, wow, big tankers, MD-87s and DC-10s, fleet of Marsh S-2s, and an entire beehive of helicopters are buzzing around Omo Ranch and Sly Park right now. So what I want to do, since Dixie, that's all we can hear on the Dixie right now, is a return back to the Caldor fire chatter. And we can just hope that it goes well over there. Let's see, it's 7:30 the meeting, isn't it? Yeah, the Caldor already met. So we may have time to go to the Caldor, start watching that meeting, and then going back to the Dixie. So this is Caldor chatter. We're barely hearing anything. We're back on Caldor.
Yeah, I'm in position.
And yeah, so let's go look at the Caldor meeting. And we'll cut it off to listen to the Dixie if we have to. So, was it last in mode?
Copy, air to ground. If you see those trees torching out further to the east, throw some water on them. You're on air to ground 1, correct? April. Yeah, I haven't heard them at all. I'll be looking for that tree on my way back here. Okay, yeah, there's like 2 or 3 that are torching.
Okay. Yeah, here we have the community meeting for the Cal fire. So would we like to watch that right now? We don't hear very much chatter from the pilots. We can see the planes. We can see the aircraft hitting it. But I think we should watch this as much as we can before the Dixie meeting starts at 7:30. So.
You in drop point 12 back to the 88 to Lumberyard.
All right.
Go for elevation.
Would you like all helicopters on the deck?
Yeah, they're just mostly talking about going to the night shift and all that. They're rotating crews that are have worked most of the day and are timing out. So let's go to the Caldor meeting that had occurred. We'll interrupt this.
5% containment. I'll be bringing.
We'll interrupt this to bring you the Dixie fire meeting when that begins at 7:30. If somebody will give me the if somebody knows exactly which channel it's on. So let me try to adjust desktop audio, and I always have to juggle that. There we go.
Good evening and welcome to the Caldor incident community meeting on August 23rd, 2021. My name is Ryan Lubin, Public Information Officer for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 6, and I'll be bringing some updated information for you here in the community meeting, along with some of our section chiefs and ICs to update you this evening. So, give you some updated numbers for the incident here. Currently, the acreage is at 106,562 acres. We're sitting at 5% containment with 1,745 personnel assigned to the incident. I'd like to remind everybody, as always, this information changes every 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. We also push out updates throughout the day, depending what they may be, evacuation warnings and or orders through our platforms. We have posted those platforms everywhere. We encourage everybody to go to our email sign up. Make sure to sign up for those emails so that way you get those updates as we push them out and you stay informed immediately when we put them out. With that being said, I'd like to bring up a few things for you. As you know, this incident's been going on a little over a week now. It's a very complex incident. We're trying our hardest to make sure to get you back to your homes as quickly as possible and return the area back to normal as quickly as possible and as safe as possible for you. To bring into consideration what's going on around the state, I'd like you to understand that as of right now, in 2021 to date, so from the beginning of the year to right now, we've currently burned 1,570,151 acres. Compared to last year, that is a 42% increase of our acreage burned to date. With this historic drought and fire season, that's a huge load on us, and we're trying to work as hard as we can and as quick as we can to get you back into your homes and your community as quickly as possible. So with that, I'd like to bring up our Ops Section Chief, Chief Schwab, for an update on what's going on the fire.
Good evening. My name is Eric Schwab, Operations Section Chief for Incident Management Team 6. I got quite a few questions. I'll start out with an update and then I'll break into answering some of your questions for you. So along the heel of the fire, we're showing in Division U, Division W black line, we've continued to make progress at the heel of the fire, which is where we like to start from so we can start building up the right and left flanks of the fire. We added a little bit of additional black line in here, not completely across though, because we're still continuing that the fire is established in the middle fork of the Consumnes, and it is continuing to challenge our lines in there. We will be in here tonight extending a firing operation that we started out last night. Crews were in there today continuing to prep that line for firing operations when conditions dictate and become favorable for us this evening. Moving up into Division Delta, yesterday we completed a firing operation below Jenkinson Lake, ended it at Sly Park Road, and tonight we'll be picking it up from Sly Park Road and taking it down Sly Park Road approximately a mile to a mile and a half based on conditions. No fire has crossed onto the other side of Sly Park Road. Sly Park Road, keeping the fire below it, is one of my main control objectives. As we move up onto Highway 50, things are looking good all the way across Highway 50 until we get up to the very head of the fire. We did get a spot fire across on the north side of Highway 50 several days ago. That fire is continuing to grow to the west. We have pretty much stopped the spread of the fire to the north, and to the east it's approximately 400 to 500 acres in there being heavily worked today. As we move across the head of the fire, this has become a huge priority to stop the eastern spread of the fire. As you can see on our map, we have a new area, a spot fire that's currently growing. It's spreading at a fairly rapid pace right now. We've got folks working into it. It's about 100 acres. It has not reached our decision point to do any additional evacuations, and it's late in the evening, so I'm confident that the fire behavior will calm down. We're moving additional equipment in there right now, and I hope to get around and check this. This spot fire is still within my primary control line that I'm trying to get constructed off the MET down Silver Fork. Division Lima, Nora, and Papa. We've had folks out there again monitoring that. Again, it's that time of the day, late afternoon, the inversion lifts. It seems like every day I get 3 to 4 points on the fire that become active. We're in that time right now. Another one of those active points is down here in Division R. The fire's still within our perimeter, but it is active, making a run up to the ridge line. We back folks out of there, we'll let it settle down, and we'll get back in and re-engage. That's the update. I'll hit a couple of the questions while I'm up here. question about the town of Strawberry. We're right up in there in Strawberry. We've had hundreds of fire engines, crews, bulldozers in there for several days doing structure preparation, making those homes so they can stand for the fire to come in there. Fire behavior coming down the ridge line into Strawberry is backing fire, very low intensity fire. It's that spread to the east where we pick up that intensity. Fire has not crossed Sly Park Road. We are doing a firing operation that we will be conducting for the next few days along Sly Park Road, and I have about 200 folks in there, fire engines, crews, bulldozers, all of that. We've done a ton of prep work in there, fuels reduction and pre-treatment with retardant to help support that operation. Question, do the prescribed burns or the burning operations that we do count as part of the fire perimeter? Yes, we use, we call it, our firing shows create black line for us, and that creates additional percentage of containment once we get that area mopped up. Decision point, she covered that one. Division Delta at Sly Park Road, what measures are being taken to keep the fire on the east side of the street? Again, covered on it. We've done fuels reduction projects along Sly Park Road to reduce fuels to, so when we do our firing operations in there, we have a low intensity fire, we pre-treated with retardant and broadcast fuels, thin them out. What is the plan for holding the eastern perimeter of the fire from entering the Tahoe Basin? The plan is to put in as big of a dozer line as I can off the Mormon Immigrant Trail, following Silver Fork, all the way down on a ridge system on Highway 50. Again, the fires is making a little push at us in that area, but we still have a couple miles before it reaches my proposed dozer line that is going in there. The last question I have, what are we doing to keep the fire south of Wentworth Springs Road? Wentworth Springs Road is our big box, and what we're doing to keep the fire from getting to Wentworth Springs Road is we're actively holding Highway 50. We will do burning operations in these sections. If the fire intensity picks up, we'll actually start backfires here to blacken this in to get rid of the spotting potential, and we're actively trying to suppress the spot fire on the north side to reduce any additional threat to Wentworth Springs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'd like to remind everybody that's online, thank you for joining in. And those of you on Zoom, please type your questions. We're answering those, as well as Facebook Live. We are writing those questions down and answering them to the best of our ability and as many as we can. So with that, I'd like to bring up our law enforcement liaison, Tony Tam, with some questions about the road closures and evacuations.
Good afternoon, Tony Tam with law enforcement liaison with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 6. In terms of the update, in terms of evacuation warnings and orders, there has been no changes to those. You can see the evacuation map on the PIO website. To answer a couple questions, and just a reminder, for warnings, evacuation warning is just that. It's telling you to get prepared. You do not have to leave your home or residence at that time. However, based upon changing fire conditions, you need to get ready. So gather up the things you need, prepare for evacuation route, a way out, and where you're going to go, and to gather your resources. And then the evacuation order is just that. We need you guys to get out of the way so that fire operations can be performed safely, and your life safety is taken care of. To answer some questions for you, when will evacuations be lifted, and what will they be in stages or by neighborhood? That's on a case-by-case basis. Our priority is to get everyone back in as soon as we can. If it's operationally smart to do so by neighborhoods or by stages, we will do that depending on the fire conditions, and we'll do that as soon as we can. It's safe for people to do so. Are there any updates to letting back in at this time? There are no changes to the evacuation orders or warnings. And the last question is, how can we prepare for evacuations? Obviously, gather the things that you need to have or want to have with you. Think about ways out. a primary route and an alternate route, because sometimes the primary route you have may be blocked or may not be accessible. Gather all the medications you need and things that you need to sustain yourself for several days in the event you cannot get back into your home. That is the end of the report for law enforcement liaison.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to go ahead and bring up one of our unified ICs, Chief Martin, to answer some questions.
Good evening, Dusty Martin, one of the Unified Incident Commanders. So I got a series of questions here that I'll go through with. There's a couple of questions that are circling around air quality. And how long will the hazardous smoke conditions continue to be expected? As long as we have active burning and active fire runs, we will see the smoke issues in and around. It's compounded not just from this fire, but the multiple other fires burning in the North State, and it all depends on the wind direction is pushing that smoke from one area to the next. So I would say that we'll probably see those conditions around for some time. There was a question about what kind of masks are firefighters wearing to protect themselves. While we were out on the fire line, we're unable to wear masks due to the inhibitants of being able to breathe in Duress work. And with high activity, we need to make sure that our firefighters can breathe the best they can. While they're in the base camp setting here and not working out on the fire line, they are wearing masks to protect themselves. But while they're actively engaged in firefighting, most of them are not wearing masks. There were some questions about COVID precautions being taken in the fire camp. We are taking COVID extremely seriously here in our fire camp in Placerville, and we've got multiple measures in place with wearing masks while indoors, maintaining your social distancing, frequent hand washing. We have some measures to that check temperatures as everybody walks into our base camp to ensure that nobody has got a fever and goes for additional screening. We also have our partners with CalMat that are here, which we have doctors, physicians, nurses, to also help treat all of our firefighters here that have the ability to do COVID tests if someone has COVID-like symptoms. And then we're following El Dorado County Public Health and their policies and procedures here to ensure that we meet the need. Another question came up is, do we have any military help at scene? And that answer is yes. We have the National Guard that's here in a couple of different fashions. We have some with air assets. We're using them to help bring fuel to our incident so we can keep our fuel trucks and our equipment fueled. We have our California National Guard hand crews with a partnership with CAL FIRE that are here. So we do have a number of military resources here. There's been some questions about retardant use and air support. So the first question is, the retardant ever used in neighborhoods to prevent spot fires? So we do use it in around the structures. We do use it to back up control lines, to prevent additional fires to be started in that area, and it buys the ground firefighter some time. So one thing to understand is fire retardant doesn't suppress fires, it slows the spread of the fire. All of our air assets are there to support the firefighters that are working on the ground. So it will slow the spread so that we can get the ground troops in to really extinguish the fire. There was a question about if air support can't fly due to smoke, why can't they use infrared to see and dump retardant on the fire? So flying in the fire environment is inherently dangerous. Not only with the terrain and the fuels and large trees becomes really dangerous, and then you add smoke to that. Right? At the end of the day, our goal is that every single person gets home and goes to their family at the end of the day, and we're unable to take those risks in the smoky environment. Now, we do have aircraft that are flying at night when the air is clear, and they are using night vision goggles to do that, and that has been a proven effective resource to have to us, but when it's really smoky, we cannot fly. The last question I have is, there's a lot of questions about South Lake Tahoe and some inaccurate information. So South Lake Tahoe, there's currently 0 evacuation warnings or orders in South Lake Tahoe. We are having discussions and in conjunction with our partners in South Lake Tahoe and looking at some long-range planning. But as we speak, there is no evacuation orders or warnings in the South Lake Tahoe basin. You can go to the El Dorado County website and find the current evacuation warnings and orders to stay informed, and we can get that through our incident PIOs. Will also help message that out. But I just want to make sure everybody is clear. Last night, Chief Blankenheim did talk about a large planning box, and it is our intention to keep that fire long a ways from there. But we do have to plan for the long term, and that's where some of those questions and probably discussions came in with South Lake Tahoe. But I want to ensure you, it is our ultimate goal is to keep it out of there. And our operations talked about that today, talked about that eastern side of the fire. But understand that if we can't hold that, there is always that possibility, and that is why we are having some of those discussions. But at this point, we have not met any trigger points to evacuate anybody in the Tahoe Basin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'd also like to bring up our other unified IC, Ben Newbern, for some more questions.
Good evening, folks. A handful of questions here. First, a weather update, and I'll go out, say, 5 days or thereabouts. For the next 48 hours through Wednesday, we're expecting to see similar weather to what we're seeing today. Light southwesterly winds, warm temperatures, and similar humidity values to what we've seen today. After that, we're going to see the winds decrease considerably. Temperatures will warm up quite a bit as high pressure builds in, and you'll see the smoke linger around a lot longer as we go into an inversion that holds the smoke, keeps it from being mixed out. And that takes us through the end of this coming week into the weekend. A few other questions. If the fire goes north of Highway 50, what will be the impact of all the granite and the rock open areas in the Desolation Wilderness, and will that play a role in stopping fire spread? So the simple answer is yes, that will. The area north of Highway 50 along the rim looking down into the Lake Tahoe Basin, the Desolation Wilderness, is likely to slow fire spread. There are still areas where fuel will allow fire to burn through there, but certainly not in a way that we've seen down here in the lower elevations. And we're looking forward to using that as a potential barrier to fire spread should it come to that. There is more concern about fire spread down along the Highway 50 corridor and south of Highway 50, where there are more continuous fuels and we don't have as much rock. Another question about the U.S. Forest Service cabins, the recreational residents along Highway 50. As Chief Schwab, one of our operations section chiefs, mentioned earlier, we have a considerable number of resources in the Highway 50 corridor working to prepare the structures there. That includes the Forest Service recreational residence cabins to be ready to accept fire when and if that should happen, and making every effort we can ahead of the fire reaching them to protect those values. And as a follow-up to that, how can people be prepared for fire? So two main websites you can go look at. The first one, firewise.org, and the other one, readyforwildfire.org. Both websites have very important information on how you can prepare your home and your property for fire, and it would be wise to have that done not just now, but at all times, knowing that fire can always occur at any time.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to bring our Ops Section Chief, Eric Schwab, back up.
Okay, a couple of questions regarding our hand crews. We have all sorts of hand crews on the incident, to include California Conservation Corps hand crews in coordination with CAL FIRE, our inmate crews with a partnership with CDCR here, interagency hotshot crews, Type 2 crews, Type 2IA crews, and Type 1 crews. We're taking all of them, and we have work for them all. Questions about there's several tracks, as people know, along Highway 50 with multiple cabins in there. I can tell you every single cabin and every single track has had a fire engine parked at it, and that structure has been assessed, and work has been done to help prepare that structure. And before the fire gets down there. The fire, again, I said it's still, you can see there's a lot of spots along 50 where the fire hasn't even made it down there yet. It's only made it down there in a couple spots, and that fire behavior as it comes down that ridge is backing fire, which we can handle, and we can deal with that and extinguish that and defend those structures. Status update of Grizzly Flats. Grizzly Flats, fire keeps challenging us in there. Again, there's two forks of the Consumnes River right there. They're 1,500 foot deep drainages with a lot of fuel in there. And basically the fire came out of there yesterday and challenged us in a couple of spots, and that's where we implement our back burning tactics to stay ahead of the fire. So basically the fire's traveling down canyon. As it eats along down canyon in the bottom of the creek drainages, it'll make a slope run up to the top and challenge us at Grizzly Flat. And our mitigation for that one is to go in and create defensible space around the structures and there pre-treat those structures, attack spot fires with engines, and when the weather allows us, we start backfires along the top of the rim behind people's residences, let that fire back down into that drainage, and we get way out in front of the main fire to reduce that fuel and eliminate the fire's ability to run up and challenge those structures. And again, as I said in the briefing, we're doing that in multiple spots, multiple points on the fire to facilitate structure defense. How do dozer lines work when the fire seems to jump and start spot fires over those control lines? Yeah, you're exactly right. In a timber fuel model, the spot fires we've seen anywhere from 500 feet to several miles away based on the wind conditions, and the way I mitigate that is I have to get far enough off the fire's edge to make sure that those spot fires aren't jumping our control lines, and when those spot fires do occur, we utilize those aircraft, those infrared aircraft.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt this blah blah blah, which kind of isn't telling us too much, to go to the Dixie fire meeting, which I believe is starting any time now. Now remember, every moment that I'm policing this stupid chat, I am not bringing you critical information or researching it for myself. So thank you so much, mods, for dealing with the drama. I really don't have much time to look at chat because I'm juggling the cameras, the situation, looking at links people are giving me, and trying to listen to radios all at the same time. So you guys are critical. We love you. And anybody who's in chat, we like you here. All listeners, we appreciate you, but we're all under stress, but we have to keep it a drama-free zone or we can't get work done. So I'm looking at CAL FIRE Lassen Modoc unit. Oh, that's right. It's the Forest Service. Lassen National Forest, isn't it, where we have the Dixie meeting? The live meeting? Okay, here we go. And we'll go finish the rest of the Caldor, but that just seems like we already got most of the critical information there.
I'll give
and
you
by now
an
it's
update
hours
on the east
old.
zone of the Dixie fire. Today we had a grizzly spot. It's approximately 560 acres. Today we had resources attempting to make access to it, and due to fire activity and conditions that were unfavorable, they were unable to gain access to it. So they came back up to the top, and they're supporting the operation that's taking place on Grizzly Ridge. On Grizzly Ridge, we have dozers and crews and heavy equipment like excavators and feller bunchers doing dozer line construction and opening up some roads and prepping the roads with feller bunchers and the masticators, getting the fuel out of the way. Down on this area here around Mount Huff, we have some indirect dozer line that's getting put in, and they're putting in some indirect dozer lines on these ridge systems that run north and south to give us some opportunities for trying to secure any fire that may potentially come over the top of Grizzly Ridge, to keep it out of the communities that could be affected by Quincy and Greenhorn. Out here into up on the hill above Taylorsville and Mount Euro, the fire continues to back down the hill. The fire is burning very actively right here up on the mountain above Taylorsville, and it's continuing to back down the hill. Resources are engaged in structure prep, and they're getting ready to defend structures and they're mopping up around Peters Creek here, around drop point 171, and mopping up and securing the fire's edge in Indian Valley. They're also continuing to patrol and mop up the southwestern edge of the fire here in Division WW, Whiskey, and X-ray, all the way out to Story. So no reported issues in that area of the fire today. And moving on over to the fire up by Janesville, our resources today primarily focused in on the southern edge of the fire here, working off of the Boulder Creek Road. Resources are in here going direct with dozers, and they're securing this fire line with our hand crews, and they're mopping up. We had a interior island that's burning here just south of Antelope Lake, and we were working that today with a couple of dozers and some engines. They were able to get line around it, and they mopped up the edge, and they'll be in there working on that smoke for a few days. Coming across the top of our zone, we've got the Fruit Growers Boulevard, and the resources patrolled and mopped up this section of the fire today. No reported issues, and everything was holding within the current footprint in our existing fire perimeter. Over here in Dyer Mountain, resources were patrolling and mopping up in this area as well, and they did find some concentrated sections of heat here in this little, what we're referring to as a wedge. There's a drainage in there, and there's a lot of heavy deadened down timber, and the resources were in there mopping that stuff up today, and that's going to continue to need to be addressed for the next couple shifts. And that's the end of the report. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll stay at the meeting.
Thank you for that, Mario. Next up, we'll have a message from Lassen County Sheriff Dean Groudon.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Dean Groudon, the Sheriff of Lassen County, and I'm recording this just before 1 p.m. So right now at noon, we made a number of changes to warnings and orders in Lassen County. As far as the first area I'm going to discuss is south of Highway 36 and west of the 3644 intersection. We made some smaller zones there to where we could allow, so we could reduce those small sections to a warning, so the people living in that Devil's Corral area just south of Highway 36 can return home. Again, that area is being reduced from an order to a warning, so people need to still be paying attention. And you will still have to go through the roadblock at 36 and 44, and we're working on getting those names to California Highway Patrol of the people that reside in that area. Now, when you do leave your home, you cannot travel west on Highway 36. That area is still closed. So just for clarification for everybody, Highway 36 between Susanville and Westwood is still closed. The next area I want to talk about is Janesville. So everything on the west side of Highway 395 from Bass Hill Road to Oak Tree Lane has been reduced to a warning. And online, we posted a video online, and a lot of questions about Janesville grade and all those areas. If you go to community.zonehaven.com, you can see the current maps. You can put in your address and see, where you fall within those areas. But Janesville grade is north of Oak Tree Lane, so all that area is reduced to a warning right now, and those people may return home. But again, we want you to it's still under warning. Things could change. We want everyone paying attention and ready to leave if we had to change that. And then that Milford area from Oak Tree Lane south to Milford grade is all still under an order, and that includes the area where the fire has burned, and that area between Janesville and Milford. So that area is still in a closed area all the way down to Milford grade. There's still a lot of active fire up on the escarpment above that Milford area, and the team isn't comfortable with repopulating those areas or reducing it to a warning yet. We did release the furthest south zones from an order, reduce those to a warning too, and that's that area between Milford grade and A26. So really, again, for the most current information, go to community.zonehaven.com. For the people in the Westwood area, again, Highway 36 is closed between Westwood and Susanville. Highway 36 is open between Westwood and Chester.
The feed just dropped. Probably a little blip. Let's wait. My question was, did the Lucky S mining town make it? Any idea if Quincy is in danger? Probability of holding the line at Grizzly? Genesee and Taylorsville, probability of impact or idea when the community might be most at risk? They replied, Story Map is a great resource for fire info, and I'm hoping they're... Here we go.
Fire traffic and other emergency traffic. You will see fire engines, along 395, along 821, and all those areas. If you see fire engines on the shoulder of the road, you should really slow down, give them some space, give yourself a little more reaction time, in case a firefighter were to step into the road. So that's our top priority right now, is public and, first responder safety. So please be paying attention. Beyond that, again, I've talked about it multiple times in Westwood. We have dumpsters at the visitor center for people to get rid of the perishable foods that they lost while they were evacuated. And we did remove a lot of pets from that area when it seemed imminent that fire was going to burn into town about a week or so ago. And a lot of those pets are at the Lassen County Animal Shelter. And they are open from 9 to 3:30 weekdays. With that said, I appreciate everybody's support and cooperation. The teams are making significant progress with this fire, and now I want people to stay focused. Let's stay safe, travel safe, and let's just keep.
Okay, they have some feed issues. We'll wait patiently. Maybe we should play Girl from Ipanema while we wait.
County and most of the Lake Almanor Basin, with the exception of East Shore, were lifted today, so those evacuation warnings in those areas were lifted. However, the East Shore of Lake Almanor still remains in a warning status. That's a sign of good progress, and we ask the citizens to obviously continue to remain vigilant. As we've seen more than one time, this fire has shown its ugly head and become extremely dynamic, so continue to be vigilant. As we take these steps forward, we also begin the process towards recovery. For those folks who are unable to make it to our local assistance center, which closed today, there's a lot of important resources that are on our website. Our website is plumascounty.us, and if you click on the Dixie Fire link and then the resources and assistance tab. So again, that's plumascounty.us, click on the Dixie Fire link and then the resources and assistance tab. Yesterday, with the assistance of a bunch of volunteers and my staff, we were able to start escorting folks back into Greenville, into their neighborhoods. So far, we've had probably around 300 or more people. And as expected, it's been pretty tough on folks. We're hoping that the residents can start getting some closure and with the information that we've been providing them, start to move forward into what the recovery process looks like. And again, I encourage them to go to our website to get additional information if they were unable to go to our assistance center. Additionally, as we return folks into the town of Greenville, into residences on the outlying areas and even residents within the town that we're able to, when you return, we have set up garbage dumpsters at the Evergreen Market parking lot at this time, and we'll be looking at alternate locations as well. We understand there's going to be a lot of rotted food in folks' refrigerator, and we want to be able to let you dispose of that. So again, as of right now, it's at the Evergreen Market parking lot, and we'll be looking at alternate locations. Additionally, we are continuing that tomorrow, the escorts in. If for some reason you were not notified or you were unable to make the last 2 days, please come down tomorrow. We'll be starting at 10 and providing escorts in, and they happen every hour and a half. So we have one at 10, and the next one will be at 11:30, and then so on into the early afternoon tomorrow. Effective today, I was pleased to find out that the state has requested a presidential major disaster declaration. It's something that we've been pushing for quite some time, and my understanding is that it was actually sent to the White House today. It's a key to moving forward in the recovery process. And just to give you a bit of statistics, our small county has been affected so far with basically 559,150 acres of just Plumas County that has burned during this fire. That's out of the total 725,821, which is surely going up today. So 77% of the total acres burned have been in Plumas County. And in speaking with folks today, just because you didn't lose a house, or even if your house isn't standing, or even if you don't live in Greenville or the Feather River Canyon or Canyon Dam or the West Shore, this fire has certainly affected every resident of this county. And I recognize that. And I encourage folks that are struggling with this to reach out to your friends and your neighbors. Reach out to my office if you want to talk to somebody. We will put you in touch with services that have professionals that are trained to do that. So again, I know that this has been a very trying ordeal. It is continuing to be a trying ordeal, and I want folks to understand that this is the time to lean on each other and get through this. I want to continue to thank the public for your support, and I had 4 volunteers that over the last 3 days have made well over 400 to 500 phone calls to folks just in our communities. And I especially want to thank them. Without that, I wouldn't have been able to bring folks back to Greenville like I have, which is critical. And it's also allowed me to collect a database to contact folks in the future for updates regarding the recovery process. So I really want to thank them as well. And of course, all the firemen and folks that are out there fighting this fire. So thank you.
Thank you so much for those words, Sheriff. Next up, we'll have CHP Sergeant Julie Powell.
Good evening. I'm Julie Powell with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3, Law Enforcement Liaison. I'm going to go over the traffic control point locations. In Tehama County, there is a road closure at State Route 36 eastbound and SR 89, SR 172 eastbound at SR 36, State Route 36 at State Route 32, and in Shasta County, the Lassen Volcanic National Park is closed. In Lassen County, State Route 36 westbound at State Route 44, State Route 36 east of the town of Westward at the Old Chimney Landmark is closed. The Janesville grade at Granite Lookout, Hicks Road westbound at 395, Lupine Road at 395, Rand Road at 395, Deer Trail Road at 395, Milford Grade Road at Old Highway.
Oh, we lose him again? Okay, we lost him again. We will be going back to Caldor radio as soon as this is over, because they still have some tankers out there. They are having a lot of trouble with their feed, and we're going to stay with this.
Arlington Road eastbound at Via Cava Ranch Road, Main Street in both directions at State Route 89. Okay. Beckworth Genesee Road westbound at Antelope Road. The shelters are located in the following locations: in Plumas County at the Quincy High School, and in Lassen County at the Lassen Community College in Susanville.
Thank you so much for that, Sergeant. I do want to remind everyone that we will be streaming them. We continuously stream them these live on our Facebooks for the Plumas National Forest and Alaska National Forest. These will be recorded. They will be posted both on NCWeb and on our story map. Next up, we'll have Forest Supervisor Chris Carlton.
Good evening, and thank you again for joining us for some updates on the Dixie fire. A couple of things to pass along from the Plumas National Forest and on behalf of the Lassen National Forest. First of all, the forest closures went into effect last night. So the forests, the 9 northern forests in California are closed right now to public visitation. There are exemptions allowed in there for property owners and a number of other situations. You can find those on our Facebook page and on our website. If you feel you need one of those exemptions, please get in contact with us. We'll talk you through what we need to do. Our intention is to make sure that we're allowing all the uses that are appropriate under those exemptions while honoring the intent of those closures to keep the areas safe for people. So thank you. The next update, campgrounds. We do still have some campgrounds available for evacuees. We are making an exemptions from that closure order to be able to house some of those evacuees in some of our campgrounds. So if that's a service you need, or if you need a place to stay, one of those campgrounds may work for you. Please get in touch with us, and we'll do what we can to help you. Wanted to talk for a second about the impacts. We heard Sheriff Johns talk about the impacts, the acres that have been impacted, and what that means for the forests that we all spend a lot of time in. That's about 218,000 acres on the Lassen National Forest, 266,000 acres on the Plumas National Forest, and that's just the public lands that the Forest Service administers. We continue to have a lot of people in the shelters. Recognize that. We have 300 in those shelters right now. And I wanted to talk for a second. We heard the news that Greenville people are getting to go back. And, that's recognize that as members of the communities, that's going to be bittersweet for some folks going back in there. And so I would just ask, if you are watching, to give some support for the residents in those communities who are going back facing some tough times, both in Greenville and in all those other communities. There's going to be a combination of some hard times for people whose houses were lost and some joy for those who were not. So let's all continue to support each other through all of this. Last part is just an update on the incident. We're continuing to fight this fire aggressively with one team across that zone break there. We have over 6,000 firefighters still on this. We are up to 40% containment, which doesn't sound like a lot until I think we all watching recognize how long this has been going on and how much it has taken for our firefighters and our first responders to get us here to that 40% number. And these are hard-fought victories, and really appreciate all that they're doing to make that happen. And then just the last thing is really appreciate the continued comments and questions from all of you in the public. So please keep asking them. We'll do our best to get good information out to you. Have a good evening and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. This next portion, we'll be doing some questions and answers. The first question that we have is information on the Greenhorn, East Quincy, Kronberg area, as well as what's being done to keep the grizzly spot from coming down into the Genesee Woods area. With that, I'll bring Mario back up, Operations Section Chief.
Yay, that was sort of my question.
Yes, hello. I will talk about the question about Greenhorn and East Quincy. So we are putting in indirect dozer line on some of these ridge systems that run north and south to give us some control features to address any fire that may come over Grizzly Ridge. So they're going to be located here around East Quincy. We have another one running down this ridge system here that's just to the west of Squirrel Creek. And then we have another one that comes down this ridge system here that runs to the north of Greenhorn. To the second question about the grizzly spot. The grizzly spot has progressed down to the valley floor and to the toe of the slope. And we have resources in place right now putting in dozer line and hose lays around the houses that are down on the valley floor. So structure protection is taking place as we speak, with resources engaged and ready for structure defense. There was another question in the chat about Dyer Mountain, and Dyer Mountain today was in a patrol and mop-up phase. So for all this area here that you see to the east of Dyer Mountain was patrolled and mopped up, no threats to the line. Down here in this wedge was a lot of significant heat, and resources were here pretty much most of the day dealing with the heavy fuels that's piled up in that drainage. So this will continue for a couple more days. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in there to address some of those heavier dead and down debris that's in the drainage.
Thank you for that, Mario. We did have another question on the roads. We will get back to you with an answer on that. We're going to just double check that. So we'll type that in the chat, and that was on A21. For closing comments, we'll have our incident commander, Ken Kempner.
Good evening. I want to thank you first for attending this very important meeting. It's quite an honor for us to be here helping the citizens of Lassen and Plumas counties. Our public information shop is here to provide timely and accurate information for you. This is just one of those many ways that we can provide that through these community meetings. Additionally, you can ask questions either through the social media platforms that we're using. You can call here, but I do challenge you, please, if you have a question and you're not getting answers for it, please reach out to our public information. We'll do everything we can to answer those questions, or we'll facilitate getting you in contact with people that can help you. Other than that, we are here 24/7. Please reach out to us, and thank you for attending this meeting.
Okay. So they didn't answer.
Thank you so much for that. As a reminder, we'll have our next meeting on Wednesday night at 7:30. Thank you for joining us. We also will continue to have subject matter experts answer your questions in the chat, including the incident meteorologist and air resource advisor. So please continue to ask your questions and we'll get back to you. Thank you so much.
Now, forgive me if I missed that, but my question, which they sort of addressed, which was kind of cool, was, did the luckiest mining town make it? Any idea if Quincy is in danger? Probability of holding that line at Grizzly, meaning the road? Remember, this is Plumas County's Grizzly. Genesee and Taylorsville, probability of impact or idea when the community might be most at risk. And so they did go and gesture at the map concerning the area in between where the Grizzly Spot is and Grizzly Spot Fire and Quincy. So it's up in here where they have an old fire line. I don't know if it's on the ridge or whatnot, which is, I believe, the old Walker Fire, which happened quite a long time ago, and they're like reopening that stuff. Daniel Kearns was quite critical of the fact that they didn't allow the fire lines to be maintained up around Genesee Valley after the previous fires, that they were like basically having some sort of an idea of, let's return it to roadless wilderness or something, which doesn't make any sense up here when there's so many towns around here to protect. But I can't confirm or deny. I'm just saying what Daniel Kern said, is that they've had extreme difficulty accessing anything up here to protect Genesee and Taylorsville because of failure to maintain fire access roads. So that's just one of the many problems that are going on here. But whether or not it's a conspiracy, or they just ran out of money to maintain the roads, or just a bad policy. I mean, that's not something I can comment on. But if we turn on fire history, we'll look at the burn scars potentially. Oh, the walker is over here. Okay, so never mind. The walker is to the east, but that's what Daniel Kearns was talking about. That during the Walker fire of 2019, they had a bunch of lines over this way. So down here in the Grizzly Peak area of, Plumas County, they have got some decent lines that they're in the middle of constructing. When they gestured at the map and those X's were like a light gray, that means they're under construction. When they're a dark gray, when they're black, they're completed, and then they make a solid black line when they're really, really done with, when they're really done for, satisfied with clearing the vegetation. So just a reminder, though, as they keep mentioning again and again at some of the meetings in a subtle manner, when you have the high winds, the lines don't mean very much, because the spot fires fly right over them. And so, I mean, the current situation there that threatens Quincy vaguely was somewhere, they said it was around 3.2 miles that embers flew right across Genesee Valley and skipped the area and lit this on fire. When here's Quincy, Quincy hasn't had to worry about Dixie fire in quite a long time, so many weeks. So everything can change. What's safe? What isn't safe? The answer is basically the for now. That's the best way to look at it. So looking at the Indian Ridge cam, there's still quite a bit of smoke, but it's less than a little bit earlier. So fingers crossed. Maybe Daniel Kearns will go live and we can look on an update. But I'm going to turn back on the Caldor fire chat real quick to see what's
Delta, picking up where we left off last night over by Buckhorn Court. Moving to the southwest, should be no impact to your operation.
Let's listen to a second, then we'll talk a bit more. So if you have some questions, put them in chat for me or my mods. Try to flag me by typing at Kathryn, and there should be like a little pop-up, especially if you're on the desktop.
Dorado group, do you copy that?
You're on Jenkins. Dave, we think we got you back there. Actually, you were just out your left door, and I'll get Steve here to talk in where he wants you. Okay, we'll get some water. Here we go.
Oopsie. Okay.
On the ground. Once you get a dip, give me a call.
So today, if you're just turning in, the reason why we're coming right back to Caldor, we sort of watched the Caldor meeting, and we just did watch the Dixie East Zone meeting, is there's a very big concern tonight for 11 p.m. when the winds reverse on the Caldor and start blowing towards the north by northwest direction. And so they've had fire climb up out of the ravine, up hills and such today as it was going with the wind. And the whole Sly Park Lake, which is slang for it, they also referred to it as Jenkins, has had fire go up in there, and they're worried that it will impact Sly Park later today, this evening around 11. So what we want to hear real quick, ideally, is how much progress they've made since they slammed this with aircraft over here and down at Omo Ranch as well, where there's a different threat, because the fire got south of the Consumnes River. I don't see any craft on it right now, but we saw most of the afternoon just tons and tons of craft. Everything from the big tankers to the S2s to a bunch of helicopters. Last night we had a bunch of nighttime water drops with Chinooks, targeting attacks of opportunity means like little fires, like little spot fires that they can put out, or maybe those threatening buildings. They went to structure protection last night, even though we know that a lot of structures continue to be lost every night. We thankfully heard about them saving many, just individually, crews on the ground, plus support from the air attack at night, which has been incredible. That's extremely rare. So right now the police are talking, so I've muted it for you guys. Unfortunately, police channels bleed into and over the top of what the pilots say, and so when they're in the middle of reading license plate numbers and such, I mute it and take the opportunity to speak with you guys. We have a lot of aircraft, some of which was in the Indian Valley, but a lot of it's down here at the French Fire by Bakersfield at Lake Isabella. So we see that most of the tankers are off of it, but the off the French Fire down there. But that's air attack up there in the Beach King. And I'm not sure what this craft is. It might be headed towards it. I don't know if that's something unrelated. But we mostly keep switching back to the cams because Wolford Heights, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, is in danger because we saw the smoke going right to it. So this is at Lake Isabella. I just want to do a quick summary. See how the smoke was blowing right towards Wolford Heights to the right. It held last night. We wondered if the town was going to be eaten up by the fire, but fingers crossed it could still hold. There's one heck of a bloody sunset there and a sort of a strawberry tone to the sunset right down there. So we'll continue to look at it. Indian Ridge here back at the Dixie is dying down compared to what we saw, and I want to look at the Quincy Radio Hill Cam too, to make sure that I'm glad that we see it dying down. That smoke plume over the last 3 hours was very concerning. We actually had double smoke plumes, one over here by Genesee, the one to the right could have also been on the other side of Genesee. So one near Taylorsville, one by Genesee, if I'm reading the landscape correctly. But look at that, nice and quiet, died back down. And we just saw that meeting, and they're just saying they're actively patrolling over there, and there wasn't too much more that they had to say. This is Elmo Ranch Road 1, so this is back at the Caldor, and there's a horrible like sound that I muted for you guys, but trust me, I'm going to turn it on as soon as they start saying something about the Caldor. So if you are just joining, 11 p.m. tonight, or 10 to 11 might be when the winds shift back around, according to Windy, where we might see some big threats to Sly Park and that area. We're hoping that they're satisfied with the amount of retardant and water that they put on the fire, and we're eager to know, whether or not they have a good feeling about it. So that's the radio we're listening to. We see some pretty dark smoke here. It's very active by Elmo Ranch Road, but the good thing about this camera angle is that most of the smoke is from the north side of the Cosumnes River. This is looking due north. I keep telling people that unless you see these actual trees on fire, things could possibly be going pretty well on the other side of this ridge, regardless of the amount of smoke.
Come back up Delta the way you flew down into Jenkins there, and I'll get you lined out. We're going to be working up Camp Creek.
Yay. So we got helicopters working at Camp Creek. And so we continue to just watch the situation. We're going to have much better views pretty soon as it goes into infrared tonight. But let's do a 3-hour time lapse of the eyes we have on the Caldor. It looked like the wind stayed a pretty solid direction towards, with the smoke and the fire blowing towards the northeast throughout much of the afternoon, which gave them some pretty good clarity for west side drops.
Division Alpha, Caldor Communications. Go ahead.
So guys, just out your left door there, they want you to try and reinforce the line there. I'll swing in behind you, but basically all along the ridge out your left door.
Copy. All 12 of our resources offline. Additionally, what command frequency are you on?
It looks like it's chewing through the retardant or heating up on that line. Just go ahead and start working that down and go downhill into that drainage is eventually where we're going to end up. And we're going to go check on retardant once you guys are lined out, and we might start putting some mud there to reinforce. Of course, we don't want to get mud in the bottom in the water, 300 feet, right? So that's the closest up to the water. Perfect.
Okay, we have a nighttime view of Sly Park here. Now,
I'll stay west of you here.
there may have been a spattering of rain last night, but not enough to matter. But I've come to the conclusion that this might be a fire suppression system that keeps putting water on this cam.
Can you confirm your command frequency?
Check the Outingdale cam. Okay.
105.
Yep, there we go. Okay. So this is west of Omo Ranch. Let's do a 3-hour. We were watching this quite a bit last night and today, and we were a little confused about the webcam. We saw, when the wind picked up last night, just thousands upon thousands of pounds of pine needles rip off the trees by Sly Park on the cam. And that was unreal. And we just watched that for hours as I kind of sat upright trying to deal with heartburn throughout the night. But the...
All right, 6147, that's the spot. We'll just keep working that down the hill into that Camp Creek drainage, and we want to take care of that piece of fire to check it up while they're completing their burn tonight. It's going to be our first mission.
Cool. So here's Camp Creek, so we're on... Looks like their strategy is to create scorched earth in front of the fire because right now it's favorable condition, as we see on the summer cam and such. The fires are going uphill. They're going uphill and with the wind, and they don't want, here's Sly Park, to be impacted by when the wind pushes it that way by 11 p.m. So I think what they're trying to do is do some control burning in between, I would imagine, this E16 and this line. We can't get exact information on that, but if they could burn that drainage off and make a little bit of scorched earth when the wind changes by 10 or 11 tonight, then they would have a much better chance of defending. So that's just my, it could be here for all I know, them burning in between areas. But the fact that they have that window of opportunity, consistent wind directions so that they can do control burns on the sides of the fire because the head of it is pointing that way right now. Moving.
Caldor Communications, Division Juliet on Command 104.
That means the sides don't spread out as much as easily, and so that would be a perfect opportunity. Perfect opportunity to do that. So let's check the cams. So here's Somerset, where we just saw the fire. We lost focus. Let's go back 1 hour. No, it was the Outingdale cam where we saw the fire. Okay, so going back here, please donate to the victims. The pinned comment has the Dixie and Caldor fires, and I want to have a link for the others, but I can't cram it in. I'm gonna mute that while it's making a. Hang on a second.
842, David 96.
You want to watch the green? The green.
Just confirming you guys were relieved at Fairplay and Omo.
April.
10-4.
Okay, do you mean this, the Cal Topo Green Fire map? Is this what you were referring to? Kathy Barr, and hi, by the way. So yeah, Jay, good night if you haven't already gone. Oops. Jennifer M, the smoke is really bad at Tahoe. Or do you guys mean the aircraft green map here? This is called Flight Radar 24. This is free. This is free. I have a silver membership thanks to your kind donations, so I can see 3D views of where the pilots are hanging out by clicking the 3D view. But you guys can see this by just going back to Flight Radar 24. Any screen that I'm looking at, you guys can always look at. I have a lot of the links in the description of this video, and this doesn't quite give you an idea of the steep and ruggedness of the terrain because it's got limitations on how sophisticated the graphics can be. Flatter means more computers can see this, and so they're trying to consider people with laptops that might not have good processing power. But it's helpful to kind of sometimes get the idea of where these craft might be working, except that kind of makes me car sick a lot. But no matter what I'm looking at, you can use links to look at the screen you want to, and still hear me if you open up a new tab. So I'll be happy to explain how to see anything that any of you guys want to be looking at. This doesn't update except once every 15 to 20 minutes. This is the GOES 17 heat detection map. And you can zoom out, and it basically does all of California. So we have the Dixie up there in the two separate zones, and all the other fires up there to the right. And we also have the Lake Isabella French fire way down there by Bakersfield. So since this doesn't update in real time, we constantly look back at it. Let's listen 1 second.
Night Ops, can you relay a message to Night Helco? Ask where we have Type 1s flying at the current time and which ships are up.
Yeah, there's Outingdale. That shows the fire west of Omo Ranch.
Okay, hopefully get it fixed, and we're going to start working out of the MRB when you come back out.
Okay, so quite active right there. Now it should be in a couple of hours when the wind shifts and blows things towards the west by northwest area. So they're working as hard as they can to kind of prep what I believe to be a sort of a scorched earth.
Notes in cap. We'll be back on our South County detail.
860-10-4.
These are live views of Pollock Pines and from
Jackson Helibase. Elko 76, ready to ground.
Here's Camino. CaminoWeatherCam.com.
Caldor Communications. Night Helco is letting you know Helitanker 47 is inbound back to Jackson with a snorkel issue they're going to try to work out.
Uh-oh. The snorkel is the hose that sucks up the water and sprays it. Thank you guys for giving me that information. So when there's water in this cam, I'm starting to think that it's more like every so often there may be a sprinkler mounted on the top of this building. We did have some.
Caldor Communications on Command 105.
We did have some precipitation on the radar last night, but nothing meaningful, unfortunately. So let's look back at our latest update from Zoom Earth. This is cool. ZoomEarth.com. Quite a lot of smoke and activity today. So let's go back in. I'm going to look at the chat. So sorry, it's a lot for me to juggle here. Did we have a West Zone, Dixie, update for the evening? Because we just did the East Zone. Did I forget something? Let's look at nice and quiet on the Dixie. We don't see that plume. Maybe it's laid down or by Indian Ridge. Can't see too much going on at the French Fire. So there's Omo Ranch. There's Somerset. I think it was, yeah, Outingdale. Let's look at this. I'm gonna look at chat, and I'm muting that scratchy thing. Going back to the chat. Omo Cam 1 starting to show flame at the peak of that ridge. Okay. That's heat. That's heat. We've been seeing a lot of that. Like, if you go to... Oh, I guess it doesn't show last night, of course, the 12-hour time lapse. But it just looked like a solid thing of white. And, you know, last night, unless I'm mistaken, I mean, I think that's mostly heat over there. But that is something concerning. Okay, once again, I'm muting that.
With Jackson Bay.
Hang on. Now, doesn't this cam show the same view but further west? So wouldn't we be looking at the heat from that? I mean, we know that starting a day before yesterday, we had in the evening the fire went and climbed or spotted over to the south side of the Consumnes, but they had already pre-made lots and lots of lines and did some work here to kind of keep it from getting too high up over the ridge. Okay, I'm muting that clicking by Omo Ranch. So we've been seeing lots of flare-ups and such just throughout last night and the night before. And but they constantly hit it with retardant and helicopter attacks. We just saw like a swarm of bees, the amount of aircraft that was over there earlier.
Copter 7-6 will be Helco with Helitankers 6-1 and 4-7. Made contact with Jackson Hell Base via phone. They'll be working Division Delta at the Jenkinson Lake area.
Copy, you've got 7-6 as Helco, 6-1 and 4-7 as tankers working out of Jenkinson Lake.
There was a flame? Okay.
That's 2022.
Now we know that there's some backfiring going on. So they're not very clear in these meetings.
On command.
And that's for a good reason. They just gesture at the west side and say we're going to try to do backfiring. It changes from one moment to the next whether or not it's appropriate. You know, they do micro burns as tests, and then they look at the wind and see what it's doing, and then they call back in and they say permission to do more, and that changes from one moment to the next whether or not it's approved. So they won't say
Delta trying to check up that line in Camp Creek. Does that sound online with what you want?
This is Camp Creek.
With with the El Dorado Group 2 or just working the line in Delta?
Okay, so the reason why they're not going to be too specific is they can't. They're not going to say we're going to do a backburn right here because it may be inappropriate and they may cancel it. They can just it's a thing of opportunity. So they'll just gesture vaguely at the map, and that can be a little bit frustrating, but it's for a good reason. They can't tell you exactly where they want to do things.
Copy. I'll switch back to air ground command. I'll be on that. Thanks.
So we'll continue to listen to how it's going at Camp Creek. And let's keep looking at Omo Ranch Road. Wish that clicking stopped. It's quite a lot of work to keep rushing back to the mute button on and off to make it so you guys can hear me clearly above the clicking, but and monitoring chat at the same time. But thank you so much for helping me keep abreast of the situation because that's quite a juggle. So if you're here with us now, right now the wind is still kind of going towards the northeast, but it'll perhaps make a run for the Sly Park area. They're working around Jenkins, and they'll have nighttime helicopter crews. It looks like the 2 Chinooks from the National Guard will probably be out. One of them may have had snorkel problems, so they are returning to base to try to figure that out. But we do see the one Chinook over there.
That up, thank you.
This is extremely rare and exciting to do nighttime drops. We probably won't be able to see a silhouette of it on the cams or anything. Unfortunately, the Sly Park cam is covered in pine needles. Otherwise, we'd be able to see the infrared. That would have been cool. So, Pollock Pines is okay right now. And looking back at chat, yeah, 6 more thumbs up needed. Yeah, if you hit the like button, it means that my video is, quote, trending. Which I don't care about, but it actually helps me reach others. The more trending a video is, the more it's suggested to more people. It's kind of like an exponential growth. So do share. The best way to help me reach others with fire survival mini advice classes that I give, fire monitoring advice I give, plus just my 2 cents on what may be happening in the radio. The way to reach others is really to share the link directly with others or on like your Facebook page or things like that. I have no time and don't even know how to promote myself and feel weird about that, so that really helps the most. But thank you for everybody who has done that. The goal is to just reach as many people as possible with the information that they need, to monitor the situation, because that's what keeps people safe, is the pertinent information as quickly as it can be provided, and that's the purpose of this stream. Unfortunately, the government doesn't do this, but heck, we could try to look after ourselves as best we can. So going back to chat. Lorna Wade, glad to see FEMA application was submitted today, though it excluded the Caldor. Yeah, I don't know how that works and why, but they apparently did do the application for the Dixie. So we look back at CalTopo every 15 minutes or so to see if there's new heat detections. These are the ones visible from the Outingdale cam on the southwest corner. I really wish they would lock infinite focus on this cam so we could see it in focus, but heck, what can we do? This is the view from the south of a similar area. Now trying to look up at let's look at see if Armstrong's gone to infrared. It has. So you can see that once we go into the nighttime view, we got a lot more clarity through the smoke about where fires are. Now, one thing I have to keep reminding people is that once it goes Wow, look at that formation of that cloud there. Once it goes into nighttime, it doesn't mean that the fire just whooshed up. It means we can now see heat, which the human eye can't see. You know, it's infrared is the spectrum the human eye can't see. It's basically the visual representation in these cams of what heat actually is. So the way a snake can kind of detect heat. So you'll see like little bits of flame and such. That's how small the flame is in reality. But when it flips over to infrared, all of a sudden it goes boom, and a blinding white woo will hit, because now we can see invisible heat. So while you lose the ability to know about flame height when it's in this visual mode, you can get a better idea because we can see through the smoke about where the heat is. Now, much of this is just hot smoke, so don't be too worried. At night, tiny flare-ups can look like gigantic flare-ups, even though, like, visually this might just be what we would see, you know, for flames. That's the heat signature rising up into the sky. And also it's light. Infrared is light. So heat and light, including, you know, city lights and headlights, will register as bright white here. So will the moon and some stars.
One able.
Hello, Tanker 6-1. Hang on a second. Let's listen. The nature of the nighttime activity of the fires is that it's wind gust driven. So you'll see whoosh flare-ups that look huge, and you might go, oh no. And then 10 minutes later, it looks really calm. And maybe for the next 20 minutes, you're like, oh, that's pretty calm. And it'll look like whoosh. You know, that's the nature of the wind gusts as we've been seeing for the past, 12 days and even prior. So don't freak out too much about these images. Same thing here at the Outingdale. If you get lost.
Pick us up. We got a spot fire we got to go find. The boys in back are putting in the coordinates right now, but we're going to be on a kind of hunter-killer mission for these spots.
Hunt and kill mission. That sounds cool. You can tell when the National Guard's talking. See how small the flames are? I mean, it kind of pushes up a little bit. But then watch the nighttime infrared, and it'll be gigantic.
This is Lima. Branch 15 on command.
Yeah. So we'll continue to watch that. These seek and destroy missions are up here for the spots that might threaten Sly Park.
It's real close to Jenkinson Dip. Bear with us and we'll try to find it here. Sounds good.
Yeah, once again, our support, all the support we can give to people who are looking here and worried about their homes. There's a lot of individual structure protection and a lot of prep they've been doing over the past couple of days in this general area in the southwest corner. So, what survives and what doesn't can just be a checkerboard pattern. So, we won't know until many days have passed, because this fire will be in this area for many more days to come. So it's a take it one day at a time thing. And it'll be quite a while before they can get a true survey in here. So he said branch 15 on command. I'm going to read chat now. Oh yes, Mr. Bruno's available for questions. Awesome. He's been amazing. Oh, you're in chat. Hey, Mr. Bruno. So let me see here. Questions. 6.
Do you guys have eyes on our laser there? Negative.
He does. Okay. Hang on. Let me
It's just
think.
at 1 o'clock low to us now. I don't know if you have eyes on us, but I'll circle around again. Don't have you here. Mike's going to get out a laser up. System pinpointing you. Mike, we having a hard time finding you the phone. I'll put your 1 o'clock low. I don't know if that helps. Okay, we got you now, Mike.
Oh, JB, sorry about that, Mr. Bruno. Okay. Let me. I think. What are my questions? I'm a little bit dizzy here.
Trees out that way. There's headlights in the trees. It's down and left. I don't know, 75 yards maybe.
Basically,
you showed me that before. I didn't really like it too
much. This is the area by Sly Park. So this is.
2 o'clock now. 2 o'clock low.
Yeah, so 11 p.m., this is what the wind is going to do. The wind's going to blow that way. So my basic questions would be, how would they defend Sly Park here? I would assume E16 would kind of be their road, and they're talking about lighting backfires. And I would assume it would be to try to get the vegetation away on these slopes, or maybe on either side of the road, so that they can hold this better. With the night crews and the dozers and those doing point structure protection. We have the fire creeping up from the south going up here. So this would be my question is, just eyeballing this as a hypothetical would be what could they do to try to protect Sly Park? So if we look at Cal Topo, I think that's one of the big questions on everybody's mind. On a seek and destroy mission, they said, here's their structures. Here's their structures here. What might be what might be their initial strategy, I guess, would be my question. So if you would like to give me a call or something, if then we could discuss that. That's basically what's on my mind at the moment. So I'm looking at the phone to see if I get a call, or if you'd like to type. I think that's just kind of what we're looking at the moment, and I'm not really talking too much. Will call? Okay, wonderful. So I don't think I have a way to share, although I do have a microphone here if he's willing to go live on the phone. I don't know. Let me answer the phone.
Right now in the IR.
at that mouth.
If it's higher point, I'll cut through the smoke where you can see that as well.
You guys left the chatter on the other channeling.
Sawtooth, hot shots. Branch 15 on command.
Sawtooth, hot shots.
I just want a quick update of what you found up there and what's your progress and stuff.
And 6-1 from Copter 7-6, just be advised, we're about 20 minutes before we have to return for fuel, and you'll have to come with us. Stand by.
Ourselves, us and Vision Lima here for a little bit. You're up at 14 or Sutter Stack, 24-1.
Checking that stuff out.
Yeah, copy.
Sherriff 4, copy, code 4.
Helco, we're going to go back and work on the original assignment. Cover that. On that one.
branch 10. Caldor Communications, branch 10. Caldor Communications, branch 10, command 104. Advising I would turn off his refrigerator. All 12-hour resources on branch 10 are off the line.
All 12-hour resources from branch 10 off the line at 2051.
Branch 15, Division Lima, command.
Lima, branch 15, go ahead on command.
They were at all the Lima resources, minus myself, and Sawtooth were off the line at 2000 en route back to camp.
In the 24-hour dozers, what are you doing with those up there?
The 24-hour dozers up top are staged up there, and they'll be up there at the 88 Milgram Trail staged, and then the ones that we left in Lima, or Juliet, are staged down at the bottom, Silver Fork and Pack Saddle.
I'll let Division Pop Juliet down here know where they're at.
Engine 353, copy. Thanks. Copy direct.
Lima, branch 15 on command. Team Division Lima, go ahead.
Hey, John, what was the strike team of Lima as a designator on them? Sounds like they might be using them down here in Juliet for tonight.
9416.
4416, and Juliet's going to probably dial them up here and get them down this way.
Good copy.
David 592, confirm you copy the caution code on VSS 229.
Yes, go ahead.
David 592, there's a caution code from X349 regarding a large marijuana grow at the property, as well as subjects that fled on foot and hit on the property upon arrival.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Monday, August 23rd, 2021. This morning's water vapor loop shows a dry southwesterly flow over California.
David 592.
David 926. I can start. We're both at Slug Gulch and Blazing Star right now.
With the RP at Somerset Store. The 20 on the residence is 6245, 6245, Rod Roll Canyon.
6-1, so are we. We're in front of you about 1 and 2 o'clock to you.
David 277, can you copy CFS 237, 237?
Descending out of 45 for 4.
Okay, 619 to base on the phone.
Base. 9 Helco 76, area ground command.
Division Whiskey, Caldor Communications, go ahead.
Alright, 10 minutes.
Division Whiskey, what we got is a 45 to 50 inch DVH tree in the very bottom of the creek that's burning and has good black around it. It is not a threat to a line.
Caldor Communications copies, down in the creek, not a threat to the line at 2102.
David 926, 10-4.
Night Operations on command. And do you still have a need for tomorrow's plan?
Affirmative. Is the single private?
I'll have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure it's agency.
I could definitely use them to put in this line tonight.
Hey, tell me when you're ready to copy. I'll give you my cell number, and then you can give me your contact information. I'm going to have him contact you direct. Five 559-285. I didn't get the last four.
512.
592858512. I'll get in touch with him right now and have him contact you direct.
Division Julia.
Tower 4, 1039.
Papa, Division Tango, command. Just inquiring on your resources for the night, where they're going to be, or if you need me to cover. And they were all 12-hour, you said? Copy.
And Papa tying in. Our left from Romeo to Papa tying into dozer line.
Okay, good job. And all your resources are accounted for and off the line? Thanks, bud. We'll see you in the morning.
Range 15, night operations, command.
Range 15.
Yeah, the identifier on that dozer is California 2140. Got a contact phone number for you of 530-519-4852.
Range 15, copy. Dozer 2140.
I'm out at the Crystal Cave Mobile Home Park talking to some people that are still behind. Two things. One, it's put a BOL out for mid-90s white Suburban that's been seen in the area. Stop and find out what they're doing here. And second, if it comes to EVACs, we're going to need to come back through here.
In the area, Crystal Cave Mobile Home Park on harness track. Repeating, BOL in the area for a white mid-90s Suburban. Seen in the area, South County near Harness, South County. Wait. Continuing, near Perry Creek Road and Whistler Way, with seen drays in the area multiple times. If located, stop and ascertain their purpose.
South County unit, that's in the area Grizzly Flat. X3459, David 952. We're on fair play. 10-4, I just got a call from Chief 8600. He caught some media folks up in Grizzly Flat walking around houses. They're in a small white four-door sedan. If we can contact them and advise them to stay away from people's homes, that would be appreciated.
Stay firm. Do we have a location, street location?
They're the last seen headed towards Grizzly Flat Road, probably to come back down.
10-4.
Caldor Communications, Division Tango, come in.
Division Tango, Caldor Communications, go ahead.
All the day, Tango resources are off the line.
David, 59210.
Caldor Communications, go ahead.
day resources have been released from Juliet.
2133.
Night operations, branch 30. I hope it'll just be a couple turns for the copters. Slow down the fire, help reduce the threat.
Helco nut.
last unit is David 592.
Hey, firm, I was a white sedan, Grizzly Flat near Rocky Bar Road.
Step to Division Fox standby. We'll get back down to you in Delta. Hey, firm, be there in 2 minutes.
Branch 1 not up on command.
Correct. The aircraft you have working on Delta down to Whiskey, he has a impending structural threat.
Yeah, they pulled off our area for a fuel cycle, I believe. They haven't been working for several times now.
Now, so it'll be a while till you get them back. As soon as he releases them, we'll get them back up to you.
Okay, friends, I am off the phone.
Copy, thank you.
I always answer the phone when JB calls. He's so awesome. He is the retired fire chief who has taken the time out of his day several times a day to answer my questions about fire and get his take on things. So that was a lengthy conversation, but it was a really good one. So very sorry I haven't looked at chat or anything. I was taking 4 pages of notes again. So, but that's one of the things that I love is people coming into chat and saying, how can I help? And when they have expertise, you know, I am all ears. So what we were talking about was everything from the questions that I had from other viewers, like fortifying your home. What are good things to do to try to prevent fire? Also to you saw me clicking around on these links. He was showing me what I had trouble finding was the North Ops 7-day potential outlook that comes out every day. And this was such a weird, hard to navigate website. It's kind of a maze. I finally have found it. So he was explaining the color code here and how there's different winds and different there's a key on some other page, I'm sure. But brown is like warm and dry weather, and sometimes they'll have lightning bolts when lightning is expected. It's the 7-day outlook for the different areas, including, you know, North Coast, Bay Marine, Diablo, Santa Cruz Mountains, Sacramento Valley, and the foothills, which is NCO 5. So just hot and dry. And then you have your summary down here, and this is what the fire crews are looking at every day. There's 2 main places where the weather is forecast for fire, Redding and Riverside. So this are pretty dang good tools. Also, there's every day this 3-minute or so video where they do the weather briefing that we could watch, and I muted it because I didn't know if the radio for Caldor was talking over it or not. But this is something that the fire crews and such look at every day. So Let's listen a second to Caldor. And I'm going to look at the chat. Is there a different camera I should be looking at, or any new development I should know, since I couldn't hear a thing while I was on the phone? Did anybody need to be banned or misbehave or something? Sorry if somebody did. Here's a troll. I'll just ban that person. So there we go. Thanks all for being here. I see some people had to go to bed and I didn't see. Going up through the chat. Yeah, I don't know that I missed any specific questions. Oh, Cheryl, hey, welcome. Glad you got new equipment. Impressive services doing for the communities, but I try. Looks like the aircraft has left the Caldor. Did they lose visibility, or are both of the choppers down? I knew one of them had a snorkel problem. Are they waiting? Are they waiting to come back to the Caldor? I was hoping they would. It looks like they've got clear skies for at least part of this. Here's Outingdale, which went out of focus.
Hey, Whiskey. Come in.
Now, Whiskey is east of Omo Ranch Road, I think. East, right side of here.
Communications like to request for food units to hold 21 meals. All resources should be there no later than 22:30.
Okay, they're ordering their meals. Okay.
Hey, Whiskey, I copy it. 2146.
Now, even though the winds will be blowing...
Communications correction on that time, no later than 2300.
All right, nobody's ordering milk tonight. That's one of the funnier things that happens during meal orders. Is like, we need 27 Gatorades, 30 meals, and 2 milks. Every once in a while, that's pretty funny, but no milk tonight. So, as I was saying, the wind should significantly die down. We are having 25 to 20 mile an hour wind gusts, and that's why you saw it traveling, all that smoke and big columns today towards the northeast. And they were very concerned for Sly Park. And so around Jenkins Lake, they were working all afternoon, slamming this with aircraft and doing some backburns exactly where we can't exactly know. Hang on.
315 on command 104.
These will be the winds at 11 p.m., but only 9 miles per hour gusts, which is great. Half the speed of earlier and presumably less often. And that's what we're kind of waiting for, is what is the fire going to do?
Go ahead for 9416 Lima.
The fire's all up in here somewhere.
Hey, how you doing over there? You find a insertion point in section 11 or 12?
That's negative. We went up as far as we could, and it just kind of petered out. I know the horseshoe hotshots were kind of looking around, trying to find a spot for us as well.
Okay. Can't find a fire to fight. That sounds good. Sounds like it's dying down a little bit.
Copy. Is that going to be in section 11 or 12?
I don't know what section that is.
Stand by for a second.
That's not the right fire. I see divisions and such all the time, but not sections. That's the harder thing to find. So let's listen a moment. Okay. Mystery hotspot at Taylorsville. Watching it? Really? Okay. Mystery hotspot? I don't see anything different. Is that Indian Ridge Cam, or like were you seeing it here?
Yeah, it'd be the top of section 11, the bottom of section 2.
If anybody knows where to get a section map, that would be awesome for both the Dixie and the Caldor. I just see divisions.
So we do have line from Cody Meadows to that 11-2 break.
Okay, so Cody Meadows.
Okay, you say there's line from where we were today?
It's just infrared.
We're still working up in section 30, working into the Cody Dip area.
Oh. By Strawberry, okay. Now a big challenge as the fire
And
gets...
additionally, I don't know if you can relay into the private dozers in Division Lima. Those 4 cats we're going to be utilizing in Division Juliet. You can get a hold of them, have them come over into Juliet if possible.
Oh, it's on topo maps.
That copy. Drop point 23, does that work for you?
I was going to have them work with you.
Right, okay. Section townships. Okay. Now, what I was drawing here was the big threat. If you turn on shaded relief, you can kind of see better the slider of how challenging that would be should the fire get, well, right where the hot spots are showing, how the embers could rain right down on, is it Sciots Camp or Sciots Camp? And Strawberry. And so we're seeing it approach there closer and closer. Now, I don't know how much of this might be their firing ops on purpose, or how little of it, or how much of it is the moving fire. We have a cam over at, of course, the Sierra Tahoe with trees in the way.
Hey, go ahead for 60 Lima.
Engine 86, Medic 89, Medical 1535, Terracina Drive, Custom Borders Drive, 2152.
Okay. Yeah, every township. Okay. They lost the line at Pack Saddles Pass today, Mark Sorensen says.
Not at this time. I don't have a visual on it.
I think we might be looking at the spot. The spot over 50. The camera pivoted. But I can't tell. It could actually be like this, that. So I would expect the spot to perhaps be that, and this, if this is the 50 down here, if you locals can help me with that, this viewpoint. It's a bit hard to figure out. So, yeah, the big glow is the main fire south of 50. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because this might be the ridge, although it could be like smoke, and I would see like 50 is down here, going through the middle of that stuff. And it's hard to understand if like the spots up here, spots there. It's kind of hard to see there. But we really don't have too many.
286. Any one of your units to go to Slug Gulch and Perry Creek, and the other one at Omo and Fairplay Road, break. That is Slug Gulch, Perry Creek, and Omo Ranch, Fairplay Roads, to relieve the units there.
Okay, that's the night shift changing from day. Lorna, wait, are there any cameras that show the Kirkwood area? Yeah, let's see. I don't know where Kirkwood is, so we can find out. But I don't know what the mystery spot is by Taylorsville that you guys were thinking. I don't see one. This has been the same for hours.
PD1, you copy?
Elk Grove PD2, we copy, and we'll relay the message to PD1. Can you turn in the location, Sal?
Oh, Kirkwood.
Amber. Slug Gulch, Perry Creek Road, Omo Ranch Road, Fairplay Road, break. That is Slug Gulch Road, Perry Creek Road, and Omo Ranch Road, Fairplay Road.
I see. Well, they've got a lot of water here.
Copy. PD2 will go to that second location, and one will go to the first.
Copy.
If they wanted to do individual structure protection, there's a nice convenient lake for helicopters to help out if smoke didn't get in their way. So it's on the doorstep, though. I mean, it really is. For the most part, the winds are driving it towards the north and slightly to the east, and then expanding on the southwest and the northwest on occasion. Because of the strange, wind tunnel factor here, we saw a little bit of a surprise that the last few days, this is kind of generally the way the wind blows during the day, and then at night it just sort of does this. But even during the day, we saw this blowing to the west because it's going in the canyons. And so if I had to hazard a guess about what's meteorologically going on here, is that, the wind blows across these, and at some points it just kind of runs into a wall and will split off and run through the canyons. And we had a trident kind of split in wind directions throughout much. Okay, that is supposed to be an arrow. Throughout much of the fire's history. The Caldor fire is still young. It feels like we've been here for a lifetime, but it's just been a couple of days, if you can believe it. So I'm very impressed with their ability to hold 50 so far, as well as they have, with just this one major spot over it. That's been very good work and very favorable, better than expected kind of weather at some points in time. We've taken a lot of loss in the interior here, and we see sometimes a loss of hundreds of structures per night, which is so devastating. But we've had the midnight miracles happen again and again, where there's just breaks in the weather at night that allow them to pounce on spots. The amazing air tanker action at night, which is absolutely, it's not unprecedented, but extremely rare. The National Guard doing that. Cal Fire bought a whole bunch of really fancy Blackhawks and such, which are supposed to do night ops. And one of the things that JB, who I was on the phone with, was telling me is that they can't actually fly at night on the fires yet because they're still getting pilot certs for that. It takes quite a long time to train for night ops. It's extremely dangerous. So that'll be something that we can look forward to next year. But pretty much the National Guard is the only one doing the 9 apps for the day. They're trying to get as many online as they can. Hercules C-130 planes can be converted pretty easily into a tanker. And that's called MAFS. So they have been doing that. We've been seeing more
Fire activity is moderated. We picked it up with dozers. You can cancel our request for the air support.
Nice. Maybe we'll have another Midnight Miracle. Okay, so they're running a plate right now. I'm going to mute the police. But the reason I'm saying Midnight Miracles is if we had had high winds, red flags, 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts, I don't think we would have a South Tahoe anymore by this point. We have really, really lucked out on the weather, as bad as the losses have been. It could have reached Tahoe within just a couple days of starting if it was the red flag 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts during the day. 50 would have been no factor. We would have seen it marching north past the lake by now. And that's a really scary, truth. We might be hearing about a battle at Carson City by now if we had worse weather. I mean, what if we had a series of thunderstorms come by and lightning strike the whole area? We fingers crossed, have had some luck from Mother Nature. It's one of those. It's not terrible. It's not great. Just to quote the Chernobyl meme, the running gag from that show. But that actually is a fair assessment. It's not terrible. It's not great. So Thursday and Friday, we're going to have triple-digit temperatures again. I think on the Caldor, which I didn't see, but I was warned. Maybe that's just the Dixie, because I don't see that for the Caldor. I mean, I think who was talking about was the Dixie, but I don't see that for the Caldor. 91 degrees and such. That's still pretty dang hot for the Tahoe area. But on the Caldor, the winds gusts are in the orange instead of being in the red and the purple. Relative humidity will be a huge determining factor on spread, and we've had decent amounts of it. In the 20s and 30s is still not great, but it's not the terrible teens and the terrible single digits, which is how we saw the explosive growth of the Dixie fire with a 100,000 acre spread in 24 hours. That was 35 to 45 mile-an-hour wind gusts and 9% humidity. So just fingers crossed that it's at least not terrible for the foreseeable future, because what they really need is time. They need time to make their lines, time to clear the vegetation, to make them much more sturdy. Time to prep structures for protection and burn off fuels around individual structures, which is what they're doing. And most of all, they need time for the rest of the nation to donate some equipment and some people, because you can't just say pull people off the Dixie. They're exhausted. It's starting to reach the point in time, JB was saying on the phone, where crew exhaustion is going to cause mistakes and perhaps fatalities. So the tired people make mistakes. Tired people are the ones that wreck their car on very familiar roads, when they near their home, because they push themselves to drive for 18 hours at a time instead of taking a break. I'm almost home, and that kind of deal. So it's we've had injuries today and yesterday. It's just a sketchy situation that's incredibly dangerous. So the fact that they were canceling air support right now and saying that we can handle something with dozers, just fingers crossed we have another couple of quiet nights before things might change. So I'm going to go looking back at the chat. But this is a terrifying fire that could be way worse. I mean, way worse right now. We just hope that they can get a good handle on things before our next really high wind event. Everything is a race against time before the next high wind event, because everything that you do weeks of making lines and prepping could be completely irrelevant if there's a 4-mile or 5-mile spot where just one little flaming branch, just one little ember can go up into one of those pyrocumulus clouds, rain down 5 miles away, and you start over. You start over making lines, well, maybe 20 miles down the line, or 18, anticipating the fire to go that way. So, yeah, we don't even hear about the minor injuries like sprained ankles and such. I mean, we had 2 people air ambulance evacuated today, one on the Dixie and Caldor. So Dusty Smoke says, here's the only nearby camp I could find on the monument near Hayfork. Yeah, we were watching the Hayfork camera survive night after night. So the little town of Hayfork is constantly in danger, but year after year they save it. I would love to know what their strategy is and how they do it. But you see all the trees burned up by the Hayfork cam. The flames are licking at the cam. A couple of nights ago, we were going, go camera, go. There's two different Hayfork cams. I mean, they're still talking about police chatter on the Caldor. Otherwise, I'd flip to it. But yeah, we'll continue to monitor that as best we can too, and we are concerned for Wolford Heights quite a bit as well. So let me go back to the chat. Did I miss? I'm sure I missed some questions and people pointing out stuff. So Matt McKay, I think it's possible the fire misses South Lake City to the south, or they keep it to the south. It goes east to Kirkwood, Alpine County, and the Tamarack Scar. Well, yeah, the Tamarack. That's what we were discussing the other day, is because the wind tunnel effect here, we have 50. And so we've already seen it kind of go through tunnels. We could see something like this. I could see them going structure protection and just kind of running back and forth along South Lake Tahoe in this area right here, has embers and such rain on it, and just trying to let it kind of go past, or let it kind of go past on each side. If it reaches past 50, they'd probably have raging spot fires in the little vegetation islands in the desolation wilderness. But as soon as smoke would clear, or through the night, I could imagine helicopters splashing it and kind of getting rid of it if that at all is possible. But you know what? I don't know that the wind blows. We would have to have several days of flat due east winds to get to the Tamarack Scar, and I don't see that we have a lot of that. It's mostly just in this direction. So, but anything can happen with the wind. We just don't have a lot of alignment too much with wind / canyons. So we have too much of them going like straight north. I'm not saying that it can't, but of course these things can make their own weather. With the Tamarack, we saw it trying to go due north, and it suddenly did veer off to the east with a couple of days of freak weather. So it's very possible. We had the home videos from Iceman, also known as Cogito. He's one of the regulars here. He went over and took a drive all the way through here to this area, and this looked primed and ready, extremely steep, rugged. It was a miracle that they stopped a fire right here. With the Tamarack, and it mainly probably was because the wind just shifted to the east at that point. It's very possible. We do have, this sort of a gap. We've got these gaps, and so I'm particularly worried about this, and particularly worried about Sierra Tahoe. The flanks of fire. Here's its ugly head. The flanks of fire and the heel are where they have a lot of hope, because that's slower spread on the sides, So going back up at the chat, there's Caldor's being silent right now. Let's go back up. Tracy and Doug P. Sierra Tahoe cam shows Highway 50 on the right and the large northeast red spot on the middle southwest of the Strawberry Station near Creek. Okay, so let's go back, and I want to orient myself. Thank you so much for taking the time to help me. That was Big Hill. Okay. So here at Sierra Tahoe, you're saying 50 is on the right. Okay, I'm going to draw a colored pen, and you can, I'm imagining 50 is in between lower here on the ridge. Or am I wrong about that one? Because the big thing here is south of 50, right? So it's 50 where the blue is that I'm about to draw. It's 50 behind the ridge over that way. Because I can't tell where exactly the ridge is as it disappears into the smoke. I'm trying to figure out if this is climbing the ridge. This could be just a backfire, you know, it could be part of their firing ops, or it could be that spot. Yeah, the spot that did go over 50 that's kind of stuck there. The 50 on the right, large northeast red hotspot, is in the middle southwest of Strawberry Station near Station Creek. So are we looking at the spot, or are we looking at the main? 50 is to the right, so
1641 Shadydale Lane, south of Lumen Road, 2210.
oh, they're saying there's a medical call. Okay. Twin Bridges is in the center. You know, Twin Bridges, though, I don't think can be seen. See the general view angle? Twin Bridges, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that right here? Isn't that Twin Bridges? I use the eraser. The Dusty Smoke says the Biglow, pretty sure that's the head of the Northeast fire. It's been very hot all afternoon. Okay. And it's south of 50. Yeah, this is very hard cam for me to orient myself with. That's Twin Bridges. Well, where? So the viewfinder is not always on target. Yeah. But when you say that's Twin Bridges, you know, maybe you need to say like where the blue arrow was, because there's a delay in what you see between what I speak about. So I can't line up, and a delay between when you type. So it's the top of Kingshare, right? Yeah, we don't have we don't exactly know what we're looking at, I guess. So going back up to the chat, one up there, less than an acre. Angela's National Forest, is that a new fire or something, guys? What are we talking about there? I'm going back up. Trying to look at as much as I missed. Somebody was saying something about, are we worried about Hayfork itself? Uh-oh. It's picking up in Hayfork right now. Chris Bad, yeah, thank you for the compliment. Yeah, you can't you can't post links unless you're a mod, Chris. So if you want to tell me what the site's called, I can Google it. Going back up to the chat. Sorry, I missed a lot. I'm doing my best here. There's absolute silence on the Caldor fire right now. Going up. Let's look at what's going on at Hayfork. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. A spot near Taylorsville. I don't see any new heat detection, period. There's our Weaverville, isn't it? I hate map builder topo. Let's go to open a street map. I hope it's not in Hayfork. They've been doing night after night great protection of the town. And yeah, I can see that we've got heat detections there. See how the terrain is for Hayfork. The fire history for the region is it has a tendency to kind of go past and spot over it, and they protect individual structures pretty well in the last couple of years, as it's been threatened again and again every year. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to continue to do what they do over there. If you wanted to listen to what might be going on, isn't that Shasta SHU on Broadcastify, where there's usually Monument and McFarland information? We could try switching to that.
Off of Jackson inbound for Helco, 3000. Any aircraft up, please advise.
It's JetBlue. Hey, they're coming back. Yay!
Caldor fire, rotor Victor 12637. Caldor Helco inbound for Helco on the Caldor. Aircraft advice.
Yay! At least good news on the Caldor down there. So, Max Sorensen says they lost the light.
Caldor fire traffic helicopter, or Helco inbound for Helco on Caldor off Jackson. 3600 inbound for Helco, Caldor. Any aircraft up advice.
That's where they lost the line? Okay. I was sad hearing that, but why didn't they say that on their briefing? Was it beyond 5 p.m.? Or did we just miss too much of the briefing? I mean, they just vaguely gestured at the map a lot. Dusty, if I zoom further on the CalTopo, you can see the sections. Awesome, thanks. Going back up there. Let's see. Scary Jennifer M. That the Caldor was less than 10 miles away from 88 Silver Lake. Washoe County and Reno canceled school today due to the smoke. Yeah, I can't imagine. Routine stuff. Thanks, Smitty. Nothing to worry about when I was on the phone. Okay. Going back up. Going back up. Okay. Let's listen to them. Zoom Earth. Yeah, okay. We'll look back at it. Okay, here's our Zoom Earth.
Can you route me another unit an open door?
Go for it. A4. David, 950, can you start?
Yeah, poor Carson City is like sucking on a tailpipe right now. That's smoke.
Central 950, yes, traffic to me.
A firm, can you start towards Esther 04? He's at 2958. Correction.
It's police stuff.
He's at 3598 Spirit. Has an open door at the residence. Can you start?
What is that? What's southeast of Vacaville?
50, 10 point.
what is going on by Vacaville? Did something happen while I was sleeping? I don't see a heat detection. But what is on that?
Division Alpha, Elko, Air to Ground Command.
The heck is that? That's rain. Oh God. Okay. Oh, I had the rain button checked. Okay.
Operations Elko, Air to Ground Command.
Oh, okay. Heart attack avoided. All right. That's all we needed was more crap like that. Okay, here's the fires. Okay, we got it. And so you could choose between fire and rain. Oh, that's cool. So here's rain. Not enough to matter, but... Oh.
Operations, Elko on command.
Okay, shows up in the Doppel, yeah. Here's wind, okay, that's neat. So it looks like it's 10:20 p.m. We've got a bit of the wind reversal already in progress. Where it'll be pointing towards Sly Park, but at only 9-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And right now it seems to be kind of died down, buying them some more time. We've got at least one of the nighttime helicopters on the way to help protect it. And we've got a webcam to continuously look at for Sly Park, like we did last night.
Elko, 9 Ops in command. Were you calling 9 Ops? Yeah, affirmative. Just wanted to let you know that we're up with one helitanker. We'll be working branch 30, the Whiskey Alpha Break area.
Okay. You can zoom in as well? Oh, okay. Cool. Nice. Let's look at our cams. We should still...
Alpha, Elko, Air Ground Command.
We care about the French fire too. Be right back. I'm going to get a drink and refresh myself.
Branch 1, Elko, Air to Ground Command.
Lima, Branch 15 on command. .9416 Lima, Branch 15 on command.
Do you have us in sight?
Firm, you just flew over?
Is this what you're looking at? We were thinking about just anchoring into this upwind edge and start working it east to west.
You gotta do it. I was just trying to move some resources out of that east end.
The stuff that's running on the north side of Slug Gulch, you guys are just letting that clean up. That's the other branch and division.
Firm on the north was an operation this evening.
Good copy. Could you relay to Division Alpha or some branch 1 that we need if they could get a dip site monitor into the ridge dip? Tried them a couple of times, can't raise them. Dollar Tanker 61, yep, on 12637. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, the stuff at our 12 low, we're looking at just trying to work across the top of it, probably start upwind and taking it from east to west. Okay, yeah, same as last night, east to west, on up down, with no laser at it now. Yep, your discretion on direction. The line's clear. There are some personnel off those roads that are just out in front of the fire.
south of that fire's edge. Okay, copy that. And not sure about ridge. If it looks open to you guys, I know it's starting to smoke out that way. We can go take a look for you if you want. Yeah, I'm just going through the left hand down the ridge in there. Have a look. And Helitanker 61, don't forget about that tower. Yeah, we saw it on the way past. Thank you.
Two 277 10
That's our 4 weeks and a half, negative code 33.
SR 410-4.
Okay. All right. I'm going to mute that since they're not really talking too much. Okay. So there's a Tracy and Doug P. Great view on the ridge, Grizzly Flat Road, and Rocky Bar, which is in the canyon. Thanks. Yeah. Isn't this cute? So it's, of course, way steeper and more rugged, and that's not a plane. That's a helicopter. Okay, Branch 15 on command. Let's listen. Yeah. This is a helicopter. See, they sometimes screw up the plane model. It's that's the helicopter. That's the individual craft. You have the registration number, serial number. It's 36 years old. It's flying at 3,125 feet at a rate of 15 miles an hour. And don't be too concerned if these things run into the ground and stuff, because this Flight Radar 24 is tracking their transponder data, and it goes through a whole bunch of different computer systems to reach us. And any little burp and hang up means that it would like stop and start. To make a smooth animation, they actually
Branch 15, 9416 Lima.
The program tries to predict where the plane was going based on its last.
We'll get a hold of the private dozers on Division Lima.
Yeah, there's two of the dozers that are with me right now.
Anyway, it'll try to predict where they are.
Okay, I have the two private dozers that are with you, 223 and 22. I'm inquiring about the dozers on the 204 for Division Lima. You have an ENF and then the other private below.
I wish it wouldn't sway. The swaying is what makes me ill. So if they nosedive.
Send in Juliet training got some information that we gathered on that spot. Appears to be it's the actual head of the fire. And if you still have those hotshot crews down there, there are some trees across the roadway. Maybe they can open up if they feel comfortable.
That copy. And just for your info, I'm going to move the transports that are parked where they've been parked. I'm going to move them back down the road into the black. The fire is making a pretty good progress on the riverside.
Uh-oh.
Affirm. Intel I gathered is in section 10, and that we're looking at it. 24D road. That is going to be the road that needs to be opened up. We need access that at all.
Okay. So section 10 to 24D road. Fire's making a run. So here's looking at the Outingdale cam, which I put on to play here for you guys. We've just experienced the wind shift, I believe, which, yep, I think we can
Alpha. Alco.
see it here. The wind shift will be blowing fire towards the northwest. West by northwest. Hang on. Yeah, the choppers and the sludge gulch working the consumed. Now, were they talking about the consumed? Where is section 10? And where I know that we can zoom in on scanned topos. And you see section stuff. So each township, it was explained to me, and I failed to write it down. Each township has divisions and sections, right? So do we have just an El Dorado County township map?
The north side of Slug Gulch, Rocky Gulch Road, and then also it's active bumping up into the Grizzly Flats.
Well, he also just
Dying out or moderating when it gets off the slope.
Okay, I don't need an ancient map. I was just hoping there would be an easier, for the love of cars.
Moving back and forth between Whiskey and Alpha, we will.
Yeah, that's not particularly helpful.
Screwing that road name up, Rocky Bar Road. It looks like just a four-wheel low road. And it comes off Grizzly Flats. Diamond Railroad grade, I don't know if that's a real street name, but that looks like anything off that has potential.
Okay. Yeah, so he just explained what we need to look for. Cool. But I would like a general map like that. That doesn't have extraneous, weird little lakes and stuff like that. So I can just quickly reference. Somebody knows a good site for that. Because this still confuses me a little bit that there's 23s here, 24s there, and then 24s elsewhere. And what I would like to do is zoom out and just see the big numbers for quick reference. If somebody has a map link, that would be really cool. So here's your Slug Gulch. Slug Gulch. Boo Bear?
Dies out as it hits the flats in your burn operation.
The head dies down the slope as it gets to Grizzly Flats on your operation. Okay, sorry that was muted for you guys. I didn't know that. You're probably like, what the heck is she saying?
We won't drop on your firing. We'll have ground contact in there that's doing the firing.
Here's the individual talking. He's cruising Omo Ranch.
Copy all.
We only heard one half the conversation anyway, so Boo Bear? Really? It's called Boo Bear. That's adorable. Okay, so what he was saying was 24D Road, Section 10. Hot shots should respond to there if they're still in the area to open up some trees. Rocky Gulch Road up to Grizzly Flats is where the fire is making a run. Rocky Bar Road to Grizzly Flats is where they were trying to do some firing, I believe, in there to prevent that run from being worse. And so they were inquiring about, do you need assistance with their firing ops with the air, which would, if they had air support there, that would help give them more confidence that it would be successful with controlling, that situation. So we're hearing there's just two helicopters there. The air attack is in this small guy, and he'll be directing things. And then one of the Sikorsky's is in operation. The other one seemed to have had a snorkel problem, and that hopefully they'll troubleshoot and get it back up in the air. So they've got several different areas that they're. Oh, Helco 6-1. Let's listen. What do you say?
Thanks, what?
Maybe too small for you to read, but that's the end of his.
Traffic for Helco on airground tactical. Go ID and go ahead.
His call sign. Let's listen.
211, appreciate it. Thanks, Ridge, tip site monitor. 6211, it's not known. That's a Helitanker 6-1. It'll be the only one that's using Ridge tonight.
ArcGIS web application structure status data set. Yeah, I try not to look at those.
Yeah, it's really just monitoring them in and out of the dip, and if you see any problems with the aircraft, just advise us. And I don't have air to ground tactical in scan, so if you can hit me on air to ground command.
Oh, to find roads. Okay. Oh, I thought you meant to.
Helitanker 6-1 for any advisories, hazards, or anything. Get them on air to ground tactical. But if you need to get a hold of me, you switch over to command, and I'll come back to tactical for you.
Okay. So we're trying to monitor a couple of situations, but it's hard to do a summary when I have to pause to listen, because what they're doing is trying to figure out where to put the nighttime Helotankers, one of which seems to be down for maintenance. The other one's just arrived in the area. They did call for air support, then they said, never mind, it's looking better. And they just described where they're doing fire ops and where the fire is making runs. And so we in order to see what the fire is doing, you can turn on the goes live, but just because you don't see a hot spot in that area, it doesn't mean it isn't doing something. This only comes around like every 20 minutes or so, so real-time radio can tell you what's going on before these things even update. And so you have to remember to look at the time, when did the GOES 17 come around. And you can have a 40-minute delay between when you see something on GOES, because it can go like this. Like, say it shows up, right now it's 10:39, right? So they just radioed in that it's running, somewhere along Slug Gulch, right? And so they seem to be having a good handle on it and asking for hot shots to do a particular thing. But the idea is, say,
Whiskey, Helco Air Ground Command.
hang on a second.
Branch
30. Are you guys burning out along Stinson Way? Just copy that. I want to make sure that's not any burnout, main fire.
Okay. So explaining the delay factor here, this is why you have to monitor different sources. The radio is the most important one. That's live. And the GOES is making a pass within 20-minute intervals generally. So basically you have to look at this. So now it's 10:40. Say at 10:39 the satellite comes over, right? 10:40 they say the fire starts making a run. And 20 minutes later the satellite comes back. It's just a hypothetical situation. Now the fire still isn't big enough. It has to be at least an acre, usually like 4, blazing up fiercely to trigger a heat detection from space. So say it's just running up in a straight line up like a waterfall area or something, right? A wooden staircase to a waterfall observatory. I'm just making stuff up off the top of my head. Say it's running up there in a straight line that's not really big enough to be detected from space. So the second pass has nothing either. So the third pass, which is a full 40 minutes later from the first one, is when it finally shows up because it gets big enough. Well, but listening to the radio, we knew about it 39 minutes prior. So that's one of the things you have to keep in mind. What the heck is that? That's... Please get a new radio or headset. Whatever pilot that is. Okay, sorry, let's go back to chat. We were trying to figure out what was going on with Hayfork. It's not looking at the town. I don't know that we can ever really see the town. I mean, it's on the slopes above it. Oh, this one is. This one's looking sort of that direction, but dang tree in the way. So don't ask me why they mount these cameras so that obstructions are in view and they're on the lower sides of hillsides and stuff. It just seems like nonsense to me, so I wish we could see what's going on at Hayfork. We could listen to Shasta SHU to see if we could have, if anybody could check that on Broadcastify to see if there's a way to listen to the fires on the West Coast. That would be really cool. So if you just got here, we've got a situation. Yeah, my pleasure. If you guys have questions about the tools I'm using, that's teaching you guys how to monitor fire for yourself is the goal here. I don't want to be a reporter. That's never anything I wanted to do. I want to teach people how to be safe, and all these tools are free. You got questions, I got answers.
Helco position check.
So I find this very helpful because when they say it's off my 2 o'clock, if you know who's talking, well, like his 2 o'clock would be at this point, right? And there's always an air attack guy who's calling the shots, and he's the one doing air traffic control. And they usually fly a Beach King or some other little aircraft like that. It's unusual for them to be in a helicopter, but in this terrain, not too surprising. So this is the one night after night that's air attack, and he does the majority of the, directive, authoritative kind of speech. And he's got a good sense of humor, which is great. He's pretty funny sometimes. He's like, helicopter, what you doing over there? You told me to be over there? Oh, right, that's right, I did. Okay, I forgot. So these guys are great. They're so happy to be doing their jobs. It's stress relief to hear them joking and such. Even though it's extremely dangerous flying, some of the world's dangerous stuff, they're happy-go-lucky, and they talk about, hey, can I save that house over there? And they're like, yeah, go ahead. Roger. Hats off to their chipper attitude. So, yeah, people ask me, what's the containment on this and that? Nothing until 100%. I mean that with all seriousness. Containment is nothing until 100% in this extreme drought environment. You can be a lot more and more confident as a fire cools down by some of their very strong lines that hold for weeks. But every single stump, every single tree in the root system can be some smoldering stuff. You have another red flag day, and almost anywhere that fire's been since July, you could have something fan back up to life, throw an ember somewhere from a one tree that didn't fully ignite, and then have it spot 5 miles away. So where you have the most confidence, though, is where it's kind of just been eating its own fuel source for weeks. But we had, a very high percentage of containment, like 39% on the Dixie, and they even went to meetings every other day, guys. And they started shutting down some of their command posts that day, and repopulating Greenville and letting thousands of people right back into the area when we had one red flag day that increased the perimeter, the square acreage by 100,000 acres in a single 24-hour period. And we almost had we really could have had a mass fatality event at Greenville. It's just a miracle we didn't. If they didn't drop all that retardant and slow it down, the previous night when we saw live on the stream, we could have had dozens of people killed. I mean, firefighters had to run away from their own fire trucks that burned up in Greenville. So please don't give too much of a darn about containment percentage. They even say it, and it's not just me. That wind can blow firebrands across their lines for long-range spotting. We just saw a fire, starting to threaten Quincy again. That was like somewhere between a 3.2 and 4 mile long-range spot. And we hadn't been worried about Quincy for weeks, so hopefully they'll hold it up in the Grizzly Peak area in Plumas County, not to be confused with Grizzly Flats here in Caldor. So the public unfortunately equates containment percentage with progress, and you shouldn't, because we had 39% Dixie containment, and then it went down to 15 by the next morning. So the same thing happened with the mass fatality event of last year with the bear fire that started by Bucks Lake. 68% containment. A lot of people didn't evacuate Brush and Berry Creek when they wanted to. Changed their minds when they saw the containment percentage jump up and went, oh, that's cool. They woke up with their homes on fire and tried to flee and didn't. We're not able to. So please, let's keep spreading that message. It's a day by day kind of a thing that we have to consider, and CAL FIRE keeps saying in an all too subtle way that things can go past the lines, and it's a start over. 2 weeks of work can be completely eliminated by one little fiery stick flying a couple miles past the line. So going back here, edits 26. I'll be optimistic once we get to 69% containment. Now, I remind you, this is a family-friendly channel. If that was a subtle joke. Going back up. Sometimes goes is at a 5-minute interval, but that could be for different... Hang on.
I moved him over to Aragon Tactical. Sorry for that. sorry, I had the wrong switch on. I was talking to you before, that's good.
Okay, so we have to pause it for whenever they're talking. But going back up there, I mean, that was 68% on the, I believe, on the Bear Fire when it erased 2 towns and killed and expanded rapidly into Plumas County, and that was last year's nightmare. So containment does not mean security, and it does not mean progress either. It's not until 100. So the Outingdale has the best view right now. Okay, let's look at Outingdale. Sarah Tahoe is just looking. Oof. But as I warn people, and as JV and other fire experts say, you won't be able to tell the difference between their firing ops and natural spread of the fire. They are doing some ops tonight. It'll be as they take little tiny sections and constantly monitor the weather and contact the meteorologist saying, should we fire this little section we prepared? Yes, no? And they'll do a little bit and it'll blaze up good, probably because it hasn't seen fire at all. And it might be right next to the main one. It might be ahead of it. We can't tell the difference. If they talk about it on the radio, we can hear. But other than that, we kind of don't know what happens. And reminder, a lot of this is heat and not flames. We lose the ability to tell the difference after night when it goes into the infrared. So looking back at the chat, does anybody have a specific question? Yeah, we won't have any sense of security until there's heavy rains and perhaps the snow. We got a long way to go. So looking back at chat, did anybody have a particular question for me before I try to find some cams? Has anybody seen the interviews with retired Petaluma Fire Captain John Lord? Nope, I have not. Shasta County Broadcastify. Okay, is anybody, 3 Winters, is anybody talking about hay fork on that cat, on Shasta? Yeah, we've seen a lot of this fire being here today, running up the
Camp Creek area by Jenkins.
Okay.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, they're gonna go take a look at Camp Creek area by Jenkins. This is the effort all day they have been making to protect Sly Park. So they inspected the Omo area and west of Grizzly Flats. So that's where they're headed. So that will be very good to figure out what's going on over there. Going back, looking at chat. And Boo Bear, I'm still thinking is the most hilarious name for a place I've ever seen. Linda Bell, prayers for everybody impacted by these. Yeah. We'll need them. So, ArcGIS web applications structure status data set. I will totally Google that. Let's see. Thanks for the tip, Helen.
71 Lift Assist, Lakeview Drive.
Okay, that's a medical call. Hey, Mamsie Ram, Miss Captain, I learned a wealth of fire info from you and your mods in a mere day. Yay, that makes me happy. So, looking back at chat.
Engine 6133, Lift Assist at 412.
Okay, I'm going to mute that for a second. Let's see what... They're probably about to comment on what they see at Sly Park as... Here we go. Branch 30.
Branch 30, just update on the aircraft status. We got both shunts are down. We expect one to be back up during the shift.
Both?
Branch 30.
Let's do a time lapse the past hour. Smoke starting to really drift
and
towards...
Elko Branch 30, so currently no aircraft assigned. I'll keep pushing dozers until you give me the word.
6-1 to work with you, but we'll hopefully get CH-47 up supporting him as well.
I copy. What's the ETA for 6-1?
6-1's just working ridge dip, so it's just the normal turnaround times and ridge dip on the map up there in Division Alpha.
Branch 30.
And you can get them on Arizona Tactical if you need to. Just told them just to start working upwind and taking it across, cooling down as bad as they can.
Branch
30. Okay, is that this year though, or is it last year? Looks like he does podcasts or episodes or something. Okay. Let me verify what I just read on that subject. Okay, no, we're definitely not going to mention his name, and we're definitely not going to check him out. He says space lasers.
David 926, 1098, check there. Can you put this back in pending?
Space lasers caused Santa Rosa. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're definitely not checking him out. Oh boy. Yeah. That is against the chat rules to bring up that kind of thing. This is the facts only resource that's on the fires. Please don't violate the chat rules any longer. I can't tell you how many wasted hours I spent trying to reason with those people, trying to explain fire behavior explains everything. That there's nothing unnatural about any of this stuff. And, you know, just going to remove all mentions of that. Please do not violate the chat rules again. They're there for a reason, because what happens when you start saying space lasers and you're targeted, or this person or that's doing something to you, is you're introducing a new level of stress to traumatized people who are worried, and I protect my people. We do not give extra things to worry about. We don't allow the people running up in here saying stuff like, is lava coming out of Lassen? Is that what's causing the fires? And then people in the chat go, Lassen's erupting? And then somebody goes, yeah, there was a bunch of earthquakes. And what they meant was that, you know, the earthquakes that happen every single night at Lassen that are 2.3 on the Richter scale or 1.4, which can't even be detected by humans. And it doesn't mean a dang thing, other than we live in the Pacific Ring of Fire, and those occur every single night all around us. And idiots are interpreting that as something messed up. And no, it is not lava at Lassen, because we would have a characteristic magmatic earthquake swarm if magma ever entered the chamber. That would be front page news. It wouldn't be something anybody could hide or cover up, because there's seismometers all over the world. And I take the time to explain stuff like to these people, only to have them not get it. And at the very end of me taking an hour out of my time to explain how there's nothing to worry about, they still think that. And that's when I realized they're mentally ill. And why was I wasting my breath? So, you know, facts don't convince people who are ill or who have serious emotional problems. You know, so please obey the chat rules. I will not allow time-wasting stuff. And people worrying. The people have so much to worry about. They're not one more ounce of worry do we need in this situation. That's why it's facts only. There's plenty of conspiracy nonsense channels. Plenty of conspiracy nonsense channels out there.
Smoke just sat down right on top of that ridge tip there. It's clear all around, but it's just sat down on top of the tip here. Just going to circle around kind of outside the tip here and see if it clears, but we might be smoked down.
Yeah, it looks like we're looking at it right now, so if you want to just reposition dip to Tiger.
Yeah, we can link the Tiger dip.
It's a long haul, but since we're out. Copy that. Okay, the target is.
Okay, so they're smoked out by...
You want to just let your dip site guy know, or I can get a hold of him, your discretion. Out with him, you might be back if it clears out, but it's probably not going to clear out the rest of the night, the way it's looking. Yeah, maybe we may be back, but maybe not.
Now, I try not to call anybody stupid or foolish, because a lot of people that believe in conspiracies are very, very smart.
All the smoke just sat down on top of the dip. They probably see us.
Yeah.
To the dip, we're just going to try a dip for now. If it clears out, if it doesn't clear out.
All right, they're just repeating what they were talking about. They were relocating to a dip, which means if it's too smoky where they want to get water, then they'll relocate to a different dip, which is, well, where they dip the buckets to get their water. So this is going to be mostly water drops here, and that's pretty cool. They don't have to return to air bases and do long flights. They just dip and then splash and dip and splash from a variety of water sources around here. That's one thing in the favor of the Tahoe area is there's so many pretty decent places to get water. And so you can look at maps and it'll say DP site, drop points, and then dip sites, and they'll just relocate to where is convenient for them. But back to what I was saying, a lot of people are very smart who believe in conspiracies and they have open minds, and that's pretty cool. A lot of them can listen to reason and learn more about fire behavior and understand, oh, that's what's actually happening. I've had a lot of good conversations that way. But even fire experts can become mentally ill. I mean, it's something that you know somebody totally credible can just break down, especially after the kind of years we have and the kind of things they see wears on their minds. There's it doesn't mean that because
this is a helitanker to a dip site that's out south. Leave out it's 10 miles, so it'll be about 15 minutes turnaround or so.
30.
You know, everybody can suffer mental illness, and so that's what I see a lot of the time is very credible people just getting pretty wacky ideas and then trying to warn the public about stuff, and that isn't real. So it doesn't matter how credible they are or not, but you know, what's their mental state today? This is just something to keep in mind. So fire captain says this or that, a retired somebody says this and that. Oh, okay, but are they okay up there? You know, so it's something that I feel a lot of sympathy for. You know, they could be really actually worried for the public, but still believing in something that isn't real, like space lasers, you know. But going back to the fires, the one is still grounded, and we are waiting to see whether or not the second helicopter will help out on the Caldor. And it's quiet right now. I'll take it back. Indian Ridge at the Dixie has still got quite a lot of activity, quite a bit, and a lot of that's heat, you know. But earlier when we were monitoring the Dixie, they continue to have some of the scratchiest radio comms for that area that makes it really difficult to try to listen to. Yeah, Helen says the Outingdale cam 1 hour loop, an astonishing look of fire launching itself over a ridgeline. Some of it is where they were firing earlier, though. So it's like I said, hard to know. But they did a whole lot of work to the north area, and I heard them saying things like, "Do you want this to come over?" And they were like, "Yeah, let it meet our line." But they didn't say exactly where. You know, just listening to what they're talking about, they are talking about, you know, roads over by Grizzly and such, but that's been a last 3 nights fire battle. Unless if we look real quick, real closely at those specific roads, Rocky Bar and such, do you think that it's that what we're looking at, is it going over to Rocky Bar? Is this where Rocky Bar is? Locals? Because I just see a Grizzly Flat. But some of what they wanted to do was firing around here. And they've been prepping Grizzly Flat Road for night after night. So Tracy and Doug P got a good video from today from Boots on the Ground on Grizzly Flat Road at Rocky Bar. Yeah, I don't know if I can show it. So let me give you a temporary mod powers so you can post a link. Yeah, we don't do a high pressure religious proselytizing. What we allow is thoughts and prayers that are positive. But no, not every year is going to get worse. That's one of the things I keep telling people. Absolutely not. It doesn't even matter what the weather is doing particularly. The best chance that you have to control a wildfire is reaching it when it's very small. They all start very small. Rapid response is the number one factor into how bad is something going to get. And we are on the cusp of brand new technology that will allow us to identify, locate, and respond to fires faster than we ever have before as a human species. With all new kinds of vision technology and unmanned aerial vehicles. I mean, half the time these pilots don't fly into smoke and such because they have visibility concerns. They don't want to smack into a mountain. But more and more, you're going to see these night operations. When fires are dying down at night, that's the best opportunity to go corral them and get a handle on situations. But guess what? Planes and stuff don't fly at night. The tankers don't fly at night, but that's going to change because there's going to be more remote operated vehicles that, you know, no human pilot's life is in danger. And we're going to have fleets of them in the future that can just work 24 hours a day, you know? Okay, I'm listening and they're reading a license plate and it's a police activity they're talking about right now. So in the future, firefighting will be so much easier, like 75% easier, no matter what, you know, the climate's doing, no matter what the weather is. Get them when they're small. We'll have so many new things, and I do sometimes at night show people the new technology for firefighting, including firefighting drones. Right now they can't reach the tops of trees, but there's a drone attachment now for fire hoses on apparatus that they're testing, where the little drone flies the hose line to the top of trees and hoses down the whole crowning tree that's torching. Excuse me. There's some real exciting stuff coming down the pipe that I researched. Personal goggles that'll show you real LiDAR, 3D maps of a structure, so firefighters will never be blinded by smoke again. Just little glasses you can wear. Tap the side of your helmet and see infrared, see FLIR, see LiDAR. We're at an exciting point in firefighting. Just haven't reached it yet. So we're in this little, just gotta climb ourselves out of the pit, and then we will get to a better future. So going back up to the chat here, downer talk is something that is not allowed because it's not true. It just appears that everything will be getting worse, but we will have very challenging years ahead. But in general, firefighting will get easier once technology is coming out. Okay, so going back up to the chat. Yeah, it looks like Slide Park area is socked in with smoke, but that's moderating, isn't it? It's moderating on fire behavior, so smoke is a little bit of a bonus in some situations. We can't see the cam anymore, because, well, the pine needles are stuck to it. Let's see if there's smoke in Placerville. Looks pretty dang clear. Let's look at Pollock Pines. And lens is dirty. It's got some insects buzzing around it. But let's look back at our sweet, nifty little discovery we've had here. This is our wind. Hang on a second. I'm struggling to hear a very faint broadcast. But yeah, I still have it muted for you guys because there's just a bunch of police, chirping right now. Every once in a while they read a license plate that I gotta mute. Let's go to our wind animation, and we can turn that off. This is cool. Thank you for showing me. Let's look at our rain detection. Please, why can't there be more rain? Okay. So we've had our wind reversal thing happen, but the wind gusts, here's our Caldor, is only maximum of 9 miles per hour forecasted for the day. For the evening, let me lean over here. Okay, the microphone's queuing back up, but it's remarkably quiet. Of course, we'll turn it right back on if they say something. I'm gonna look back at chat and see if I've mentioned anything. What do you call unicorns on the moon? Lunicorns? Nick, that's pretty good. So, okay, Monument Fire. There's an InstaWeb report. Is that what I should be reading? Looking at that off screen. Okay. When was this updated? An hour and a half ago? Okay. The Monument Fire. Let's look back at the Hayfork camera briefly. While it's all quiet Here's Hayfork Divide. That's our live view. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. The Monument Fire is currently at 150,011 acres with 20% containment. Thanks to the hard work put in by firefighters, there was good news to share Monday. The Trinity County Sheriff reduced evacuation levels for the community of Junction City and the Highway 229 corridor. The communities of Big Bar, Del Loma, and Burnt Ranch from an order to a warning, allowing residents to return to their homes. Highway 229 will remain closed to all traffic except the residents and emergency responders. Even though the evacuation level was reduced, residents in those areas should be prepared to evacuate if fire activity increases. Residents should also be cautious for post-fire hazards like ash pits and fire-weakened trees that could fall. Today was a real win, Alaska Incident Management Team Incident Commander Norm McDonald said, adding the team is working with Caltrans to get Highway 299 reopened. We got people back in their homes with their families so they can take care of their pets, assess damage, and get on with their life. Fire behavior in the North Zone was relatively benign on Monday despite slightly warmer and drier conditions that saw temperatures climb in the low 90s. In some areas, humidity percentages were in the upper teens. Smoke covered the fire for most of the day until late afternoon when it began to clear, but it hasn't produced any major increases in fire activity in the North Zone as of 7 p.m. Excuse me, I think I have a sneeze. Oh, no, I don't. Okay. We're still listening to Caldor. They're just being quiet right now. And that looks pretty dang mild and moderate on that camera. In the area of Hawkins Bar and Trinity Village on the northwest corner of the fire, crews continue to work on the building indirect dozer lines to help protect the community if the fire crosses the New River to the west. Dozers progressed about 1 mile north from the end of the Fisher Road as they work to connect the line with an existing dozer line coming down the ridge to the north. Crews also cut a saw line around the outskirts of Trinity Village and are plumbing that line with pumps, hoses, and portable water tanks to provide protection if the fire crosses the river and threatens the community. In Bell Flat, crews conducted a 2-acre firing operation to reduce the potential for spotting in that grassy flatland. There was a slight uptick in fire behavior in the late afternoon. And smoke cleared out, but it was primarily surface fire, with some isolated single tree torching rather than running fire into crowns of trees. Yay. We had some scary outlook that I was reading the other night. Let's go back and look at Caldor for a second. Still reading about the monument on the north perimeter.
Take their left door pulling behind you.
That you was talking about 6-1.
Sorry, second.
That scared me.
We're just about your 11:30, and I'll just pull in behind you, follow you back to the drop. Copy that.
Okay. So wrapping up this monument fire update. On the north perimeter, the fire is active in the Big French Creek drainage along Manzanita Ridge as it progresses north in the Trinity Alps wilderness. However, the fire continues to be held up on an east-west ridge between Manzanita Ridge and the North Fork of the Trinity. An infrared flight by an unmanned aerial system, and basically a big old drone, revealed little activity or heat in the area on Monday. Crews also scouted the 11W13 trail off Waldorf Crossing to gauge possibility of it connecting to Manzanita Road to be used as a check line north of the fire. Firefighters will be inserted into the area tomorrow to begin cutting brush to reopen that trail. Crews completed brush clearing north along Hobo Gulch Road to Hobo Gulch Campground. And you may be wondering, why would they be opening a trail right now where there's a fire? Well, a lot of the crews hike in. There's not a lot of roads in the wilderness, and they access trails, not just hikers. So, crews completed brush clearing north along Hobo Gulch Road to the campground. They also laid hose in strategic spots along the road in the event the fire crosses the North Fork of the Trinity, and that road will be used as a control line. To the east, the crew hiked into dozer lines west of Canyon Creek Road to begin constructing about 1.5 miles of hand line that will connect the dozer line to the road. So it can be used as a control line if it crosses the East Fork Road. I'm wrapping up the monument fire summary. On the south side of the monument fires, firefighters continue to work on constructing dozer lines along Patterson Ridge and Patterson Peak Jeep Trail. A masticator, take a drink of milk, was used to mulch brush south along the almost 3 miles of the 20 road, and a loader is opening up the Hay Fork Lookout Road. That's where our poor little camera hangs out. Dozers are also working to open up Judd Creek Road east to 9 Mile Bridge. Firefighters continue to wrestle with active fire in the area known as Knowles Gulch. Fire activity picked up in the afternoon when the smoke began to clear out. Helicopter drops were used to support firefighters on the ground, keep it in check. So if Hay Fork, that was an hour and 20 minutes ago that they updated the monument. See what's going on with McFarland. Let's go see if there's heat detectors at Hay Fork. Nope, not down in the town. And these have not been read. They're slowly fading out as hours tick by. No new heat detectors. That's pretty cool. So, same thing, pretty much, for the McFarland. The favorable conditions overnight allowed crews to successfully conduct careful burning operations. Okay, around Beacon Creek. Okay, as fire activity slows in McFarland and containment increases, crews are taking opportunities to start working on interior areas of the fire, opening roads that were compromised, snagging dead trees, and beginning the process of suppression repair. During suppression repair, roads and culverts that were damaged are repaired and water bars are added to help prevent erosion during the winter rains. Cool. 68% containment, 813 personnel on the McFarland, 118,000 acres roughly. Okay, so let's look back at the chat. Going back and looking at questions. Yeah, we have had, 12 consecutive nights of miracles where the wind really dies down just before midnight in the 11 o'clock hour. That is why multiple communities are still with us. That's why we still have a Tahoe. We still have a Peninsula, a West Lake Albanor. We still have Westwood, Hamilton Branch. You know, it was a miracle that the wind went right past to the north. We still have a Chester. We still have Mineral. You know, the fire was marching right up to the doorsteps, and then kind of right around midnight just kind of lays down, so they get a handle on it and go direct sometimes. You know, we still have a Hayfork. We still have a Weaverville. We still have all these communities that we still have a Public Pines that could have been erased. If the forecast was, if the weather had turned out as bad as the forecast was showing, it could have been during the nights. So, yeah, French fire update. That's something we should look at too. Going back up, we continue to look down there. We saw a lot of. Here's our Rocky Point cam. We saw a lot of aircraft on the French fire today, and that's staying over there, I hope. We saw all last night. We're continuing to monitor Woodford Heights, which is to the right here by the lake. We were worried about it, and the Midnight Miracle happened last night. Woodford Heights is in danger, but still there. Do you see the smoke direction? That way. Last night it was that way, and yet it held. So they're doing some awesome work there. And we'll continue to monitor the French fire too. John Sater says, time to bed. Glad your phone call was fruitful. Knew the smoke clearing out was a mixed blessing. Can see a glow from Hayfork. Jay, hey, sorry if you already left, but thanks for being with us, Jay, and hopefully things will be good there. And the Edward Weiss, the French fires reports of structures burning in Evans Road, the small community. Hang on. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully they can do more structure protection.
Suspicious vehicle seen 2 ago. Kingfisher Lane cross.
And help Shirley Meadows. Let's take a look at it. That is definitely not. Wait, hang on. Yeah, San Diego, not what we want at all. Just manually go over there.
They might be able to look straight down in there. But, I don't know if it's 5-1 with IR or if you're getting on one of the other, just IR, ISR platforms.
Okay, structures.
They were out earlier when we were talking about that spot. I don't know if there's another one scheduled, if it's 5-1 or somebody else.
You're still listening to Caldor. Evans Road, okay. Oh, I hope that they can do individual structure protection to the best of their ability. Looks like it is. Going straight that way, and that's up on the hill. Very hard to defend. I was hoping, from what we were seeing on the cam, I was hoping it was making a pass in between the structures. But if that's really severely impacting Shirley Heights, that's terrible. Let's look at the activity. Yeah, the hottest glow is in between. And the GOES satellite, usually when it's partial like that, it's about to refresh, and that's why we get a funky. Yeah, so it was back like 15 minutes ago. Usually when it's kind of updating is when we get the funky zoom and it looks weird. Zoom out.
Hey, Eldo 2, Helco.
So we'll continue to watch that.
We've got a pretty good IR map package on board. We're going to climb up and pass overhead and we'll get back to you. We'll check the progress in Camp Creek. That's probably what you're most concerned with, correct? Take a look.
Yeah, it's pretty active. We don't have exact eyeballs on the community. It just gives us a clue about what they're fighting. I'm trying to look at the smoke and see, is it going straight up, or I think it is just moving off to the north by northeast.
Yeah, we're down to 1, type 1. This is the 61, and we're working over on Slug Gulch and Division Whiskey, branch 30.
Now, what he just said was they, Camp Creek, which is up by Sly Park, they got smoked out and can't work over there, so they've gone to Slug Gulch.
For low-level work, but if you've got good air, we can take a look when we come over, but pretty smoky from our perspective.
Camp Creek is where they worked all day to try to keep it out of Sly Park tonight, which is, it's 11:25. Now is when the fire might be.
Nothing's lifted. The fire behavior's just coming up a little bit. Nothing's really punching up.
Well, that's good. Yeah. The fire and smoke is in our way. It's a considerable distance to Shirley Heights. We can't really see what's going on. So this is the tail end of it. The head of it would be impacting Shirley Heights now. And looking at it from the opposite direction, north to south, let's do a 3-hour. Now, wait a minute. This has the smoke going to the east. I thought the smoke was going more to the northeast. You know what? It's probably doing this. Okay, I think I get it. So the smoke kind of is going to the north, but it's funneling out in this little canyon, I think, as it goes over the hill. And being pushed to the east, maybe that's what's going on. Let's look at our satellite thing. It's sometimes that's what can occur, and we see that a lot in the Caldor. Even though the upper level winds aren't going that way, down at the surface they can be going a different direction. Why is it saying the wind's going to the south? Is this current? Has there been a change I don't know about? Let's consult with Windy. Is your Bakersfield okay? Yeah, so we have a light wind blowing 2 east. So it's at 9 p.m. Come on, go to the present. Go to the present. Yeah, the wind should be blowing to the southwest with the northeast wind. Okay. Yeah, consistent with what we're seeing on the smoke. So the wind shifted. Yep, because it just did it. That's why it's a different direction on the other cams. Okay. So if the fire would, it could possibly be blowing towards Woodford Heights down that canyon. We just have to keep looking at that cam. So let's turn that off. Turn that off. Going back to the chat, let's look back at. So to summarize what they were just saying, this is Camp Creek. All day, they have been slamming all day this area because they knew that the fire got up in here when the wind shifted to be blowing to the west, which is 11 o'clock, and now it's 11:30. We saw the change. Even though it's sluggish with only like 9-mile-an-hour wind gusts and almost a dead calm otherwise, it can go up, up these ridges, up the canyon and or hills, up the slope. That's what I meant. Up the slope to Sly Park. And so that was their biggest area of concern today, their number one. So they've had a lot of ground crews in there prepping the area, and they were doing some firing ops, and they wanted air attack, but they just kind of got smoked out of it. But now they said that's Morse code. What the heck? Anybody know Morse code? But they said that was their area of concern, but we're not hearing a lot of it. They said fire has moderated, and that's what happens with smoke and light winds. So fingers crossed for Sly Park right now. And this is helicopter 6-1, and since it's just left, it's just running around this area. Wait, no, that's air attack. Excuse me. 6-1 went off somewhere. Where did 6-1 go? There it is. Yeah, it's coming back. This is the one that is not broken down. The second one is unavailable, and maybe for the rest of the night with a snorkel problem from earlier today. And they will continue to look at that. Alright, so let's go back at chat. And Hayfork is looking good, at least, according to what they said with the summaries. But we got to really look at what's going on in Kern County a lot. So that's really sad. Reports of structures burning in Shirley Meadows. Okay. Desiree Buckman, P.S. Aside from my encyclopedic knowledge of firefighting and sense of humor, I like to shout out for s'mores. Oh, yeah. I'm going to enjoy more of those today. Let's see. Big Dog, there's only one road in Lassen National Park, so many of the crews are using hiking trails. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm going to mute that. I can confirm that. We were exploring that the other day. I heard it on my scanner, hear it on my scanner all the time. Which one? Yeah, that was Morse code. Also a repeater sound. Yeah. Sometimes that's not an emergency. It's just like an auto-generated tone from like a weather station or something like that. Repeater sounds? Oh, okay. Let's see. Ipanema is a famous beach at Rio de Janeiro. Is that what that is? Okay. Yes. I wish I could play the actual tune. I'll get a copyright claim again. I can't believe that I had the copyright claim the other night, which I told you guys about. Somehow, YouTube's algorithm confused regular firefighter chatter with an a cappella version of a song called Beep on the Beach. That was one of the oddest disputes I've ever had to type up. Let's listen to Caldor a second. They're talking. We may want to switch down there to Kern County. Do we have a Broadcastify for the for that fire down there? Because they're not even really squawking at all about the Caldor. Kern County Fire, perhaps.
And 6-1 from the 7-6, just check over by Camp Creek here, 6500. Wondering if the ridge tip is still closed in or... Okay.
I'd like to listen to what's going on.
One Helco, it's not on our night approved briefing. Take a look at Perry Dip. It looked like it looked pretty good from the air, but take a look just for future. Perry Dip. That one on the map. You got the big div A on the map. It's sorry, my mistake. Yeah, Perry Dip is west of the branch break, Alpha Whiskey, section 34. Copy that.
Okay, Dusty. That makes sense. We can't hear the sender because they're down low and far off, but the repeater we can hear. I see.
Yeah, on the pilot map, it's northwest of the tower. Okay, northwest of the tower. And on the map, it's right of the tank check.
This is extremely dangerous. They were talking about invisible power lines somewhere on the southwest portion of the Caldor fire. Let's look at hotspots. Of course, we got them all over by Shirley over there. Let's look at the... All right, that clicking is driving me insane. I'm going to mute that for you guys at least. A lot of moderation on the fire. Just, here where we were watching it climb up. That may have even been more of a firing ops thing. We were seeing that on the Outingdale cam right there, but that's the major big spot that we can see. A lot of crews are in there right now. And a very mild chatter. We don't hear any emergencies. Knock on wood. I want to see if we can listen to what's going on with the French fire. Perry Dip is near Slug Gulch and Elmo Ranch Road. Yep. There's a Perry Creek over there. So I'm gonna just try to hear. With only 171 people listening in Bakersfield, a fire we could see if that's it, and maybe it's nothing. Bakersfield Police Fire EMS. Maybe this is the French fire. We'll just give it a go. I have the tabs open to all the different Broadcastify feeds, so I can quickly switch between them. So I'm stopping Caldor for the moment. Let's see if this works. I hear nothing. Bakersfield Police. Oh.
2316 Berkeley Street, across of Knott. Key 10321A Adam for a citation stage in the area.
2316 Berkeley Street.
That's not very promising. I just wish there was a...
524, 10-8, 66 day. 66.
I wish there was a California Fire Special that's active again for the central and south regions. It's down, and that was my go-to for last year. We heard everything going on with the Bobcat fire.
524 Ferris.
524 Post 7.
respond to the Canyon Creek Apartment, 61002 to Way, Key 103, 14 Key Boy, Apartment 216. PPE is recommended for update.
Canyon Creek Apartment shows 10-5.
Um,
6-9.
we have alternatives, Kern County Fire Departments, but only 8 people listening, which gives us a clue there's probably nothing going on there. Any tips or clues where we might be able to hear what's going on here at the French Fire? Because that is pretty alarmingly active, and there may be structures burning right now, with several towns at risk. Here's our Rocky Point 2, looking southwest. It will switch. Now it's looking northwest. We don't want to see that get any closer to Woodford Heights, which is in the foreground. But it may be really impacting Shirley Heights back there. So there's some updates on the Kern County Fire Facebook page. Okay, we'll take a look at that. Breckenridge 2. Cam shows the eastward push. Okay. Thank goodness I have a new mouse. It feels better already. I'm getting used to it. But thank you for your kind donations. Now there's... I won't make you guys car sick anymore. Ugh, that Blue Mountain. Just gonna do... Breckenridge 1. Okay. Let's do last 6 hours. Being north at the French Fire. I don't hear anything related to the French Fire on this channel. It's looking ugly. Alright, yeah. I mean, we'd hear something by now. I'm going to stop that particular Bakersfield police and whatever there. Turning on Caldor again, which is also quiet. Shirley Peak 2. Let's look at the Blue Mountain Kern 2 camera. And we're listening to Caldor again. They just ain't saying anything. Okay. Looking back at chat. Woodford Heights is mandatory. Yeah, it's been like that for days. Looking back up here. Max Smith says, here's a secret. When strike teams move into nice area for structure protection, the competition is to find the nicest patio furniture, since it might be 24 to 36 hours until fire shows. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's look at Kern County Facebook. And is there a second cam here? Blue Mountain 1. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse while I look at Facebook for Kern County. Okay. Is it the sheriff's office or the fire department? French Fire Vegetation Fire Incident Update. 3 hours ago.
16 Lima, Juliet Trinity on screen.
Hang on. Oh, there's a video.
Go ahead for 16 Lima. Yeah, 16 Lima. I made my way around to the Lima side. These are dozer transport at drop point 16.
So they had a virtual meeting thing.
Is
Okay.
there an agency tractor with it?
That's negative. Just 2 low boys.
Okay, negative. I've got one agency and 3 privates.
I'm going to go ahead and proceed to drop point 13 and then to 17. I'm still looking for those 4 privates. Once I get them, I'll have them try to raise you on TAC 7. Will that work for you?
Yes.
Is there where can I tie in with you somewhere?
Sure. Whereabouts are you at?
I'm just getting back out to Pack Saddle off of Cody Meadow.
Stand by 1. New dirt on this side. Got to find my bearings here.
Right. So that's the evacuation. The key here for the French fire is that the deep red is the fire scar so far, and the red around it is the evacuation order. I don't even see a warning for anywhere else. It's just boom, orders. So that's we've got a video to watch and a update to read about for the French fire. I'll check Indian Ridge on the Dixie. That's still quite concerning. We might want to look at the Dixie fire comms. Since Caldor has gone pretty quiet and they have a helicopter going on. That's blazing up there by the Dixie. Let's look at the heat detections. Yeah. Over by Peters Creek, which Daniel Kearns was explaining how it would back down and such. We can look and see if Daniel Kearns has a video to watch, but we've got one now to watch about the French fire. So that's we'll continue to monitor those 3 fires. There's a clicking sound on the radio, so I muted it for you guys. So there is, sorry, here's the Caldor. They're talking.
Silver Fork. Can we kind of look at someplace on Silver Fork? Would that work for you?
Yeah, firm. I can actually work my way towards you as well.
If you want to plan on meeting at towards drop point 13, through your drive time, I can check 13 and drop point 17 for those 4 dozers.
There's the moon. So that's what's going on by Peter Creek here on Indian Ridge in the Dixie. Wish we had a better view. So down here is the Kern County situation. Very active. Perhaps burning structures. There's a 5 p.m. community meeting that, well, I didn't know was going on. So let me show you guys that. It's 5 hours ago, but Why not? Okay.
I'm going to start with the walk around the map and give you a description of exactly what's going on in the fire currently. So I'm going to begin with the most secure areas of the fire and work my way around to the areas where we're focusing most of our efforts. So starting up in what we call Division Mike, the fire hasn't moved at all in days right up in here, kind of where we constructed some direct hand line off of the 25 SO2 road, which is right around here, and coming all the way around down the southern edge of the fire. This piece of the fire hasn't moved in at least 4 days. Down here, we still see some red down here. We've constructed direct hand line and dozer line and connected and secured the fire all the way from the edge of this black on Borderline Road all the way down around Woodward Peak and down into Rancheria Road. From there, we've used bulldozers and hand crews to prepare this line to secure the line off of Rancheria Road back into the main fire. That's in Division Yankee. Now working down into Division Zulu, working out toward the west, we've got heavy equipment bulldozers working, putting in line from White Mill Road to Basket Pass, so we can get out ahead of the fire if we're unable to keep it in its current footprint right here. We're using heavy equipment and crews to start prepping line out here. This section of the fire, all the way around here and here, hasn't moved much in the last 4 days from that push last Friday. It's had very minimal growth. Up into Division right here, we're using heavy equipment and crews to start prepping line out here. This section of the fire, all the way around here and here, hasn't moved much in the last 4 days from that push last Friday.
Sorry, I had missed where he pointed.
It's had very minimal growth. Up into Division Alpha, in this section of the fire, we've got a division group supervisor out there scouting lines where we can do the same as we've done around the southwest section of the fire here to prepare for direct line construction and keep the fire in its current footprint, as well as identify ridges and roads where we can hold the fire as we're doing down here. Now working up into Division Echo, up in the Shirley Meadows area off of Shirley Peak. Beginning late last night, early morning, we started to connect the main fire to this spot fire that's been there for a few days by using a backfiring operation to secure the west side of Rancheria Road and to keep the fire from making uphill runs and threatening the Alta Sierra community from the west side. Now coming back over into Division Mike, up in the Alta Sierra area, off the back of Shirley Peak and Cooks Peak, the fire has progressed down into threatening Old State Road and has actually thrown small spot fires down into Shirley Creek area. It hasn't made its way to Ice House Creek yet, but it is making some uphill runs and threatening the community of Alta Sierra. We currently have a lot of resources in there engaged in structure protection and no reports of damage to structures yet. They're still currently working really hard in securing those buildings in there and hoping for minimal or no damage. We've got a lot of resources up in there. While we're doing that, we've staged a lot of resources along Evans Road, the 155, just in case the fire does start to throw spot fires or make runs to threaten that. We're going to hold that road there. Down more into Division Mike, this area of the fire hasn't moved much as of today off of Cooks Peak, working back toward Wolford Heights. And we don't have anybody in there just due to the extreme fire behavior and a lot of the spot fires. It's just unsafe to put anybody in here at this time. And our fallback for that is to hold it at Old State Road until we can seek opportunity to come up and pick this thing back up direct and to secure the fire edge back here. What we've done, just as a fallback plan, is we've constructed what we call contingency lines with bulldozers and hand crews. You can see right here on this black line here. That's all complete. We've got bulldozer line coming here to protect Wolford Heights should the fire come down around here. We've also done so coming this way up Old State Road and connecting it back to Evans Road. And I just got word we've completed a couple of dozer lines coming right up here off of Old State Road, or off of the 155, in case the fire was to jump 155 and then come down and threaten Wolford Heights from the west. We've also constructed dozer line up and around the west and northern edge, and we're currently doing this of Wolford Heights community to protect that in case the fire does make a run down this way. As far as communities threatened at this point, we do have evacuation orders for Wolford Heights, Alta Sierra, and then still down around the bottom of the fire around Dutch and Dutch Flat area. As far as communities threatened over to the west, right now with the progression of the fire and how it's stayed put for the last few days, we're not seeing much threat in the Glenville area or Pozo or Idlewild areas right now. So in fact, we're actually looking at establishing a small spike camp of firefighters so they can be a little bit closer and they can go to work earlier out in Glenville, so it's safe to put firefighters out there to sleep. So those communities aren't under any current threat. And that's the end of the report.
Great, thank you very much, John. Next up, I'd like to invite to maybe talk about some evacuations from the Kern County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Chris Wong.
Yes, thank you, and good evening. Currently, the areas that have been evacuated encompass the Wofford Heights area as well as the Alta Sierra area, specifically evacuations and are
my ears.
Currently and have remained in place for the Isabella Highlands, Waggy Flat, Hungry Gulch, Keysville, Alta Sierra, Slick Rock, Evans Flat, Black Gulch, Dutch Flat, Shirley Meadows, as well as the Wofford Heights area. We currently have road closures for Evans and Wofford Heights Boulevard, as well as Sawmill and Highway 155 and Highway 178 and Rancheria Road. I would advise residents, our primary concern is for the safety of residents that have been evacuated, and please observe the road closures so that way we can maintain safety of the residents that have been evacuated, as well as making a ease of entry for our fire personnel as well as law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Next up, we'd like to invite to talk about some evacuation assistance, as we do have some evacuation shelters open, from the American Red Cross, their Supervisor Taylor Poisal.
Good evening. We have 2 shelters currently open right now to support anyone that's been evacuated by the French fire. Those 2 are on the same campus, and they are at Woodrow Wallace Elementary School and Kern River Valley High School. We're asking new evacuees who are checking in with the Red Cross to go to the high school location, as we have more availability at that site. Some of the services that we're providing is meals 3 times a day, snacks, water, and more. And then also we are providing health services. We have nurses on site to help anyone with medical needs. And then we have other volunteers who are just there to be someone that you can speak with and made to feel more comfortable during this time. So everyone is welcome at the Red Cross shelters, and all disaster assistance is free. And we welcome anyone to come. Even if you have a safe place to stay, you're still able to receive those services. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. Next, as everybody knows, our animals are also part of our family. So with that in mind, from Kern County Animal Services, we have Director Nick Cullen.
Good evening, everybody. Just to give you an update on what Animal Services' role has been so far and what it will continue to be. To date, We've responded to 6 calls since Friday for either evacuees leaving their animals behind or evacuees needing assistance evacuating their animals. Our officers are on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If your pets need assistance, if you've unfortunately had to leave them behind, please give us a call, and we'll do our best, if it's safe to do so, to care for your pets or to evacuate them. Also, we have a presence at the Red Cross shelters. If you have to evacuate and you have to take shelter at the Red Cross shelter, we will have supplies available and staff on hand for portions of the day, but supplies available the whole time for you to care for your pet. So everything you might need to care for your pet, food, water, kennels, crates, and stuff like that. Anything you need to care for your pet for a period of time is there, and our staff will be there throughout the day to help you with that as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. As we had a little bit of trouble before we started, one thing I did forget to mention, which is quite important, is introduction of myself. Sean Collins. I am one of the fire information officers here on the French Fire. And so with that being said, next I'd like to introduce one of our neighbor counties from the Tulare County Fire Department, Chief Charlie Norman.
Thank you, and good evening. As you heard the Ops Chief talk to us, there are no threats to Tulare County at this time. We are working with California Incident Management Team 12 as well as Kern County Fire Department. We've been on this incident with resources from day one, and we will continue to be here until we have a successful conclusion of this incident. As you look up at the map, you look at Division E, Edward, that is well below where our action points are for any type of evacuation warning or evacuation orders for Tulare County. We will work in conjunction with the incident management team to get those out to where you have plenty of time if you need to move things, plenty of time for warnings. We do have some fire history in there as it relates to Tulare County. We had the 2016 Cedar Fire that will give us quite a bit of time and some good lead time. I understand you do have some smoke concerns. Those can't be helped with the amount of fire we have going on right now. If you have questions, please sign up for Alert TC. You'll be notified. If it does get to that point, we will come out. We'll notify you via Alert TC, or we will do door-to-door. But we do have at this time very good defensive space. As you can see, it's several miles from the Tulare County line. Thank you, and I'll receive any questions.
Thank you for that update there, Chief. Next up, one of our agency administrators for this fire from the Bureau of Land Management, Gabe Garcia.
Yeah, well, good evening. Yeah, and it's been a challenging last few days for our fire crews. So a big thanks to all the hard work that's going on out on the fire line. And really, you know, our thoughts are with the community right now. I know that a lot of people are affected by this fire, and just know that we're thinking of all of you as we plan for this fire. You know, as far as a BLM update, you know, we're kind of sitting where we were the last time we had a public meeting a couple of days ago. As you can see from the map, a lot of the BLM acres on the south end of the fire are within the containment zone. So that's looking well, but there is still a threat to some of our recreation sites near Keysville, along with some of the private property parcels that are within that Keysville recreation area. So those are still under closure and will remain under closure until it's safe for the public to re-enter. You know, there's just a few things that I've noticed over the last week here. Is just I want to say thank you to the community. We're just getting tremendous support from everybody. Thank yous in the community from you are very much appreciated. It's just a real true testament to the wonderful people here in the Kern River Valley. And lastly, I'd just like to say thank you to all our partners. They've been working tirelessly to help us get this fire under control. And thanks again.
Thank you, sir. Next up, another one of our agency administrators here from the U.S. Forest Service and the Sequoia National Forest is the Kern River District Ranger Al Watson.
So good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this meeting that we have. We want to let you know that the purpose that we have this is to provide as much communication as we can to you and to be able to inform you what our plan is and who all is involved in this. So For those that have been around the valley for a long time, this is not uncommon for us, is to have fires like this. And so one of the things I like to reiterate is that oftentimes there are multiple agencies that are involved. We all work closely together for one reason, and that is to be able to protect our community and the land that you enjoy and what you recreate on. And so because of that, as the district ranger here, I've been here for quite some time now. It's important for me to know that we've had with many years worked together, and that relationship is very strong. The other thing is, as you can see with the map, the green area is the Forest Service managed land. It is being heavily impacted with what was described by the operations group. What we're doing is monitoring what is happening, but also we're looking at some of the fire effects and what has happened over the last few days in the areas that we've treated and how they are able to respond to fire that is on the landscape. So as we move through this the next few days, realize that that's also part of our mission, is not only to protect life and property, but also the resources that you all have enjoyed out here. So with that, thank you very much and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, sir. Next, I'd like to invite up from Kern County Fire Department Division Chief Bill Steers.
Good evening, everyone. Bill Steers, Division Chief, Kern County Fire. I'd like to say, thank you for all the firefighters that are here from all the different counties and all the work that they're putting in. As operations talked, a lot of good action coming down around the southern portion, going up towards Waggy Flat in that area, and all the way around to the side of the Baskets, and that side of the west side of the Greenhorn Summit there. As we work around, all the work that they're doing in protecting Alta Sierra, as we talk about fuels management and treatment and all the projects that we have done over the years, it's in conjunction with the Forest Service and BLM, and continue to treat those areas. Crews are having success in trying to continue to fight that fire in there as the fire is increased over the last several days. So just a thank you to them and what they're doing. Talking about evacuations, it's tough to call for an evacuation. And, we're always acting in the best interest of the community and the residents of that area. So part of that evacuation is looking at what's happening with that fire and the potential for it to come down in the communities if we have more strong winds, like on the very first day, how fast it came down slope. So those are some of the decisions that we have to look at when we're talking about evacuations. So part of the evacuations is at readykern.com. I encourage you all to register with readykern.com. And just a reminder, if you're already registered, to make sure that you update your residence in the profile, and that you can add 5 different locations to that Ready Kern. So you'll always so you can get the most information as things happen in our community here throughout the time. If you're wanting to register and you're a new register and you're having trouble, you can dial 211 and they'll give you assistance in how to register for Ready Kern. Sometime yesterday we had a large evacuation, as we're talking about Wolford Heights. So with that, sometimes the system, you might have an error, and there was an error in the system yesterday. But what I want everybody to know is that Ready Kern did go out to all of those that were registered in that area in Wolford Heights. Where it didn't go out to is the surrounding areas. And so we apologize for that, and we found where the error was and fixed that potential problem. So, that's what I encourage you to get that. It's the quickest and easiest way for us to give you some updates of what's going on with closures of roads, with evacuations and where the warnings are, and the corresponding maps that go with that. As it was talked earlier, this fire takes many firefighters from all over, and together with multiple different agencies from multiple counties and cities up and down across California to assist and put out large fires like this when they grow with the weather that we've had. For us in the Kern County, we've had a third of our department engaged throughout this incident on the French fire. Additionally, we've been surging strike teams up out of our stations to assist when it's impacting our structures and threat to continue growth and bigger growth throughout, to assist as we deal with fires up and down the state of California, and where resources are hard to get. And with that amount of resources that we're engaging to protect our communities, part of that, we're still covering the county. We're still covering our stations to protect all the rest of the communities of the county and continue to protect the Kern River Valley. We've had 2 new starts over the last 2 days in the Kern River Valley that we were able to, that we caught catching them small. So we're still have other calls that we're still continuing with. And that's the big portion of being safe as a community, working together, and understanding that we're getting there. There's a lot of great work that's going on as they work tirelessly over the last few days to catch this fire. And we'll continue to do that until we succeed in getting the threat to all the communities and getting you back into your house. That's our number 1 priority, is get you back into your residence where you can go back to your daily routine. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good evening.
Thank you for that update there, Chief. Last but not least, for California Interagency Incident Management Team 12, the Incident Commander, I'd like to introduce Michael Nobles.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, a heartfelt, I guess, my heart goes out to those citizens who were impacted by the French fire. Yesterday, I had a chance to visit with some of the folks down at the evacuation center and just heard some of their stories. And just to reiterate what Chief Steers says is we're tirelessly working to bring the French fire under control, to restore normalcy to this community and get you all back into your homes. So currently the French fire right now is 14,773 acres and 15% contained. And the firefighters continue to tirelessly work, like Chief Owings has said and Chief Steers has said, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, firefighters are engaged on the fire lines, putting in hose lays, dozer lines, direct lines. We even have night dropping helicopters, day dropping helicopters. We are throwing all the resources to our disposal at this fire nonstop to quickly bring the French fire under control. We do have a couple days of hot and dry weather in front of us, but we are developing plans and strategies to develop primary, alternative, and contingency plans. We have high probabilities of success in the future based on the planning that we have and the resources that we have available to us. So I would just like to close out by saying thank you to Central California BLM District, the Sequoia National Forest, Kern County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, and all the other partners, CAL FIRE, it's been an amazing partnership, collaboration, and cooperation to serve you all to put this fire out. And last but not least, I would like to thank the community, the support to the firefighters, the support to the responders, the support to everyone who's helping out with this has been amazing. And it's a real testament of the heart of this community when you can be negatively impacted by this fire and still have enough heart and spirit to care about others. So we really appreciate that, and we will continue to tirelessly work at suppressing the French fire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Chief. That has concluded our information update. However, we have been collecting questions from the audience. We have been attempting to answer some of those questions by the information officers that are both here in the room and back at the incident command post. However, there's a series of a few questions that we feel could be better answered maybe as a conversation or an update rather than specifically. So with that in mind, First up for law enforcement, we'll bring back Sergeant Chris Wong.
Yes, thank you. This is to clarify regarding hard closures. Off Highway 155, it still remains open. However, the hard closures will be at the access points to Evans, so roughly in the area of Evans and Wofford Heights Boulevard, as well as Sawmill and 155 and Highway. Additionally, that additional road closure of Highway 178 and Rancheria Road. It's mainly to protect access up into the Shirley Meadows, Wofford Heights area. Additionally, I would also like to add that we are currently conducting additional patrol checks and supplementing additional personnel within the Kern Valley area to conduct patrol checks for theft as well as trespassing in that area. Also conducting patrol checks with the evacuation point centers and the fire command post. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As you can imagine, there's been quite a few questions about where exactly is the fire, where's it going, is it close to my house? And we really can't answer those questions specifically. What you will find on some of our social media sites is interactive maps where you can zone in and find out where the fire is, more or less as it occurs, and where your home structures are, etc. in relation to that. But just to give a quick update on some of those more specific areas, I'm going to bring back for you Operations Section Chief John Owings.
Okay, in regards to where the fire is going, we have a position on our team called the Fire Behavior Analyst. And he frequently, a few times a day, runs what's called an FS Pro run. And what that does, it's predictive data that takes in the weather, the fuels, the topography, and the history of fire in the area. And it predicts where this fire is going to move in the next 24, 48, and 72 hours. And so all the runs that he's shown, and this is all based on non-suppressive action. So what that means is, if there's no firefighters on the ground to fight the fire, where's this fire going to go? Okay, so taking all of that and taking in our suppressive action, where we're predicting this fire to go in the next 24, 48, 72 hours, is as we've secured all of this bottom edge and secured these communities down here, and with a little movement in this is all backing into your normal wind, which blows out of the west, typically in the afternoon during the hottest part of the day. Then it's not moving. We don't predict it to move very far to threaten those communities to the west. That's why we focused a lot of our efforts, and this fire is doing pretty much as it's wanting to do, as we have predicted, to come down and actually come down in Ice House Creek and work down toward Wolford Flats area like that. Like I said, we've been taking a lot of suppressive action, as Chief Steers and Chief Noble said. Firefighters are working tirelessly, not just trying to keep it in its footprint, but to prepare in case our suppression efforts are unsuccessful by building containment lines to protect the communities of Wolford Heights, Kernville, and those areas. The prediction to circle back around in that is if we didn't take any suppressive action, it would come down this way, being driven by the wind, especially in the afternoon, early evening times. So I'm hoping that answers your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Hope that helps everybody out. The last question that we're going to take from right now that we think needs to be addressed also is what is happening about the investigation? What is the cause of this fire? What happens next? So with that in mind, I'd like to bring up District Ranger Al Watson.
So this is a common question we get, and just know that each and every one of our starts, we investigate. And so for this particular fire, right away we launched into that full operation where we were investigating it. And at this time, we don't know what that is. So you have to realize when the fire started, it was extremely fast moving. And so it took a while before our investigators could actually get in there. So they're actively working it right now. We have at least 5 or 6 people, investigators, that are on it. And some of the folks that are actually working it are some of the most experienced people that we have that know fire behavior, that know how to investigate fire starts. So the hope is that they'll be able to conclude their investigation at some point, and we'll all have that question answered.
Thank you, sir. So not really seeing any further questions. With that being said, I'd like to thank you once again for joining us tonight live again on Facebook. And when we have more virtual information for you, we'll bring that to you as soon as we can. But please pay attention to all of our social media websites, whether it's the Sequoia National Forest, the Kern County Fire Department, or any of those other local social media sites, and then follow us on INSEWeb too. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay. Just because some places are affected and we lose some places doesn't mean that miracles aren't happening. I'm not saying religious miracles. I'm saying really lucky breaks that are unusual. And that's what I mean by the midnight miracle. So, yes, of course, it wasn't a miracle the night that Grizzly Flats was lost. That was the same day the fire basically started, or the next one. But what we have been seeing consecutively every night since the day we almost lost the Peninsula and Hamilton Branch and Westwood on the same night, the fire roaring straight up to those communities and then stopping sometime in the 11 o'clock hour. We know that that's when the wind shifts and when things start to die down in the evening in general, but being roaring to life, 200-foot tall flames one moment, and then poof, just dying down, allowing them to get control of the spot fires that crossed 36, for example, at that point. Talking about the Dixie. And all of those firefighters the next day sheltering in place as they thought that the Dixie was going to go and consume those towns, going to structure protection, saying we can't hold 36. Then all of a sudden it lays down for hours, allows them to reinforce the lines, put out the spots on the other side. That was pretty much a miracle. We wouldn't have a west shore. I mean, we saw the breach where the fire went in between at Lake Elsinore West and Prattville, and then died down enough for them to save those communities. That was pretty miraculous. Night after night after night, it looks like, oh, it's going to consume Pollock Pines. Oh, it looks like it's going to consume this or that, and then dies down. You look at Windy, and the forecast is throughout the night that there's wind gusts. Wind gust forecast. But we've seen a lot less wind at night than was forecast. This is like the 9th or 10th day in a row, maybe the 11th, that's happened. And so we discount no progress. We discount no favors. You know, we should appreciate every little favor that we get. Otherwise, we wouldn't have these communities anymore. They would have been already erased. So that is what we're talking about. That, wow, super strokes of luck during the night after horrifically bad days. No, it's not really typical that fires run right up to the doorstep of a community and stop. We have lost some communities, of course. Of course, we're talking about that. But we have to explain why a lot of these are still there. It's not just the heroism, but the time of day that they roared to life and the luck of having better weather at night than expected has been one of the things we have to keep highlighting of what is actually happening. So no, that's not typical. Anyway, I'm going to turn back on the Caldor feed. Let's see, the button is hidden there. We're seeing mostly they've been chattering as I listened to it more than the community meeting about the French fire. They're mostly chattering about repositioning themselves. Now, some of these glows and stuff are their firing operations, and some of them are the main fire. We can't really tell, but look how quiet. Just look how quiet overall it is being. Like, here's the other, just like we've seen night after night with the Caldor. They have had good windows of opportunity. If they had more personnel, they'd have they'd be able to take more advantages. They don't have a fifth of the personnel that they actually need. 1,000-ish people on this, half of them sleeping, like 500 people working on this fire that's gigantic already. That's not enough people. So, yeah, exactly, Max Smith. And so we're seeing forecasts, our wind gusts throughout the night, but not too many of them make an appearance very often, which is just great. We've seen nights of hell before the midnight miracles began starting. We saw nights of hell where every single night we saw fire tornadoes.
My guys are pretty much zombies right now, so I was thinking maybe we can wait until daybreak and go after it.
Oh.
I concur. Just make sure that we're in a safe area with that fire activity down there.
Activity where?
Yeah, affirmative. I've got them moved back into the black, so they're safe where they're at.
Okay. Wish they would say where.
So are the low boys at that division break for Lima and Juliet?
They're down the road from that division break, back towards 50.
Copy.
Okay, so Lima and Juliet, where's our map of...
For the other transports that are in Lima.
Excellent news. So they're going to come into Juliet then, correct?
That's my bad. He's still looking for him, is kind of what I meant by bird dogging.
Okay, so where's the big... Okay, so that's the east area they're talking about being, and that's so heartbreaking when they say my guys are basically zombies. Some of them are on 72-hour shifts. They really don't have enough people. The maximum, they have been spread thin to the max. So the only relief we're going to get on these fires is basically if we get, as firefighters have been telling me, is the rest of the country has to put manpower in, and we have to draw it from the eastern United States, the south, places that are not having as many of these fires, and help is on the way but can't come soon enough. So when they have these windows of opportunities, they need the manpower to seize them, and that's the big thing that's lacking. So day after day after day, it's always a countdown. How much progress can they make till the next big wind event? And these days of being understaffed are like wasted opportunities. So it's still a critical situation. We can celebrate the little victories that we have, the little things. We're losing a large amount of structures. We're losing a large amount of the landscape. However, we can celebrate the fact that this could be way, way, way worse. Like we saw those nights of hell with multiple fire tornadoes spawning on the Dixie, 300-foot tall flames, walls of destruction, multiple communities being wiped off the map in the same night. Okay, we have to remind ourselves that was just 2 weeks ago. Now it's just 2 weeks ago. So we've had some pretty mild weather comparatively. Otherwise, we could have seen Tahoe erased by now. We could have seen the battle for Carson City going on by now. We got to count all blessings. So I've just muted the Caldor because there's police activity chatting again. So what conspiracy theories? But I'm wondering what conspiracy theories he's talking about. Wait. Who's talking about that? That's a banned topic. Sorry. We don't want more stress on people for sure. So we were kind of wondering what happened to Shell. Shell randomly banned somebody and made them unhidden, but is not showing as even participating in chat. So I kind of wonder what happens. Sometimes the cat jumps on. I think she was saying her keyboard. Don't think that was done on purpose. So yeah, Blanco Lirio is a link to his channel in the chat. The other guy, yeah, I linked to him from the get-go. He's in my video descriptions. I have a area that says other good YouTubers and such. So it's funny how I'm the lead here, and I can't even see messages when they're retracted. So if somebody retracts them, I may not even know what they said. So, what, he was talking about conspiracy? He was? Blanco Lirio was? Is that what was going on? That would surprise me greatly. Now, I am listening to Caldor. We see a scout plane doing infrared runs right now. But they're not talking about doing much. But they were working over by, they were saying Immigrant Trail. Yeah, the Mormon Immigrant Trail. That makes sense. That they pulled over to a safe space because of crew exhaustion. But the general battles are still going on. We still see the slide park. Let's see, is the cam up? Uh-oh. Is the slide park cam still up? Hopefully they didn't lose power. Hey, it's still alive and kicking. We can't see a whole lot going on there. We have a Camino cam, right? Yep. Still alive and kicking. So we take it one step at a time here. So what a huge concern is down there in Kern County. We don't have eyes on it. We don't have ears about the possible impact to the communities by Wolford Heights, and that's the way that the smoke is going. That's where the fire behavior analysis analyst just said wanted to where the fire wanted to go was to the east and slightly to the north. They're not so worried about the south and the southwest, but it wants to eat Wolford Heights. So I'm oh, okay, yeah, somebody, that would really be unusual for him. Desiree Buckland says, I mentioned Blanco Lirio has good info, and then someone told me he talks about conspiracy theories. I have never heard of that. I watch him pretty dang regularly. He calmly explained and very well did a good explainer on what happened with Orville. He flies over the areas affected by fire. He went to Ruth. He went to explore the devastation of the Paradise Fire plus last year's North Complex. I have never heard anything like weird from him. I wouldn't link to anybody who does conspiracy crap, so let's see, going back up here, and hey, Emily, by the way. Yeah, Juan Brown showed a friend's property on how he prepared for the fire. The fire came up a few hundred yards away, and then the wind shifted in the night, pushed the fire away from the structure. Yeah, that's the fickle nature of fire. It is a slave to the wind. It has to go where the wind blows in general. If it's like flat ground, I mean, it can always run uphill or climb uphill even against the wind, but on flat ground, that's the way a lot of structures get saved, is the wind switches for a bit and boom, just luck. And that explains why a lot of structures make it, some don't. Also, did the fire approach your structure at night when it's a lot less intense at night because of lower temperature and usually higher humidity? And maybe it crept past, eating all the pine needles near you, and then it passed over. The structures, if there's a high wind event at night, of course, nothing is really protected, but usually if a fire passes through during the night, it's one of the ways it stays alive. Now there's a horrible clicking sound. I muted it for you guys, but that Caldor radio is driving me insane. So bear with me. One back up. So see here. Yeah, he seems to. Oh, he may have talked about flat earthers. Yeah, I think I think a lot of people take shots at them as a funny meme in general. But yeah, somebody said he didn't have a good reputation at some point, but I don't get that impression. He seems pretty dang popular. Now, some of the analysis that he was doing, I thought he learned from me, frankly, because he was getting on Caltopo and showing how you could track fires and stuff. So I thought that he had perhaps seen my channel from last year, and I was like, yo, Juan, let's get together for coffee sometime. And I don't buy people beers, but you did a good service by explaining the what's going on with the fires and the dams. And he has never responded to me. Probably thinks I'm a weirdo, but he was doing Caltopo like this, showing pretty much exactly the way that I have taught people for the last couple of seasons. So I thought he'd be like, Kathryn, hi. But no, little red-faced embarrassment there. That he's probably like, I have a stalker. So, also, don't forget, firefighters are patrolling, and they are saving structures actively, whatever they can. So were they nearby when the fire threatened your property? I mean, then they tried to help probably. A lot of times you just don't know when you come back and see what's left.
319 hours. Break.
Yeah, that's it. Police are just talking on the Caldor right now. So I thought that the choppers would return. They're at refueling right now. We'll see if they will. So yeah, he's more of a conspiracy buster. He's a pilot. Yeah. Going here. Yeah, do keep me informed, because I haven't been able to watch much of anything or have much of a life since I started this. I didn't even remember how long I've been doing this. I went back to my videos. Apparently I started this when the Dixie fire broke out the next day on the 14th, and I have basically spent almost every waking hour looking at these fires and covering them, aside from like bathing and getting my mail like once a week. So people kept reminding me that don't exhaust yourself, but it doesn't seem like I've been doing it that long. It's hard to keep track of time. It's like it is frozen in a way, and it seems like a week ago is like a year ago. It's just I think we're all kind of feeling that way. Doesn't it feel like a year ago that the fire was in the Feather River Canyon, and we were just wondering if it would affect the Polga area and be put out quickly? I mean, it's just, so we'll continue to check the biggest area of concern right now is the French fire, trying to eat Wolford Heights, and we just don't want it to come this way. They just explained their lines that they kind of made, which is what I supposed last night, that they were doing. And as long as it just doesn't move from there, they might be able to save the community. But the next couple of nights, they'll probably be trying to eat it. Let's see. Desiree, he just started to use it. Use what? Viewer mentioned it to him the other day. Yeah, 4-7 Gear is a great show. I also watch Mentor Pilot. He's really good at explaining things. Who else do I watch? Oh yeah, we forgot Daniel Kearns. Let's see if he's got an update for Taylorsville today. Yeah, I thought it was 7-4 Gear. He's cool. Kelsey is amazing. I like airplanes and such. Yeah, I'll think about that in a sec. I would like to go to bed soon, actually. I am feeling pretty ill, but I want to get an idea what the heck's going on with especially like the Taylorsville stuff. So let me go back to Daniel Kern to see if you have an update. Going up there. There's a benefit. Carol's Cafe, September 11th, 3 to 6 p.m. The 50th anniversary party is now a benefit for Greenville and Canyon Dam residents. Yeah, $20 per person, buffet adult beverages and such. That's pretty cool. Okay, so let's show that. I am. We're still listening to the Caldor, but we've only heard the police activity. There's been no fire update. She has a 13. Was this yesterday? Because 13 hours ago is last night. Did we already see this? Let me look.
Monday, August 23rd, 11:40.
Yeah, that was yesterday. We already saw that, so he hasn't gone live again today. So this is cool, though. The mark your calendars. That'd be a good charity. Next month, has the government mentioned any detail on the local aid to fire victims? I don't know. Let's see here. Going back up. Fire is nearing Black Valerio's own home. Yikes. I got the impression he was a Butte County resident, but I don't know. I really don't know. So, the Chris Jones Kern River running at 50 CFC, so luckily no whitewater rafters in the area. Yeah. Shell has big computer problems. Oh, okay.
141 medical thunder circle.
Okay, we're listening to Caldor still, but we are seeing pretty, except on a couple of the cams, like Outingdale. Pretty mild stuff. I haven't heard anything alarming.
Engine 289, engine 6332, medical 10801, thunder circle, nearest cross of Monitor Lane.
So that can be for a variety of towns in the area, just medical calls. Pretty quiet stuff. Okay. Yeah, that was for Dixie only. I thought, Sandra. Oh, that the Caldor doesn't have federal disaster declaration. I have no idea how this works. I don't know why that didn't happen the moment the Dixie broke out. It was obviously in the same area of other mega fires in one of the world's worst difficult areas to fight fires during the middle of a mega drought. So really, the red tape process, the Byzantine bureaucracy process is something that has to change if we're going to be able to adapt and respond to this situation like ASAP, like now. How far is it away from Camino? It's consistently been pretty close. Sly Park, they were worried for the most. That's why Pollock Pines and such is evacuated. So we've got a Camino cam. It keeps timing out on me. I would just leave this up all night. We had a mesmerizing pine needle shower that was in front of the camera at the Sly Park Reservoir, and that's the pine needles stuck to the cam are obscuring our view. But I think this is not really rain. We were wondering about that. We saw rain drops on the camera, and I checked radar, and there was some moisture. But then it said no measurable rainfall, and all day we've been seeing more drops on the cam. I think it's a sprinkler. You said branch 30, ops on command. Let's listen.
Branch 30.
Since last time we spoke.
Where's branch 30?
Marching out towards the west. Did get a additional strike team from Alpha that's going to be a big help, and when the helicopters get back, we're going to reinforce that.
There is no fire near Orville, so I mean, but people have cabins.
Copy. Do you still have Tanker 61 on station, or are they down right now?
Hell, I'll look at InstaWeb for a map.
To my knowledge, they're still on station. They're about a 15 to 20 minute turn back to the fire.
Okay, maps. Heck is branch 30? Ah, way down there. Okay. The Omo area? Alright. Full size. Oh, this will be mega. Oh yeah, it's taking forever to load, even on 500 megabits download. Remember this? This is how dial-up was, kiddies. Okay, here we go. Cue that horrible sound. So it doesn't go in between. Okay. Alright, I'm muting that for you guys. That's what I deal with when I mute it for you. It's for your own good. You would go crazy like me if you heard that all the time. So yeah, the branch break is the bracket. So this is how you read the map. There's these, whoops, I need a different color pen. There's like these symbols. So branch 30 is going to have everything between these symbols. That's all that means. So this is the whole branch, you know, the 30 area. And so then the 20 area is this, see? Because we got that symbol there. So 15 and 10, it's like, so here's 15, here's 10s. That's the way it goes. So this map is on InstaWeb, and you can see a lot of these. I wish there was an in-between zoom, but it's quite comprehensive, showing their, you know, their lines and how they're going to defend things. For example, Sly Park. So when you've got the really light gray stuff, this is a line under construction, and it matters the date of the map. So that's under construction right there. So you have the light gray X's versus the dark. So this is complete, and in pink under construction. So I have to check the date. The date of this map. 23rd, so yesterday. So we know, of course, they've been working around the clock on a lot of these with, as we have just heard, extremely exhausted zombie crews. So Sly Park Road will be probably one of their main lines of defense. Now, what's the red? What is the red dot? I think that might be fire perimeter. Yeah. Basically the fire perimeter as it was when they made the map sometime probably at the crack of dawn yesterday. So of course it changes. Now we still got active fire on the Dixie. We still want to monitor that. Where's our Indian Ridge camp? I'll just put it back up. And we keep checking the heat map, and it's just on the Mount Ura area and Peters Creek. If it's this quiet on the Caldor fire, we might want to switch to Dixie chatter. We did earlier, but it was quite quiet. We don't have a peep out of Daniel Kern's, unfortunately, for today. So looking back up, Irish Rose, hi. My sister lives in Jackson, Amador County, but they have smoke but no warnings or watches. Yeah, thankfully. If you were told Blanco Lirio about Caltopo and he hadn't known about it yet and just started using it, actually, I think that may have been me. I tried to tell him about that quite a while ago when he was talking about where fires were, but I don't think I was the only person mentioning that to him months ago. And when he started using it, that's what gave me the impression that he had seen my stream for some reason. I was like, "Yo, Juan, what's up? I see you got in the hang of it." And I said, "You know what you can also do is check out Broadcastify at the same time to get the real-time radio chatter." And I was like making all these hints to him, and then he's probably looking down, going, "Who is that stalker?" But that's what gave me that impression back then. I had constantly tried to make contact with him in the chat. When I was too ill to cover the Beckworth and the thing going on with the Southern Oregon, oh gosh, too tired to think right now. Crazy Fire, the crazy one that just wrapped up in Southeast Oregon, guys. I'm losing my mind compared to bootleg, yeah. I felt terribly guilty that I was in no shape to cover that, and when Blanco Lirio went live covering a couple of those situations, I said, "I will direct my viewers to your channel. Thanks, mate." But then he only did like 1 or 2 summaries with Caltopo. I thought he would do that every day, and I was like, "Oh, whoops." But Holt Hanley was kind of taking over, and that's how I felt comfortable last year, kind of right after I figured out the Calistoga area in the glass fire. We were going to, I'd say, finally turned a corner on that. I just collapsed in exhaustion after 32 days straight of doing this without a rest, just except for maybe 1 day. So I'm just trying not to do a repeat of that health-destroying thing of last year, but I'm doing better, much better this year. I still have the, waiting for nasal passage surgery, the constant sinus infections, which spread to my ears from time to time, and flare up with a fever now and then. But the last year's smoke is what had made me really collapse. I just couldn't handle. I've got a lot better handle in this situation now. So, well, thank you so much, LEB. And I'm always touched by the concern people have for my health.
We'll be out with 2 at the end of Tower Road. 20 is going to be 7 Charles Ocean Henry.
Okay, that's police stuff again. On the Caldor, there's really not much chatter going on. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I will need some days off, and I did take the morning off and came back around 4. But I think I should probably force myself to go to bed now. So, as things have mostly calmed down, Mods, do you feel like you can handle the fort today, tonight, or that I should? And we got options. There's a couple options. I can leave on the stream and turn off chat. That would keep the pornography bots away, That's one of the worst things that I dread. And there's also the taunters and the crazy conspiracy theorists who jump in there trying to say, "I have to save everybody. We're being attacked by space people and lizards with lasers." And they constantly link to conspiracy BS channels, and that has been concerning. But we have to have we have to have enough police so like 1 or 2 mods don't feel like they have to stay awake until I wake up. That's been a big concern. That's why I kind of shut it down last night. We didn't have enough people. So I was hoping people in different time zones, like more Australians, might be attracted to the channel and volunteer. Oh, D. Thomas, you chatted with Juan Brown yesterday. He's a nice guy, does a good job. Yeah, you could tell that he cares. He's either the world's best actor or he cares about the plane crashes and stuff. So, but that's what we have to discuss. So the options are, okay, they're still talking about police stuff. Option 1, keep chat open all night, enough mods to man it, and leave a webcam refreshing all night so people can hear the radio chatter. Option B, keep all that up without chat though. Just choose a webcam, have it auto refresh, keep the radio on one of the fires. Or option C, just take the whole thing down until I wake up. So, and they're still running a background check on somebody on the Caldor. Otherwise I'd be showing it. And you know what? I'm gonna stop Caldor feed and switch to Dixie and see if there's something going on. There's poor Kern County down there. I would leave it on Kern County and show this, but there's no feed. There's no radio at all. So we just have to check in, see if everything's okay. Yeah, 3 winters. I could be on for several more hours, but getting an earlier night before work. Yeah. Thanks for the volunteering. But I think a lot of mods have been doing this a long time, just like me. And since we may have a Thursday and Friday kind of a situation across the northern section, I think maybe the Dixie. I don't know if it'll affect the Caldor. We might get good rest while we can. There's like speculation about it getting drier or hotter, triple-digit temperatures perhaps across part of Northern California, which even if it wasn't windier would mean a lot more serious activity. So this is why I'd love to know what's going on. So I've switched to listening to Dixie for a moment. Don't hear anything. We'll wait to see if they're talking about something. Lady Edith, having a chat's a privilege. Thank you. No, thank my mods. There's no way I could police the circus. D. Thomas, I'm off to bed. Have a second day of 8th grade, or my son does. Yeah, thank you for being here, D. Thomas. Thanks so much. So yeah, we don't have mods for the night. I could do this. I could leave Indian Ridge Cam on. Let's check out the dire flare. I forgot about that for a bit. It would show a little bit of Indian Valley, theoretically, just not, of course, what exactly is going on by Genesee. The right camera is dire. And I'm monitoring both the Caldor and the Dixie radio. And 2 minutes behind live is my cell phone, recording the Caldor stuff. And here, you'll hear them talk if they talk about Dixie. So looking at Canyon Dam right now is the right image. Wait, no, that's northeast. Okay, never mind. That is northeast of Dire Mountain. So click over to the right and show Indian Valley. Sorry, guys. A far cry from when we saw mega fire tornadoes and 300-foot tall flames 2 weeks ago. So the left is Susanville, the right's panning and scanning image from Dire. And the upper right image is overlooking Indian Valley, the one you can barely see. So I'm waiting for the FLIR to pan over to. We'll check the regular Dire Mountain cams. Turn chat off or shut it down. Keep patrols away. Yeah. Well, thank you, Dear Thomas. Oh, that's Dixie. Let's see. Said Kilo on command.
Kilo from branch 9 on command. Go ahead. Platform. Making my way back down. I can meet you in Warner Valley. I was going to make my way up there and check on those homes. Down the Knox Creek area.
What is that horrible tone?
Okay, copy. Why don't we just meet at the location from this morning?
Okay, it's looking too low down at Canyon Dam. If it would look up, we would see Indian Valley at some point. Okay, so let's check the Dire Mountain. There's Indian Ridge looking frightening. And they're looking the wrong way. Great. Let's do a time lapse for Indian Ridge, 12-hour. Smitty, I can police trolls and bots for 4 to 5 more hours. Yeah, I'll be sleeping longer than that. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a feedback that more. Good night, Sandra. By the way, come back and see us. Smitty says my understanding of the state briefing was that a state of emergency for the fire affected areas, not just Dixie. Went to the president's desk on the 23rd. This would aid persons evacuated federally. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me look back at yeah, it's 1 in the morning somehow. Okay. Okay. I think we're looking at the slopes above Peter Creek. But that's a lot less fierce than it could be. Okay, looking back here. Let's look at Placerville. I love this view, it's just cool. This is live and like a video. Now I found out that these alert wildfire cams, and here's Sierra Tahoe. Let's do a 1 hour. These cams, what we're seeing is just, you know, one image every 30 seconds to 1 minute as a time lapse sort of a deal. However, there are videos, and these actually take videos, and sometimes the media gets a hold of it, and you can see, you know, planes zoom right in and splash, and I'm so frustrated that the public doesn't have access to that. Why are we seeing this one image at a time BS? So yeah, thank you so much, Smitty, and all my mods, 3 winners. Yeah. I need to catch up on a lot of sleep. I feel my attention span completely suffering. I am concentrating on what they're talking about, like dozer lines, and then I realize, oh yeah, I totally drifted off there, and I was thinking about some other issue. And then look back at it, and rewind it, and do it again. And it's like, okay, I need more sleep. So There's Outingdale. Let's do an hour time lapse. Dixie is being completely quiet. He said we were going to go check on structures at Warner Valley. Look at the heat map over there. I was speaking to JB, and he said it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, the old station could possibly be in danger from the Dixie. There's a lot of dead and down trees from a previous fire leading up to it, and that they were just kind of leaning over as dried out dead heavy fuels. Protein helps prevent sleep drunkenness, really? Activists? Hey, welcome back, by the way. Yeah, I don't think we have enough mods for the night shift. I think I might try to decide what to do. Frankly, it's hard to know. There's Omo Ranch Road. Now, we were frightened a little bit by earlier. We saw flames like to the west here, but it could have been just one of their firing ops to help protect this southern anchor point for the Caldor fire. See how there was fire in the lower left? But it didn't progress south. And the radio wasn't concerned about it, so it could have just been one of their firing ops. Activist says can't sleep and have to be up at 4 a.m. Do you want me to read you a bedtime story? Apparently, I have a soothing hypno voice. What do you guys want, a bedtime story? We have to be out of copyright. Making Nightbot. Oh, that's a dangerous thing, and I have no idea how, but that's an option, I think. But so many people know how to get around that kind of detection. I'd hate to come back and have chaos, wake up to chaos like that one night. Because a lot of times people find the channel, they get a first impression, that is their only impression. I wouldn't. The night that I took chat down, it was a night because if I had found my own channel that night, I would have never looked at it again. I would have probably hit the button to hide channel from view. It was such a chaotic mess. But lessons have been learned. Poll, you know what? Poll. Leave radio and webcam on all night. No chat. There we go. 171 people. Oh, you're studying for a test. Oh, okay. All right. Well, then you don't want a bedtime story. Okay. All right. You'll need good sleep, though. At some point in time, you just gotta make yourself go down and say, I am ready. Boom. Hit the pillow. Ready as you'll be. A little refresher right before the test, helps. I can confirm a tired mind's ability to memorize is pretty limited. Yeah. The stamina, it's pure adrenaline. I'm not a person of great stamina at all. I do have some tricks though, because I don't have good stamina day to day. I somehow outlast a lot of people in some other ways, which is the weirdest irony. Because I've found a lot of tricks, such as constantly eating. If you're gonna need to stay awake for a long period of time, you constantly eat. High sugar content and proteins. I have superfoods like almonds, Blue Diamond Smokehouse almonds. I buy those by the 10-pound bag. Those are pretty incredible. All those white cheddar Cheetos, white cheddar popcorns. So if you can just grab a bucket of M&Ms. I constantly go and reheat stuff in the kitchen, just like nibbling at a time. No big heavy meals that can really fatigue you. If you take any caffeine, you have to have extra amounts of sugar, even if you don't like it. Otherwise, your body starts to produce adrenaline to deal with your lack of sugar, and it gives you the jitters. And then a couple of other tricks. When you get the impulse for sleep, it's usually a phase that if you sit down, all of a sudden you get random second wins. Supplements, everything from L-theanine, magnesium, iron, just depending as needed. The B vitamins. See, what was my big tip that I totally forgot about, though? Oh, the deal with your body. The deal with your body. So I learned this trick from a couple of self-help books about hypnotizing yourself. And we see the scout plane going over the Caldor. That's good. I'll be able to map that tonight to get a good perimeter. Yeah, it hasn't been able to fly over the eastern flank for a long time. Ooh, a nice mild activity on the Dixie. Okay, so there's something called making the deal with your body, and it works. We all have this ability. Your animal instinct, subconscious mind, whatever you want to call that. And there's many different words for it. It's like a second you, right? Our logical brain, mammal brain and such, more developed parts of our brain, the conscious part, has a twin, which is the part that acts like an animal, just reacts to things, just has instincts. It kind of pushes the buttons for adrenaline and such. And the basic explanation for it is that it's always there, ready to take over if you can't handle a situation. It's always trying to be helpful, but sometimes sabotages you. It's a big dumb animal, right? So if you don't know what to do in any situation, you might find yourself terrorized and running. And like, why am I running? But you are running from something. That's a good example. Like when a boom, unexpected crisis occurs, a lot of people like panic and run or go the wrong way or do stupid things. The moment that it thinks you don't know what to do, it says, I'll take over, pushes the button for adrenaline, it smashes that, you're flooded with adrenaline, it turns off your logical brain, and then you find yourself reacting to instinct, which is generally not the best of ideas. And why are first responders calmly walking to the crisis and just like calmly pulling out hose lines, putting on their hats and helmets? Why are soldiers just doing their thing in the midst of chaos, where you and I would panic? And all that's training. And when you know what to do, because you've trained and you've drilled in any situation, you just find yourself doing it, even though you are a bit scared. You are a little bit concerned, but you're not overwhelmed with terror and panic, because that subconscious mind is ready to push the button for adrenaline and all these other fight or flight response chemicals, but it won't push that if it thinks that if you're in charge, if it thinks that you're handling the situation. Okay, we got a spot there by 50. It's ready to, but it'll only step in if it loses confidence in you. So making the deal with your body, the long story short, is you can communicate on some level with that other part of you and get it, basically harness superpowers in a way. And this is part of what monks do when they're doing their incredible superhuman things. like generating their own body heat when it's freezing and they're not wearing anything but a light jacket all night. They're more advanced in this whole meditative thing. Part of meditation is getting in touch with that part of yourself. But anyway, going back to the point, is you can make the deal with your body. I need you to do a solid for me. I need you to be there for me. I need you to pull through. Don't get fatigued. Don't feel as much pain as usual. From this point in time to that point in time, we have to do this. And you basically just think that way and say, just like almost like an out loud voice. If you're alone, do speak it out loud, because it monitors your thoughts constantly, but it'll monitor your voice and pay much more attention to what you're actually saying. Yeah, exactly. Instincts left over from caveman days and such. So that's why positive affirmation is like speaking in a mirror to yourself. It's one of those things that everybody made fun of on Saturday Night Live. I am smart, I'm confident, and I love myself, and I'm good enough. Remember that Stuart Smalley? I think it was. He was. But there's a reason. There's a reason. This stuff actually kind of works. So if you're alone, you can talk to yourself. If you're not, you're going to look crazy. And then just think it out loud. Body, from this point in time to that, come through for me. We have to do it. The second part, though, is that you say afterwards, I will give you as much rest and good food as you want. And you have to keep that promise. Let's listen to Dixie. Hang on.
720. Back on his wheels. And for planning purposes, he'll be out of service.
That's frustrating. That is the view. That's the view of Indian Valley and what we're seeing, but we can't get a larger view of those cams. Yeah. Okay, so that was just mundane chatter. The point is, though, is you have to keep the promise. It'll say deal. You know, you can't do this day after day after day after day, and then fail to give it, to keep your end of the bargain. You can't fail to give it all the rest and nutrition it wants afterwards. It'll just stop kind of believing you, and it knows that you're burning your body to death. You know that you're abusing it, and it will make you feel tired and put you down in order to make you have the rest that you need. But if you keep your end of the bargain, the cool thing is that your subconscious mind's a big dumb animal. It believes you no matter what you say. So any moment that you want to change and start keeping the promise, it goes, oh boy. It doesn't hold grudges or particularly remember anything from one moment to the next. So when you start keeping the promise, it'll work more and more and more as you practice this. But you have to tell it how long it needs to do it, come through for you, and then you have to keep it. Don't set the alarm. Just sleep as long as you need to. Eat as much as you want to, or as much as you're hungry for, and actually eat the good food, you know. And that's a really good trick to develop. So, yeah, Metal NPC says that's true. I can't do much anymore. I used to work 3 jobs to make the bills until I learned low voltage. That was nice until the lockdown came. Now I'm studying up and trying to find work. Finally, I would crash, but food was the key. Yeah. So, okay, people, the poll is over. I totally forgot I was doing that. Here are your results. Wait, the results are supposed to be in here in the chat. Leave radio and webcam all night, but no chat. Yes. Okay. So yeah, we will obey the what the people want. So I'm still with you for a little bit. I'm going to eat a little bit here and try to monitor the situation just a little bit longer. but I am happy to see that other than a couple of the expected nightly hotspots, we don't have too much going on. Now I have Caldor on, and they are talking a little bit. Let's turn it back on. I'm listening on my cell phone. Talking about Ice House. The tanker is coming back. Okay. Yay. Okay, so Caldor chat is on for you guys. My phone is 2 minutes behind.
L Tinker 47, 2985. You guys are cleared direct to Tiger unrestricted. Actually, how about 4,500 below to Tiger and then into Division Whiskey.
Okay. Yeah, they're back. Cool. Night drops.
Elko 6,500 over Whiskey. Tinker 6-1 will be working ridge dip for the targets in Whiskey.
We don't have enough mod volunteers for chat all night, unfortunately, Joey. Hey, and welcome, by the way. The mods are feeling a lot of fatigue, and since we might have worse weather Thursday and Friday, we might want to just kind of take the opportunity to rest until then, because this is a long haul. We're going to be doing this a long time. The rains of November are far away, and or snows, and we just don't know that we'll get even any rains before Santa Ana wind season and Diablo winds. Hang on a second. It's talking about fire on structures. One moment. Said, do you have a target, or is there fire threatening any structures?
Road is that on?
What road is that on? Copy Slug Gulch. We only heard one side of that conversation, so don't know if there are any structures threatened. That was so dang frustrating. Now, that's just that clicking sound. The first switch back off of Slug Gulch. We don't hear the other party. Alright, so I have an idea of keeping on Flight Radar 24 and keeping on the Caldor fire because the pilot chatter will happen and probably begins sometime in the morning. And the Caldor fire being the behemoth that it is, there will probably be active chatter in the morning. So, yeah, I wish we could do chat all night, but unless we had nocturnal volunteers that I could become familiar with, I don't think that's a good idea, because we've had these pornography bots coming in.
Go ahead.
We just tried to poke into ridge dip and we're kind of screwed in there. We're going to divert over to Tiger.
Okay, diverting over to Tiger. 47's also to Tiger. Just checked in about a couple of minutes ago. You probably heard him.
We heard him. Thank you very much.
And 6-1 from 7-6, check, we're back down 4,500, flying the right hand racetrack like we were earlier.
Okay. And the scout plane's going towards that Khyber's kind of red spot that we had on the map. Or east of Khyber's. Which is probably the Ghost 17 satellite is probably coming right back around. That's when you have those anomalies. If you zoom in, there's different colors. It's usually the satellite's trying to update about that time. Hi, Harley. Well, hey, well, you just woke up. What's happening? Trying to go to bed. Yeah, Middle MPC, it's so true. You need a lot of mods for 24/7 channel. We were doing very well with that, but you know, people are now finding it as difficult as I am to do this just day after day for weeks. I was asking for volunteers. My email's in the link in the description of the video. If you do want to, I'm terribly behind in my emails. I'm trying to get a rotating kind of a team. And Irish Rose says, you're taking our trolls, but they are fun and go really good at 3 in the morning with blueberry muffins and coffee. Well, yeah, Harley, it's pretty. Hang on. Yeah, this is historical. Much love to all my mods. I wish there's a way to hand controls to really trustworthy mods. That if they had to go to bed, that they could turn off chat themselves. I don't know how all this streaming stuff works. I'm frankly surprised I'm the only person doing this. I think I'm the only person doing this. Is anybody else out there?
Are you looking for drops adjacent to the structure, or do you just want to take some the fire's cool down the fire's edge coming up to the structure?
Oh.
Copy.
We just tried to poke into the receipt of work for through this area. Never over to Tiger. Okay.
Hey.
Over to Tiger. 47's also the Tiger.
And that's just follow up. That's adjacent downslope from where most of your vehicles are now.
Can't hear the other person.
Check we're back down 4,500 line the right hand racetrack. I think we were there.
Yeah, we've got the lighter winds kind of blowing toward the fire towards the west right now. The big threat is to like Sly Park.
Yeah, 47 to 61. It's on Rotorbeck. Go for 47. Hey guys, check. We're going to be joining you over at Tiger. We couldn't get into reach just. We got you guys inbound. Okay, yeah, we're en route to the Tiger dip now. We're showing about a minute and a half out. Check that.
There is.
I said we checked that. Thank you.
There is another, but not anywhere near as good as you. Now I'm curious. Well, thanks for the compliment, Jeremy Eater.
The bottom, so it could take some bites back up.
Huh. I was kind of hoping other people would do this.
Nice, solid flank down canyon.
Let's look at the Omo Ridge cam. So we might see the helicopters in front of it. Sorry, Omo Ranch Road. Now the other good view is the Outingdale. This is the view from the west, looking east at it. It's quieted down significantly. Okay. Yeah, we made history. Woo, yeah. You guys should be very proud. You know, everybody helping. You're really helping the community. Everybody even is saying, check out this or that link. It's everybody in chat that has helped me and who has contributed that I have to thank. Tried to do this with the Paradise Fire, and I had like 18 viewers at a time at the max. YouTube back back then. I don't know how different it was. And well, I mean, they still have a problem with a lot of hoaxers, fearmongers. Back then, you could put a scary headline such as Oroville Dam about to fail during that spillway crisis, which was complete and utter BS. And that person was getting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in chat and views and just raking in the monetization thing. YouTube, if you monetize videos, you get paid per click, like just for somebody touching your video. When you get more than 1 million views on a video, you get like 10 cents per somebody clicking on it. As in the distant past, when I researched it, you have to then share a lot of the revenue with YouTube, of course. But like those people that get millions of views, they're pretty well set. And so the idea was, let's make the scariest headline, period, so that we get the most clicks. And that is part of why YouTube became a circus of conspiracy nonsense and fake news. It was just straight up fake. And it was frustrating. That guy was obviously a just complete bald-faced liar. He was saying that Oroville Dam was going to fail. And I kept reporting and flagging, but it didn't do anything. He probably made many thousands of dollars scaring the living crap out of people during a crisis. And I can't stand that. So, Smitty, I love your humor. Yeah, the PG&E shill posing as a news site. I couldn't resist just asking, how much does PG&E pay me to shill for them? Oh my God, you're very confident that I like you, aren't you? Morris, you sleeping today? Yeah. We can work on it, Catherine, after tomorrow. I'll have this new laptop working. Oh, cool. Yeah, Morris is one of my original supporters. I value you a lot. So, Metal NPC, PG&E had to replace a pole on my property this week. It was supposed to tell me when they came, but didn't. So now I have to replace my entire freezer. You can send them the bill. You can send them the bill because they didn't notify you. Yeah, they are actually on the hook for that. So that sucks. Imagine all the taxidermists who have lost everything, their entire year's income because they lost their freezers. Holy crap! Can you imagine the best thing you've ever had, and a taxidermist calls you and says, "By the way, man." I mean, some people's careers are being ruined by the power outages and the fire disruptions. Just, I mean, the small butcher shops and stuff around here. Can you imagine? Let alone the produce, the flowers, and nurseries. The medicine, the vaccines we probably lost in the power outages. Bleh. Oh yeah, you're going to? You should bill them for that. So with my drone, my little camera drone, I have insurance up to $500,000 in case I hit a power line and knock out the power. That's, destroy the drone. But if it hit the power line and shorted it, then I would have to replace, or my insurance company would, all of the lost food in the freezers of a neighborhood. And or, the businesses affected. So that's why I have $500,000 insurance on my drone. But most drones, they wig out near a power line. The incredible magnetic field just makes them fall out of the sky getting near them. So it's a pretty rare event. Oh, let's listen. Branch 10, give it training. We're listening to Caldor again, by the way. Okay.
Branch 10. Yeah, Branch 10. I'm down in Division Lima, trying to locate 4 private dozers. I've gone all the way down to drop point 14 Peddler Hill.
you have any idea of any good hiding spots down here you might be able to point me to?
I'm not familiar with the area. I'm not from this area, and I just acquired that area at 7 o'clock tonight. Try your, I think he's calling himself Branch 15 now.
Place to hide for the night? Their terminology. Okay. Alright, I'm trying to tone down the volume. Caldor fire ops on my phone here. Okay, so time for me to go get some, what should I eat? I think I'll eat Lucky Charms right now. But there's not too much going on, except we have air attack helping out the Caldor right now. And occasionally they're mostly, they're working in Slug Gulch by the Omo Ranch, and when they have the clear skies, they're going up to patrol the creek over by Sly Park. But they seem pretty satisfied with what they did today to protect and prepare Sly Park for the wind blowing that direction tonight. And it's pretty sluggish wind as far as we can tell. Oh, we forgot to watch the predictive services briefing. Should we do that? Okay, I'm going to mute that for a moment. Let's do this. This is new to me. There's groovy music. There's groovy music.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Monday, August 23rd, 2021. This morning's water vapor loop shows a dry southwesterly flow over California. There's an area of low pressure in southern British Columbia with a trough extending southwest to the northern California coast. Most of what we see in the visible loop over California, Nevada, southern Oregon, and southern Idaho is thick smoke from multiple ongoing wildfires. The marine layer, indicated by the brighter shading along the coast and into our western areas, is around 2,000 feet deep this morning. Computer forecast model graphics for later today show the low pressure trough extending from southwestern Canada to the North Ops region. That trough will move off to the east and another will replace it on Wednesday. Temperatures will be below to near average and the marine layer will move well inland each afternoon and evening. Most areas west of the Cascade Sierra Range will have cool nights with good humidity recovery. Southwest to northwest winds will gust to 20 to 30 miles an hour along and east of the Cascade Sierra Crest and in coastal areas for a few hours this afternoon. The afternoon southwest to northwest winds will gust to 25 to 35 miles an hour in wind-prone spots along and east of the crest Tuesday and Wednesday. Sea breeze winds during afternoons and evenings will continue to gust in the 20 to 30 mile an hour range. The trough will be positioned on the east side of the crest Thursday through Saturday, while high pressure builds in the eastern Pacific. Temperatures will warm to above average and humidity will be lower with this pattern. The marine layer will be more shallow and not move as far inland during afternoons and evenings. Northwest to northeast winds will gust to 25 miles an hour or so from the western Cascade Sierra slopes to the coast range during nights and mornings. Those winds will die off by early afternoon each day, and typical summer southwest to northwest winds will prevail during afternoons and evenings. Minimum afternoon humidity in the drier inland areas will be 7 to 17%.
Yeah.
And humidity will only recover to 20 to 35% in breezy areas each night. The North Ops 7-day significant fire potential product has no high-risk days. The northwest to northeast winds beginning Wednesday night may come with lower humidity, but wind speeds will be below high-risk criteria. The South Ops region has no high-risk days in the next week. Onshore flow conditions will prevail, with westerly winds becoming gusty each afternoon and evening through passes and into the desert areas. Now the fire weather highlights for the North Ops region. The North Ops region will be under the influence of dry low-pressure troughs for the next several days. Southwest to northwest winds will be a bit stronger in the north and east Tuesday and Wednesday afternoons. Then, with the trough east of the Cascade Sierra Crest late in the week, we'll have a warming trend with locally gusty night and morning northerly winds west of the crest. No high-risk symbols are posted for the next week.
Oh, I wanted more of that groovy music. So this is what the phone call was about today. I was learning from JB, who's awesome. He's the retired fire captain up in Shasta area. You know?
Below the closest structure, so we're going out of it up the structure. Guys set up to fly east-west along this heat edge. We can kind of call the drop for you.
One moment.
Copy, east-west.
Copy, contact night ops.
Okay, they keep talking about structures being threatened, but the two helicopters now, both of them are back in action, are helping out the situation, kind of by Omo Ranch, it sounds like, and the Slug Gulch area. So what the conversation was about with JB is he was telling me days ago that these, every day, there's a brief video about the fire weather forecast, and it was hidden on this maze-like website.
Number one for the drop. 6-1. At 12 o'clock there now, you want to?
Right here.
Okay, 6-1, the highest part of the fire, there are some headlights or some engines up high. There's a structure adjacent to those engines, and we got the laser on that highest part of the fire. Okay, I didn't have a laser from you. Yeah, not much smoke, sweetheart. Somewhere in, we've got a laser pointed at my 12 o'clock, or is it further to the west along the line? Yep, that's it. That's the area. And just keep coming, and we'll keep you in view.
Okay, so the guy speaking is here, and these are the two tankers. Both of them are back in action now. One of them was grounded a bit. And what they do is at night, this is pretty rare, they'll signal where they want the water to be dropped with lasers because they can't see the ground crews.
I'm just going to turn in over top of you here. Okay, copy.
They don't want to accidentally smash the ground crews with a couple tons of water.
I see some headlights up on the hill, kind of at the further western edge. We are on scene here working with Branch 30 Division Whiskey with 2 heli-tankers. Is the line a little bit further west? Yeah, I can see the headlights up on the hill, kind of further west of me. I see the heat and E1 sticking up.
Should be visible here.
6-1, keep going. Okay, we're lasering it if we can see that. Yeah, 6-1, right in that area. Got it, thanks.
I was kind of wondering if the lasers would show up on these cams. But they take one image like every minute, so the likeliness of us seeing that might be pretty low. So, okay, going back to the chat.
And 47, signal you're dropping, we'll stay on that. Yeah, 47, tag and extend.
Tell me what the shill conversation was about, because I frankly don't know the exact definition of that word. Isn't that just like a paid stooge?
Somebody. Make sure that first drop is kind of adjacent to that looks like the highest amount of fire downslope from the structure.
That is really cool, but there's 2 heli-tankers protecting
Check, make
structures.
Sure this is, I know we're not anchoring at blanket here, we're just starting in the middle adjacent point protection on the structure. Just want to make sure we're on target.
There's a helicopter. Yeah, please tell me, what was that conversation about? Now I'm very curious. Yeah, if Smitty was heroic, maybe you need a sword, not a wrench, right? Yeah, do tell. And maybe I can go back and look at chat for a different broadcast. I know past 12 hours it isn't saved, but if it was before, I could go back and get some popcorn out. What do you mean 178 fires began? Was that, well, that was the night that power lines fell all over the place because BG&E doesn't maintain them all across the North Valley during Santa Ana winds or Diablo winds. Those were clocked at 101 miles an hour at Santa Rosa. And that's the night my friend died in Bangor, Loma Rica.
100 knots.
Okay, we're probably going to head up past me, but we'll see.
Okay, roger.
Dropping anything at night is a relatively new thing. It's almost unheard of. It's the National Guard. California, you have to have special equipment, night vision equipment, special certification, special training. It's extremely dangerous. Not only can they not see power lines at night, and they can run right into them, they can't see much of anything at night. So if you drop water retardant on a crew, that's the force of several tons of liquid. And I keep showing people the video of Cal Fire shows how crews can die. And the 747 actually did kill someone by dropping retardant on somebody. And I mean, a lot of crews joke about getting splashed with it, but it's also a very big deal. I mean, if it's the tail end of it, they get to wear red for the day. But if it's a direct hit, it can break your neck it's like having 5 swimming pools of water dropped on your head. And so Cal Fire had a crazy demonstration, retardant drop on a car, and I can show you this because it's Cal Fire can't copyright their videos. It's a work of a government agency, but it's pretty crazy.
Aircheck 17 Victor Caldor Helco, 2985. You guys are cleared in, unrestricted. Helco is 4,500 over branch 30 at the Alpha Whiskey break, branch break. Whiskey break. We're going to get out of work. Don't be up the street as well as airground. Command at 122. Hey, copy that. Other areas of request is over in the El Dorado group, Eldo 2 group. They are working in the Sly Creek, Camp Creek, and they're always interested in main fire progression westward, down Canyon and Camp Creek. If you've got that, I can walk in a little bit more on the map if you need it. Aircheck copy today. Yeah, we'll probably come in and we'll map in there, and then I'll get a hold of you, and we'll figure out a game plan from there. Good. And just be advised, I'm sure you know, but there's a NIROPS plane about 12,500.
Now that was a small plane. That was just a Marsh S2's retardant drop.
Logo. 21 Alpha.
And that's just nuts.
30, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll walk on you a little bit, but we're on target, and we will work this till we run out of flight time.
Alpha on command.
Okay. I guess it's music, not the sound effect. But I don't think a microphone would have survived in there. Maybe they couldn't record it. Now that's a DC-10. The Marsh S2 is a tiny plane compared to the DC-10.
1421, stand by. We're supposed to meet with Branch here.
These things paint the landscape. No, that's not DC-10. What is that? It doesn't have the air. Yeah, it doesn't have the top engine. Whoopsie. So here's Bambi Bucket. Here's your general small helicopter deal. Like that's a Bell. That's probably a Long Ranger or something. Now the Sikorskys are more serious. And what we have here is Chinooks, like super serious. The biggest of the helicopters. Oh boy, there she is. Isn't that the 747 right there? Yeah, 4 engines. So this is a good demo right here. The lead plane jettisons some smoke behind it. This is how it normally happens during the daytime. See that white blast right there? And because the pilots can't see below them, they see up. You know, they don't have any glass floors. You know, so the lead plane goes in, and right above the fire, or where they want the retardant drop, actually, they hit a smoke. And as soon as the tanker goes into the smoke, it hits the button to drop, and that's how it works. So at nighttime, I mean, it's totally different for the helicopters. And look at that huge red. I mean, people were like, I don't think the 747's that effective. And I'm like, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. We saw mountainside splashed red with one pass. And there's a little S2. And that's S2 with water. That's more rare. But that's how, unfortunately, someone was killed on the ground by the 747. A real tragic accident. So here's no, that's a Long Ranger or a Bell, I think. The little dangly thing is the snorkel. I am going to turn off that clicking. Drive me insane. There's an S2 again. And I linked the video in the chat if anybody wants to look at it. And there's them doing a backfire, lighting it on purpose in front of their lines so that the fire can't, they're less likely to go past it. And so the purpose of water is to extinguish or to wet down a structure or area to prevent, slow down fire spread. But usually that's the work of the helicopters, who can kind of hover near it, get an eyeball on something, and they'll either, most of the time, they usually sling. You can't really hover on top of anything but a tiny fire, because the updrafts will throw your helicopter out of the sky. So, one of their dangers. So the Sikorskys and stuff especially, they will do a wide arcing pass and then sling the water onto the little spot fires like that. See how? Well, speak of the devil, just like that. I've seen it done even more artfully, as they go in a fast pass. Whoosh. Let's listen to Caldor. Splash, but heads up, broke the windshield. And that's a smaller helicopter. Imagine what these Chinooks can throw. A couple swimming pools of water at a time. Oh. I got some cool content, Cal Fire TV. So here's examples of their bucket stuff. This is light copters. You see how a lot of it turns into a mist. That's why you can't put...
I got your reds, your discretion on those now. I was just telling you, I got your location with the red lights. That was you, but otherwise, we're good if you want to check those. Russ, just like it's old for you guys.
Yeah, I'm right. That was a 737. I realized that a little bit too late. See, there's a Vertol or Chinook, that the 2-rotor one, isn't it? Yeah, they got the super buckets. I love how they're pink. Pink. So while that can help, keep vegetation from igniting so fast and put out a lot of small spot fires and such.
Operations Airtech 17 Victor on command.
You can see how much of it is like a mist. You can't put a fire out, a mega fire, because it's like a spray bottle on a house fire. It doesn't work. But it helps them hold the lines for sure. And it helps them save individual structures. That's what helicopters are pro at. Let's look back at flight radar.
Operations Airtech 17 Victor, air to ground command.
Pretty moderate activity.
Arrived overhead, and our plan is to start mapping from Division Whiskey. We're going to go around the fire clockwise, and just let me know what your needs are for the night. 034. It's a white Subaru, occupied 2 times. I'm in the parking lot of Round Table.
Oh. God, I want pizza now. Where do I get a pizza at 2 in the morning? No. I want a Montague's Marvel. Or maybe a Guinevere's Garden Delight. Or a Maui Zowie. Yeah. Or a oh, what else do they have?
Tanker 47, 1 minute out.
Chicken wings. Yeah, Chris, I didn't know until I saw that video either.
47, number 1 for the drop. Line's clear to drop, and feedback was this was the target. Okay, good deal.
Yeah, so it's west of Omo Ranch. We could see the little lights of them every once in a while, but we're not going to see like a silhouette of a drop. Unfortunately, it's just not close enough. We did see that on FLIR cameras when we were watching the Dixie, which was just super cool. I wish all of these were video, and then we could probably see it.
Central, David 950, 2729, probation for 2.
Sorry to hear that, middle MPC.
David 950, go ahead.
First subject all verbal on a WMA, last of Caldor, Charles Union, David, Adam.
Okay, I'm going to mute that stuff. I hate that the police stuff breaks into the firefighting tower. But I need to know, what was that show conversation about? Was somebody accusing me of being one? Because I don't know if that could possibly top the night that I was accused of being a lizard person. Now, that was amusing. That was cool. And that also the thing about there being a base on the moon that the lizard people operate out of. That was a good night conversation too, where I was like, yeah, I could confirm that as a lizard person.
6, Zebra 7. Pick up unknown.
Whoa. They said Silverado pickup. of unknown origin approaching Slug Gulch. Like, they are on it. They are setting traps for looters, which is so cool. Eureka has a place that serves smoked tri-tip pizza. Chris Jones, you must reveal this place. You must.
You'll be turning over top of you. Copy.
It's time to invade Eureka and seize this tri-tip pizza. Lizard people live in Mount Shasta. Incorrect, Morris. It's the mole people. Get with the program. We are in some sort of an eternal civil war with them.
Off the drop. What's third?
Lizards versus moles. Oh, I wasn't the shill. It was a fake news site in the chat. Oh man, occasionally I'm accused of being with the psyops, the government psyops, and I wish that were true. Then I would get benefits. I really could use some dental right now.
349, copy, code 4.
I mean, government benefits are great. That would be sweet. I'd love to be Minister of Propaganda. I think I'd do a good job. Yeah, let's look back at when they're circling around. Do you guys want 3D view for a bit? I'll go into the kitchen. I'll turn it off if it makes me absolutely sick. But it's kind of cool. It is not an airplane. It is clearly a helicopter, but, you know. Oh, yeah, I can't do much of that. The
David 950, your return 1036.
Mental NPC, I listened to the Flat Earth debate the other night, but I couldn't convince them the Earth was a triangle.
David 950, last up, Bullpen. 1123 and 92 is clear. Showing El Dorado County probation for 459 PC, discharge through 2025.
Whoa, criminal protective order? Whoa. That person may be in trouble. I muted that because, you know, I could get... I don't want to ever unleash vigilante action on somebody. But, whoa, some of that sounded serious. Yeah, this is with the kind donations to the channel. I got a silver membership for Flight Radar. Please don't be alarmed if they nosedive into the ground occasionally, or if they moonwalk or fly backwards, because it'll lose signal with transponders, and then the program will try to imagine where the craft is, like which way was it flying when it lost signal, and then it'll like reel it in and make it fly backwards or sideways to catch up with things. And if it was like descending at the time and the mountains in front of it, of course the plane steered away, but it'll just show it go underground for a bit. And so part of our joking on the stream was the sound effects. Whoop whoop, pull up. Okay, turning on. I think clearly the Earth is a cylinder. I mean, that would explain so many things. It's kind of flat. It's kind of round, right? If it was a cylinder, then if it rotated enough, we'd have gravity. We would still have a curve, and yet we would have a sort of flatness, right? Right? Firmament, though, right? I don't know. The things people try to get me to believe. Next thing you know, they'll say Australia is real. I mean, come on. A lost continent, no, an island or something the size of a continent where somehow marsupials survived into the modern world. And oh yeah, they kind of look like rabbits. There's giant rabbit-like creatures with some sort of a big tail. Oh, and they hop, they huge rabbit feet, and they hop around and carry around a baby in a pouch like it's some sort of a some sort of a fanny pack with a baby inside, like they come with their own baby carriers, and they're supposed to attack people and punch them like a boxer. Come on, little bears in the trees, and that also have little pouches. The tiny devils are supposed to inhabit a small island. Striped wolf creature things, and wild dogs that are sort of like coyotes. Come on, what next? What will you try to get me to believe next? Okay, let's go. I'm gonna get some Lucky Charms here. You think I was born yesterday? You think I don't know that CGI has just progressed to a point where you can bring fantasy creatures like that to real life? Come on. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're supposed to have little birds that carry around firebrands lighting the landscape on fire. Yeah, right. Crocs that eat people. Oh, when they go in salt water. Yeah, right. Besides, I've seen some footage. It is clearly not upside down. Everything would clearly be upside down if such a place existed in the lower hemisphere. Everybody knows that. You can just sort of pick apart the little details and flaws. I mean,
349.1.
the moon is. Chris Jones says the moon is oblong due to gravitational attraction with the Earth. Huh. I didn't know they had a love affair. Makes sense though. Isn't the moon going away from us? Back to the seriousness. Isn't it kind of drifting away from the planet? And it was closer. It was closer in the dinosaur era. Sorry, I'm going to mute the clicking. Kangaroo actually tastes pretty good. Wow, Joey. But quite chewy. Had some in Melbourne in 2017 last year and in January 2020. What's the story behind that? Jeremy Eder or Eder in Asia, there are plants that eat mice. Oh God. Oh God. Don't forget the penguins. Yes. See, the penguins seem to be right side up, right? Mini bunnies, mini honey's. Yeah, I never really met an Australian either. There's people with funny accents, but I mean, maybe they're just really drunk Britons. Okay. Have you seen that we live in a crater on the moon? What, us? No, I've been to the moon. I can confirm. There's a base for us lizard people on the other side of it, and it's hollow and made out of cheese on the exterior. An inch and a quarter per year on the moon. Is that how far it's getting away from the Earth per year? Because, in all seriousness, wouldn't that have affected the tides? Wouldn't the tides have been different if the moon was closer to the Earth in the dinosaur era? And I heard that the rotation was a little bit faster or slower. I think it was faster. The days were shorter. It's kind of odd. Metal NPC, yeah, but all the snakes and spiders are super dangerous. Yeah. Joey Votto, the stories, it's an awesome place. Had to go back. Awesome beaches and pretty genuine people, especially the Outback. Yeah, I want to go too. That would be really cool. I actually know some camel herders in Australia. They're making bank rounding up the feral camels. Because apparently, domesticated camels in the Middle East, the dromedaries, well, they've been domesticated, and they're kind of weak now. They're not very hardy because, well, humans take care of them. But as they were feral in Australia, you know, they've had to survive. Well, the Outback, which is pretty dang good proving ground. It's kind of like the way Mustangs are pretty super. And Caltechies. So they're apparently sought after as luxury camels, like super strong, impressive beasts. Instead of culling them, they're rounding them up and selling them to the Middle East. You'd think they'd have enough camels in the Middle East, but no, they're like, these are great. And so they started up, they had no idea how to do anything with horses, let alone camels. And so they started up a miniature camel corral. And they're talking about how they had the big fangs. People don't realize that camels have gigantic fangs, like they are remnants of the Ice Age. I wanted to make a mini documentary about the Ice Age survivors. Most camels in the world died out, and most camelids. Only a few survived. Mostly the ones that ended up being domesticated by humans, which is my personal theory that as the ecosystem collapsed at the end of the Ice Age, and probably because of the giant comet strike, it's BS theory that humans hunted everything to extinction. It's just completely BS. There weren't even enough humans around to do such a thing. And why would humans live in perfect harmony with nature for 300,000 years and suddenly go, let's kill everything we depend on? Doesn't make a bit of sense. Comes from a stupid 1960s prejudice against humans that you see in like things like Kubrick and such. Humans are terrible. We do terrible things to the planet. I'm gonna make this intro to 2001 Space Odyssey and imagine our human ancestors. The first tool they made was a weapon to kill each other with, and I mean, okay, that was the 60s for you. But no, we lived in perfect harmony with nature, and our ancestors were probably very alarmed about mass extinction and the climate change that came suddenly, like probably from a comet strike. Mammoths disappearing and such. Our ancestors probably tried to herd around and help as many species as possible. We see them trying to domesticate antelopes and such in the Middle East. By the way, Caldor is nothing but clicking right now. I'll turn it on if it comes back. And most camelids are dead, though. There's a whole variety of species. But the Wanakos, the llamas, alpacas, all domesticated or semi-domesticated, are the only ones that survived in the Americas. There used to be a North American camel and a North American cheetah, North American lions, and, well, mammoths and mastodons that represented, elephants. I mean, the Midwest, the United States, and the West is supposed to be like Africa. Just half the species are gone. But that's the way it used to be. And the dromedaries got domesticated into Bactrians. It's the only thing that survived in all the old world. Like, period. Well, humans domesticated, and that explains it. So, Chris Jones, the moon is moving away from the Earth at a rate of 3.8 centimeters, or 1.5 inches a year. I think you're right, Metal. That's a lot of nitrous oxide. But the reason they'll never put any research into how much did nuclear testing warm the Earth or change the climate, even though that released mega amounts of nitrous oxide with, I don't know, around 6,345 detonations in a couple of decades. It was just mostly two countries, the United States and Soviet Union.
After that.
Okay, he said same target, the line is still clear. Okay. They're doing structure protection, which is great. The reason you'll never see a lot of studies about that is because just basically America and Russia would be on the hook for, well, the damage. You know, there could be lawsuits. They literally dropped the biggest nuke on the North Pole. Oh. Ostriches have sharp toes. Confirmed. Whoa. I don't know. Do you think these were filed down? Because like this looks like a dang dinosaur, and this is a bit more mild. Do you think they filed them to? Do you think when they ranch them that they maybe perceive them as dangerous and maybe like give them a pedicure? I mean, that would seem to be a good precautionary. You know, if I was an ostrich rancher, I wouldn't want that coming at me, you know. But ew. You think they're gonna be single-toed? Is that what's happening here with this? It's just ew. Ew. Huh. I thought they had 3 toes. They just have 2? Like a big one and a nub? What about emus? Apparently it's called emu, but my entire life I've been saying emu. Yeah, they got the 3. They look much more normal. I really love emus. So I grew up next to an emu ranch, and I had a little motorcycle, and they love to race you. They think it's a competitive sport, apparently. Like, to prove their dominance, they race each other. So every time I went by the emu ranch, I'd rev the motorcycle, my little Honda, and I would start a race, and we would go breakneck speeds on the straightaway.
Traffic is last. Still trying to locate those 4 dozers in Lima, and I was curious if you had any idea as to where they may be located.
Negative. I just acquired a French 15 area at 7 o'clock. So the only intel I have is what you guys gave me.
Copies, thank you. And then how do you copy this mobile?
I copy you loud and clear.
Copy, thank you. Juliet training, I'll be heading back to Juliet. Thank you.
One is off the drop.
Okay, I'm eating my Lucky Charms here. You know, you gotta get to them while they're
guys, just
crunchy.
a heads up, we got about 20 minutes on station before we have to head back.
Maybe that was a water drop. Huh. No. The water would be dark on infrared. The cool things are dark. I want to look at Indian Ridge.
What's up, Victor? Or Helgo, go ahead. Yeah, there's back from night off, but you guys are just working, you said whiskey, correct? Yeah, tonight we've only worked whiskey, and earlier in the shift we worked in Alpha, Camp Creek, keeping the main fire. They're going to burn out along Sly Park, and so we are trying to hold the progression at Camp Creek in check. Our main concern is how close the fire is to the confluence of Sly Creek and Camp Creek. Their burn's not to that point yet, so.
Okay. So what that means is they're trying to burn.
Last look, the fire was kind of, it looked like maybe in the middle of section 30 or a little bit west of that.
All day. They've been.
We'll be timed out.
Okay. So that's why we listen to the radio, to know what's going on. All day they've been working to speed bump the fire as much as they could, because the firing operations can be a slow process. They want to burn the landscape here in front of the fire so that they're doing it in a controlled, slow, easy manner. And then when the real fire hits it, it won't roar to life, hitting a bunch of new fuels and endanger all of the many structures over at Sly Park. Turn on structure button.
Is air attack, or you guys have other ISR IAA missions? 0500. We flew the McFarland earlier. Okay. Yeah, we'll check with elevation. You guys might be able to work the 47 since there's aerial supervision. Yeah, that's fine by me. If they want to stay out, you guys get with it. We can keep time.
So I interpret the red as they're firing ups. But they're behind schedule. I mean, or the fire. It's got to be complete before the main fire gets there. And it's slowly making its way there. And has been during the day. So what they've been trying to do is fly around here to help them speed bump it, to slow it down. But they've had smoke again and again and again, preventing them from being around there too much. But earlier in the day, they were making pretty good progress on that. When I started the stream, it was an ongoing deal. We've got a webcam. Sly Park cam, but you know, the dang rain of pine needles and stuff, and some of it being a sprinkler system is what I've gathered, that wets down this building periodically. Some of the more round particles are mist, and then the really long streaks are oftentimes pine needles. The actual bigger drops of water are the shiny, longer streaks, if that makes sense. Some of the tinier ones that are fluffy are ash. So I think this building has a fire suppression, whether or not that's pro or just the occasional somebody turns on a mist type thing or a sprinkler, I don't know. But a lot of this is the nighttime gusty winds ripping a lot of pine needles off the dang trees and throwing them around. So I'm going to go back to eating my Lucky Charms here for a moment. The Caldor is about somewhere between 14 and 12 miles away from South Lake Tahoe. Yeah, so last night we saw this. It was a bit mesmerizing. I think it's cool. I found a nice rain track, and it kind of matched it. And we were relaxing to that, trying to kind of get to sleep. We have good silly time, which is a good stress relieving thing. Silly topics in the middle of the night. Had good feedback on that. Talking about ostrich toes and stuff. That's the point. It's to not be 100% fire focused all 24 hours of a day. Because a lot of distressed people are, and I'm going to mute that clicking sound, wanting
Go ahead.
distraction.
What's your time with departure? 0500. 0500.
I think one Chinook's on the ground already. I would leave this on all night with the radio, but this kicks you off. You have to click buttons. You can only watch this 10 minutes. It's slyparkweathercam.com. God, there's just pizza reminders everywhere. I need pizza. These Lucky Charms just don't do it right now when you crave pizza. Look, Burger Barn. The Pizza Factory really is awesome. There's one in Gridley too, isn't it? Isn't it Gridley? Live Oak? That one's a cool old brick building. Nice atmosphere. Let me chew some pizza for a moment. Or pizza, God. Let me eat my Lucky Charms real quick. It's getting soggy. Pizza Factory in Placerville. Also in Pollock Pines. Oh. Yeah, you can tell they're needles because they thwap against the lens and bounce off of it. These trees are drought stressed, so they come off just at a touch. It's a nightmare for firefighters when the winds pick up and all this dumps everywhere around them. Also, a lot of them are impregnated with pitch. You know, the kerosene-like tree sap. Because if you go and you touch these without gloves on, they stick to your hands and it doesn't come off. You wash your hands and it doesn't come off. And you go, oh man. You kind of have to eventually just throw away your garden gloves. There's no real way to get it off. And so when the duff builds up, year after year after year, these all shed off the trees. The snow falls on it and compacts it down. Every single day there's tree sap just dripping on that stuff. And then they drop the cones as well, which are super, super flammable. All of it's covered with pitch day after day. More drops, more drops, more drops. And it makes this little sap ball. But it's extremely flammable. Extremely flammable. And the snow compacts it. And that's what they're dealing with. That's when we saw the 200-foot flames and stuff north of Westwood by Lake Almanor. It's really like 2 feet of this stuff, but when the snow squishes it down, it compacts to a good 4 to 6 inches. If you've ever lit maybe a lot of people haven't done this. If you want to light a campfire, like super easy, you grab some pine cones and some needles and put it on there. And I forgot just how flammable that stuff was, and I went camping in Eastern Oregon one time.
I'm not sure if we're going to have enough time to get back and get another bit of time we've got left, so this may be our last drop. Okay, understand. Maybe your last drop.
I was told for
yeah,
fire.
We're about 10 minutes from ours as well. Yeah, 4-7, how much time do you guys have?
We have lots. We have 50 minutes, so we'll get another one, or when you have to return to base, we'll go with you, I guess.
Okay, we have a night air attack up. He's here till 0500, so we'll get him lined out in your dip. And if he doesn't already have it, you guys can stay with night air attack up.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Jackson, elevation air attack, or Helco air attack, come in. Okay, just double check with Elbase for the night checklist. We have air attack up, night air attack, 17 Victor, be up to 0500, and that'll like have 47. It'll take a 47 work its whole fuel cycle with air attack overhead, and 6-1, and Helco will be departing within 10 minutes. Yeah. Just verify that Elevation Manager is good with for the night operations plan if we use the air attack on scene to work with 4-7 to finish out their this fuel cycle and perhaps one additional until the timeout.
And we confirmed it's not a loop. This is live Sly Park webcam. I think the lake is in the distance in front. It seems to be looking west, if I could hazard a guess.
Go ahead. Good copy. Helco air attack, copy that. You tried. Yeah, thanks guys. Who you got for a pilot with you?
7's off the drop.
Got you coming out there. It'll be left.
Copy that.
Operations, Helco, Air Ground Command. Line aircraft for the night. Just wanted to check out with you, give you a little heads up of that. Ship managers, we got 6-1.
The heck is this? Oh my god.
So it's done for the night. This will be our last drop, so nobody will be using Rich Ship from now on.
Oh my god. Is this embers raining on public pines? They look... I mean, it could be insect flight, but it doesn't look like it. It's straight. A couple of them are insects. Please be insects. But one of them bounced off the road. Oh god, it's insects. Jeez, that freaked me out. Heart attack. What are these insects doing? Just bouncing off the landscape? Are they confused? They seem kind of big. Could it be like a bunch of moths? I mean, that would be the largest flying insect of the night. There's no wing flapping, so and it's just too small to be bats.
Go ahead. You guys have enough time to be a flight with 47 to get in one more drop, and Helco needs to depart.
Yeah, if we kind of just linger out here by the tower just quick, we've got enough time to do that.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. Just linger out and pick 47 up for the last drop, and then you guys both come in.
Okay, copy that.
And if you get close to where you need to depart, just get a hold of 47, have them ditch their load and RTB with you, so both are paired up.
Copy that.
And 47, I don't know if you copy direct. Yes, we did. Thanks, Fred.
I mean, some of it had the appearance of like ashfall, and then some of it
And
was...
6-1, we're going to just, we'll just let ops know, and branch 30, you'll be overhead while Helco departs.
Yeah, copy that. I'm on standby to ground pack if they need me.
Got it.
Okay, I'm going to mute that clicking for you. It was just disorienting because there's so much straight line flight that you just don't see with insects, so I thought it was like an ashfall. And then it was bright white, and I was like, is it hot? Is it hot embers? Because the fire isn't that close to Pollock Pines. It's closer to Sly Park, so this wouldn't make sense. And then insects don't usually bounce off the ground in flight, confusing me further. They usually don't fly in straight lines, but then a couple got near the camera, making it look like it could be moths or something, but moths just don't shoot like a rocket. A straight beeline flight, you know? What? Lizard person, take me to your leader? Okay. She might eat you. I mean, she does that with the males. I don't know what the heck we're seeing. Just a bunch of moths or something. Okay, looking back, I'm afraid to look up chat. We've gone to crazy town with the conversation. Hey, Smitty, in a perfect world, there would be a 24/7 pizza place, like dinner pizza for breakfast, but it would solve the problem. Yes. Yeah. Oh, here's Helco Air Attack.
Yeah, copy. You're departing, and 61 is staying overhead for a bit. Is that correct? I copy. And you're coming through on command. And just to verify, are you guys using Rotovictor? What frequency are you guys been using? Yeah, we've been using, it was the alternate Rotovictor. It was a brief, and we just stayed on it with what we were finished out the afternoon on. 12637. Okay, back up now. 12637. Have a good night. Primary Rotovictor is what's on the 220 if you have that, but this 12637 was a brief, and they turned it into a alternate Rotovictor, and that's what we started on, so we just kept on it for the night. Okay, copy that. And we'll send our map to north on, they'll put it up on the HEB side. Okay, we'll grab it. Those updated parameters are helpful. Thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Cicadas? I thought they only lived for a few weeks.
4761.
Katydids? Oh, I got a story about cicadas. They're out in California, right? Or am I crazy? A lot of these are pine needles, the really long ones, and I think ash is the smaller round particles. Some drops of water occasionally hit the cam, and then the pine needles stick to it and ruin our view for a bit. I believe that's a fire suppression system on the roof of the building. Every so often it seems to mist the building, but you can see the trees jostling a little bit. The thing is, a lot of these pine needles can be coming from far away, being picked up by the winds of the fire and just thrown. Not all of them are on fire, like a wind, pushing the fire is pushing stuff away from it that's light too. It's dropping off the trees and going places. I'm not sure how far it can be pushed or dropped. Then again, a really unhealthy set of trees could be above this cam, but we watched this happen for hours. Just hours.
Ground in point 3. You guys are quick enough to get over and make that drop. Okay, copy point 3. Just quick, we'll be right back in. Caldor, Tanker 61, 76. If you guys need to start heading in, that's fine. The 47's on the way out, on their way inbound for the drop. We're close enough. Okay, copy that. Thanks. We'll stop heading in. And we also have air attack overhead as well. It's got this frequency up. Okay, copy that.
The person talking is in this helicopter. No, not that one. The eye in the sky, the air attack. So he functions as the leader and aircraft traffic control at the same time. So he keeps track of all the planes and copters and makes sure they don't mid-air collide. They will operate in a restricted flight zone. It will be declared for them several times a day. And he just has to worry about the firefighting craft. He has to juggle a lot of stuff.
Dorado group on command.
But he's leaving since they're almost out of fuel. They're just doing their last 2 appointed drops and heading back in. So that one's already headed back in. The other Chinook is doing his last drop, and that means that he can leave. He doesn't have to watch their back because there's just one in the area now. But the cicada story, I don't know if we have them in the I don't know if we have them in California, but I was there kind of in this area, spending a night at someone's place, and I wasn't used to the crazy sounds of the wildlife. They had this ponds and such around, and coyotes trotting around outside and howling their heads off, and it's hot as anything that night. I could not get cool. Opened up the sliding glass like a door to a balcony, and I opened up that, and there was a screen, and I opened up the window above the bed, but there just wasn't a breeze to make a cross breeze. There was no fans. When you're a guest in somebody's house, you can't just go turn on their air conditioning.
Or 12637. Hey, good evening. Go ahead for 42 Charlie Alpha.
Guys, let you know we got eyes on you, and we're up overhead until you're ready to depart.
Copy that. Thank you. We're just a couple minutes out from our final drop here, and we'll be heading in. We'll let you know.
Good copy. Sounds good. Thanks.
My group is off your division for the night. You can check us off.
I'll finish my story one day, I swear. Anyway, we continue to watch the Sly Park cam.
Vision Delta copies, all resources offline.
So I couldn't get cool. So I just lay there in misery on the bed, panting, and I wanted so bad to just seal up the windows and turn on their air conditioning, but you just can't do that in somebody's house when you're a guest. And they were cheap. Oh boy, it was oppressively hot. It was like in the 90s at night, and they were cheap. Anyway, so here I am, kid trying to get used to the nature sounds out there. I mean, they had some crazy coyotes invading the property, and you could hear them chasing around rabbits and cats and stuff, and they had these crazy amounts of frogs. Just I wanted to go kill them all just to make sure that I could get some sleep. And I'm just, not being serious, but here I am in misery, just surrounded by crazy noises, putting the pillow around my ears, staring at the ceiling as a frustrated kid, and then insects started showing up on the screen sliding glass screen door. So it was a huge screen door, and little insect after little insect. And so I started looking at them. I was like, huh. And I took the pillow away from my head, and I walked over towards the screen door, and they're like little grasshoppers and stuff, right? Like mini hoppers. And I was like, that's neat. And they just went back to base, they said. And I was like, neat. I don't think that I've seen the underbelly and the cute little spines that are on like grasshopper legs that were interesting to me. I almost wanted to get out like a magnifying glass to look at it. Hang on. Yeah, so I kind of wanted to get out a magnifying glass, and I'd seen one on the desk, and I went and dug through it. I was like, I didn't really notice. I'm looking real close at these grasshoppers sticking on the screen. They had little spines on their legs and little hooked feet and little antennas and sparkly little eyes, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. And all of a sudden, poof, the world's largest grasshopper lands on the screen, gets its legs stuck in it, and frantically tries to get off of it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having a night as well.
Okay. Pilots are about to adjourn their thing. And
primarily just helping with structure defense or watching their firing operations? Yeah, we were doing structure defense. We did that same drop every time on this cycle. That the finger's kind of creeping up towards the homes up there. Copy. Was that near drop point 25? Let's just check that. Were you guys near the confluence of the Sly Park Creek and Camp Creek?
No, Jeremy, cicadas are good eating fat.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I copy that. And confirm you're the last one off the fire, right? Confirm, sir. We're in the back of the train. All right. Have a good night. You as well.
So, finishing the dang story. This is so hard to do that when you're monitoring stuff like this. But so I had this magnifying glass, and I'm looking at the little bitty ones and a big grasshopper, the mother of all grasshoppers.
It's 1800.
Gotcha. Love cards.
Any other crews just start right at brief? Yeah, we get a brief at 1800. You can go kind of get oriented. Copy, and you just have a night crew, not a day crew, right? Yeah, both crews running 24 hours. I gotcha.
Ahem. Mother of all grasshoppers. Maybe it was a cicada, I don't know. Lands next to the bitty ones. Gets its legs stuck in the screen, seems to kind of sit there for a second and twitch its antenna, and then it gets agitated. Looks left, looks right, gets super agitated. I'm here trying to study it with a magnifying glass, as like a 9-year-old or whatever I am, maybe an 8-year-old. And it won't stay still. And I'm thinking, could I capture this? Maybe I could open the screen door and like capture this and put it in the. There was like a little aquarium that was empty, and because it was one heck of a cool thing, and you know that's what kids do. You know, they want to look at insects, and so as I'm trying to look closer at it with the magnifying glass, it starts panicking and beating its wings, and its legs are stuck in the screen. And I'm like, whoa, because it's now starting to perhaps damage the screen, like its legs are stuck in it, and this thing was I don't know, good 4 to 5 inches long. Like, I mean, it was a big insect, and fat, and more like 4 good 4 inches, I would say. And I'm debating what to do. Now I'm thinking, am I going to get in trouble? Are they going to blame me for damaging the screen? Are they going to believe this giant insect story I have in the morning? Yeah, let me in, help me, basically. Yeah. And I didn't have too much time to contemplate it. I reached for the door handle, and at the same time, I still got my face right up next to the insect, right? And that's when I saw the claws first, because they burst through the screen and almost poked my eyes. Giant talons smashed through the screen, and all I see is owl feet. And that owl smashed itself against the screen, this miniature owl, and had that crushed up, grasshopper in its talons. I screamed the loudest scream possible in the middle of the night. And the owl.
We're overhead getting another map of the perimeter for you.
Okay, they're just talking about mapping. And now the owl is stuck in the screen, beating its wings as frantically as it can, trying to leave with its prize. And I'm screaming, and it starts screeching and bursting through the door, as the alarmed family friends I was staying with, and they burst through the door, with what's going on in here? Because there's a screaming owl and me, and the owl rips this giant hole in the screen about 1 by 1 feet and flies off, and they didn't even see it. They just saw me screaming in a giant hole in their dang screen door. And the only way that they didn't get mad at me, because here I am holding a magnifying glass and reaching for the screen door and screaming in the middle of the night, was they had heard the owl. So they kind of bought my story, but they kind of didn't, It was a screech owl or something. But my ears are ringing. I'll never forget that. Right in my face. But can you imagine going to the emergency room with holes above your eyebrow and in your cheekbone where a freaking owl's talons hit your face? I came real close to that. It was messed up. Okay, there's only clicking. Why does that happen during the night? Ugh. I don't know where all these pine needles come from. Somebody said, what was your last name?
I've got it. Last night, we'll send you over cap when we get it. And Highway 50 spot it looked like get closer to it.
Pigeons are not good eating. They're very stringy. Well, you have to eat the babies. Isn't that squab? Just joking. Geriatric record saying Jeremy Edder squirrels are good eating. Pigeons not so much. They're stringy. Yeah. Piranha? Guys, what were you talking about in the chat? This is disturbing. Patricia Munch, I have been watching you the past week. I appreciate what you're doing, but man, please make sure to take care of yourself and rest. That's a good idea. I just had my food. We just had an hour of silly time. The stream's been running for 9 hours and 11 minutes, so I've been on duty 9 hours and 11 minutes. So what I can do is restart the stream. And, I didn't finish my story about lighting the fire, did I, in Eastern Oregon? Actually, I was in the Blue Mountains at the time. I'll finish that story. I'm going to restart the stream, put it on the radio, and then go to bed. But the last story there is I had forgotten. We raked and we burned pine needles and stuff in Plumas County just all the time. I somehow forgot just how flammable that sap impregnated pine needles can be. In Eastern Oregon, there was a different kind. It was the long needles, not the shorter ones I was used to in Plumas County, just epically long needles. It came in bunches of 3, which you could probably identify the tree that way. But going back to the story, I was camping, and in order to have a fire, we couldn't have an open pit fire. It was summertime, June. And so, all of a sudden delivered by a little miniature tractor to where I was camping. And I was the only idiot stupid enough to tent camp in Eastern Oregon. I will never do that again. That is a land of harsh summers and winters to the extreme. Tents are no shelter. I didn't bring a coat warm enough. I didn't even know I had a pretty good coat. Your breath freezes in the middle of the night all summer, and then you're boiling hot, and it's over 105 degrees by noon. But so we needed a fire throughout the night. I had just arrived in a pretty naive manner. And I was like, do we need a fire? Yes, you do, man. And I'm like, but it's summer. Is it safe to have a fire in these conditions? He goes, I have a solution. So this miniature tractor comes up to my campsite, and it's an RV park / campground, and he drops off a brazier, basically, a big fire pit that's metal, and it has a screen. And I had some firewood, but really not much in the way of kindling. I had purchased a bundle, and I looked all around and said, you know what, there's so much in the way of pine needles on the ground. It's got to be a lot of work for this old man who ran the campground to keep up with. So instead of poking around and trying to buy kindling bundles, I think I'll gather up a bunch of the pine needles and put them underneath the firewood logs, and then put the screen over it, and toss the match in there and put the screen over it. And the metal screen, it didn't have a latch or anything. You just laid it on the top. It was pretty sturdy. Was supposed to keep embers from flying. That was the whole point. And so I gathered way too many pine needles and stuffed them in the base there. And then I go back searching for a match, and my companion who was with me had no idea how to camp. It was like his first time camping. He's a total city slicker. And he was like my safety escort. You don't run around in the middle of nowhere as a single, young lady. It's kind of dangerous. But he was super cool and friendly, but boy, did he not know anything about being in the wilderness. He gathers up, mimicking what I was doing, a ton of pine needles and stuffs them in there. And then he offers to light it, and absentmindedly I gave him the matchbook. All I heard was this, and I felt the heat on my back. And I turn around, and this blazing inferno is going up out of the fire pit. Boy, did he stuff the entire very large, 3.5 foot wide or 3 foot wide fire pit bowl thing with pine needles. And it was blazing 5 feet, 6 foot tall flames. I'm sitting there grabbing our lawn chairs and stuff and pushing him back, going, what did you do? And he goes, nothing. I just put pine needles in there and all these really big pine cones, too. I'm like, you fool. And so we had to grab the tent. I'm yanking the stakes up. It's starting to, threatening to melt in the front. And we ripped the stakes up and pushed the nylon tent further away from it. We're grabbing all our crap. We couldn't even approach the ice chest. We're like watching it get all discolored on one side of it. Yeah, missing eyebrows. That would be him. He was the one standing over it when he did such a thing. And we watched the screen. I mean, it's solid steel. Just start warping and almost glowing. And so I had a lot of explaining to do the next morning when he came to drop off the next delivery of firewood. This screen was just totally screwed up. It was bubbled and pitted and warped. It would never be straight again. It just wouldn't be. And I said, he looked at me, looked at the area clear of pine needles, and goes, so. Okay. So what I'm going to do, guys, is call it because it's suddenly 3 in the morning, and I thought I was going to bed early. I don't know how this happens. So I'm going to restart the stream with the nighttime chatter of the Caldor fire, and I think I'll just leave flight radar 24 on or something like that, because I'm sure there will be flights in the beginning. And I'm going to turn chat off because there's nobody tonight that can possibly moderate it. So, but thanks much for being here. Oh, let's check the cams and make sure Wolford Heights is, yeah, it's still there. We may be losing a lot of structures to the west, but hopefully they'll be okay. But thanks for coming, guys, and it's time for me to get some good rest. Whenever I wake up, I'll check on things and restart the stream again, but I have to restart it every time, as YouTube doesn't save streams past 12 hours. But I'm glad you enjoyed the silly time, so that we could relax at the end of the day. I'm glad they just saved a bunch of structures over the past several hours and all of today. Hopefully Sly Park will make it through the night. I'm going to restart the stream now. If you want to tune in, I just won't be here. But, we'll see what tomorrow brings. Thank you all for coming, and prayers sent and thoughts for everybody involved here, and stay safe, guys. Thank you so much for your kind support. Oh, and all the people that donated to PayPal that I didn't even see. Gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm only email notified by that. I can't see it, of course, here. Yep. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Restarting stream. Click on my name below video to see channel page and refresh to see you stream. 393 likes. Yeah, hit the like button on the way out. That'll help me reach more people with the message. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, this is what you press when you're at YouTube. Every stream has a channel page, or well, every video. It's right here below the video, right there. So you would touch this where my name is, where it says Kathryn Wildfires, and then you'll see the channel page and all the videos you could ever want to watch on fire. And if you refresh that on mobile, you just sort of drag your finger from the top of the phone to the bottom to kind of refresh. It'll have the new live stream with the new title for the new day. It's the 24th now. So, see you on the flip side. Be right back. And good night to all you guys who are going to bed.